In April, I believe Patman's going to be fishing really well. A lot of people are going to catch them.
Water's, what, 67 degrees right now?
Right now they're in all phases.
Flooded timber, flooded brush.
3 baits I think will be a major player at this event is a Texas rig, swim jig / chatterbait, and a crankbait.
Spinnerbait, jig.
Probably flipping, possibly some square billing, and some topwater will play.
If I could catch them with a long rod and a flipping stick in my hand, that's my favorite way to do it.
Probably a Carolina rig coming into play.
I think that the weights will approximately be around 65, 68 pounds.
I'm sure the potential is going to be here for at least 20 a day.
Somewhere around 70 pounds probably.
45 to 50 pounds to win.
Not, I guess about 65, 67 pounds.
65 to 67 to win.
Maybe 62. I mean, you got Michael Yoder that's from here. He's probably going to be a hard one to beat. He knows every inch of it, I'm sure. So he'll probably be the guy everybody's gunning for.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was 1 to 3 fish over 9 pounds.
A couple, if not more, over 9-pounders that are weighed in.
Since I was a child.
I'm going to target big fish because when you have, it's like walking into a huge auditorium where people are scattered. There's going to be different sized people all over the place, okay? So it's hard to pinpoint, maybe. But whenever you have flooded conditions, it's going to throw a loop. So today and the next 2 days, you're going to see a lot of flipping in the leaderboard. You're going to see a guy who happened to get a couple of the bigger bites. But I've said it so many times, Luke, that this is a game of numbers. Big fish, especially this week, when you see so many flooded conditions, and this is going to be a game of numbers. And Luke, the guy who can go out and go, get 30 bites in a day, what's his odds of catching a couple 5-pounders is going to increase. The guy who's going out only getting 7 or 8 bites a day, he won't sustain himself for 3 days. But with this conditions and these and the anglers that are out here, we're going to see a ton of fish catches, a lot of leader changes. So I'm excited. It's going to be a fun venue to watch. And who comes out on top? I am just going to be honest. It will be a little bit of swinging. Hey, he caught maybe a 9-pounder day 2 that catapulted him in. But the guy who can consistently catch day after day numbers of fish will come out on top.
I like it, man. I think something I want to point out, we're going to see some heartbreak this week, too. Anytime you're dealing with this heavy cover, going to be a lot of great live action. But we've had a lot of great live action down at Lake Eufaula, and I think we're going to get to take a look at that amazing inaugural event we had on the shores of Lake Eufaula where John Hookup Soakup introduced himself to the professional bass fishing world using that Garmin live scope down there to run away from the field.
The boom! 12 pound, 11 ounces, your new leader. There's your champ, John Soakup.
John Soakup, Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Strategy in Lake Eufaula was very simple. I was looking for brush piles, down lake, looking for bigger fish, pre-spawn and post-spawn that were staging up in those brush piles. Of course, I was blessed with a couple big fish on day 1 and another real big one on day 2, so I had over 20 on the first 2 days. So the third day, limping in with 13 pounds still got me the win, so we had 53 pounds total. So everybody likes talking about the $50,000. Obviously, I got bills to pay too, like everybody else in life, but the trophy meant more than anything. It's gonna go down in history, and to have my name right there, that's amazing. Wright Patman, event number 2, National Professional Fishing League. The event is going to be a spawn fest, whether it's pre-spawn, spawn, or a little bit of post-spawn. The challenge is going to be how to catch them in the bushes, how to catch them on shore, and if somebody can figure something out offshore. The rumor has it there's monsters, and monsters are being caught. There's going to be a lot of big fish caught. Can you sustain it for 3 days? That's going to be the key. I got what you call zero experience on Wright Patman. The weather's going to be a very important factor. It looks like day 2 may be canceled at this moment due to severe weather. So catching a limit on day 1 is going to be really important. Make sure you don't bomb day 1. 3-day event, you can come back. We only probably are going to have 2 days. So it's going to be very important for me to actually catch fish. Day 1 strategy, just get my first 5 in the boat, and then we'll take it from there.
Good stuff right there from John Hookup Soakup, and a little different look seeing him up in those bushes throwing a frog around. He's an Oklahoma boy though, and he assures me he can shallow water fish just as well as he can on the electronics. But something that he pointed out in that piece, Dudley, that I know some of you viewers were like, wait, what? A 2-day event. We do have some inclement weather potentially moving into the area tomorrow. They're going to make a judgment call in this event on whether to send the guys for a half a day, cancel a whole day, and only have a 2-day event. And obviously the safety of the anglers is the most important thing here. That's what John is mentioning there. Nothing is official yet. I do want to say that in the first few minutes of live here, nothing is official. Brad Fuller, the tournament director here with MPFL, addressed the anglers at the meeting about the potential of that. On a lot of lakes that we go to, tons of boat docks. Things where you can get to safety, because fishing we don't have a lot of weather delays in professional fishing. It's not like other sports. Baseball, you get they're going to drag the tarp out on the field. We don't get that in pro fishing, but on Wright Patman, super wide open, not a lot of places to hide. So safety of the anglers will be the concern, but it will be, if that were to happen, a 2-day event. So day 1 right here, what you're watching, very, very important to get off to a good start.
Yes, day 1, whether you're looking at weather or day 1 is always a critical. Whenever you're dealing with a multi-day event, you always want to come out with your guns blazing. I think nobody in this field is going to be holding back, and especially with the weather, and I agree. But look, he also mentioned something right before the break that is very valuable. When we do have a lot of cover, Luke, what do you think? Are we going to hear a lot of I shoulda, coulda, woulda, butta, didn't, loser? We're going to see these anglers come across this stage, and rightfully so. But you're going to see a lot of these people lose some giants in these bushes. You're going to hear that story repeatedly. We're probably going to see it. So there's going to be a lot of heartbreak anytime you have a ton of cover. We're going to see that fish. And the mindset that I've always said you have to have is that when you're fishing lots of cover or flipping mats, if you have to go in a mindset, if I get 70% of my bites in, I've had a phenomenal success.
That was a good day.
Yes. And so you got to already factor in your mind and defeat that depression of saying, look, when I go into this, I already know I'm only going to catch 7 out of the 10. I'm not going to claim them other 3. Of course, we'd all like to, but looking at the live screen now, I'm seeing fish come across the screen like I'm wanting to talk to you guys and break it down a little bit, but I'm seeing fish come across the screen nonstop, and we got a highlight. I guarantee, I've already seen it, but we got a highlight of Johnny O'Neill with an incredible fish catch coming up, and it gets my blood pumping. I know it does with you.
Oh, it's going to be. If you are a shallow water, this is bass fishing paradise at Wright, Patman, and you're going to get hopefully 3 days of live coverage to see it. Donnie O'Neill on the water doing work before the live broadcast this morning.
There's what we talked about.
One of those misses you're talking about.
There's not a miss.
So you can see this is first thing this morning. Donnie O'Neill, Texas boy. Flipping that shallow water cover, which you're going to see a lot of. We've already talked about it a lot. It will be. Look at that.
Straight out tank coming out of that condominium.
Looking at a replay from Donnie's morning so far, and early in this day one, he's got to be feeling pretty good just by the looks of what's going on.
So just watching Donnie, and you can always tell anglers, whether they're surprised or they're like confident in what they're doing. Donnie was just slinging them in the boat, and I can tell you already, Donnie had that air about it. He had that feeling of like confirmation, like, yep, I had a good practice.
That's exactly, yes.
And I'm showing you right now why I had a good practice.
I was talking to Donnie last night. He's very comfortable here. He knew what he was going to do. He was dialed in his game plan, and as we saw right there in that highlight, he's definitely putting it to work this morning on day one.
Here's one cool thing that we're going to see throughout this tournament. You're going to hear people say, swear up and down, Luke. You know it. They're going to swear up and down like, I have to fish. Every bite's coming out of a willow tree, and I'm watching what Donnie's flipping there. And then you're going to have somebody who says, only bite I can get is a buck bush in 1.5 foot of water with the sun to the left and northeast side of it and the barometric pressure. You're going to hear all this stuff, but it's so cool. That's what makes 10 cameras live on so many people, and it helps us. And just me, I'm a live addict. I'm a fishing addict, watching live coverage. We got 10 cameras, and in studying what these guys do and how they break down a maze, and it truly is a set of woods with every bush, twig, snakes, tons of snakes here. So it's going to be fun watching how they break it down, what lures they're using. And Donnie already, you can just see it. I mean, you just see that confidence bleeding out of him. And didn't look like he was moving much. That was interesting.
One thing, you're talking about being a live addict. We are very fortunate to be able to bring you live coverage from the National Professional Fishing League, but we are only able to do that thanks to the fine sponsors of the league, and we're going to take a look at those right now.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Thanks to our fine sponsors for bringing you MPFL Live, and over to Donnie O'Neill, who's having himself a morning on beautiful Wright Patman. The MPFL here at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance. And Dudley, do you think we'll get Flo out on the boat? Flo from Progressive, you think there's a chance of that at any point?
I think I might skip out on this and go visit her if she is. If I disappear,
big Flo fan, I like it.
If I disappear, it might be trying to get her the autograph.
Okay, I like it.
Just looking a little bit, this isn't going to be a tournament where he's just sitting in one spot. All the highlights, he's not moving. Like, look how many flips he's made just in one spot, you know. And
it's really breaking down a small area. Because to somebody just looking at this from home, right, it's a ton of bushes. It looks like you could just take off on the trolling motor, but there are going to be key areas within those bushes that are better than others. There we go.
that lure didn't go down a foot. I don't know how deep he's fishing, but as soon as it hit the water, he pegged
Cool
it.
time. Hopefully I can cull. Yeah, I need to cull that number 4, 1.50. I don't know this is gonna make it, but you know what? We're gonna see what she got here. Yeah, she's still okay. 1.64. So I'm culling number 4.
So Donnie, right now unofficially on our Way Live leaderboard, sitting in 4th place, but that's, of course, he's making another cull right here, so that's probably going to bump him up a little bit more.
I'm not going to change my weight on the thing because it was only by a few ounces.
I appreciate Donnie is saying he's not gonna update it because he doesn't want to throw us for a loop because it wasn't a big cull. Because at the meeting yesterday, Dudley, I got to talk to him about the Weight Live app. Hey guys, we need you to use this so we can know what you got in the boat.
But looking at the unofficial leaderboard, there's already been a 7, which is probably on the light side, and we already got 1 over 5 coming in there already, and we're just starting the day. So, what do you think, Luke? Let's throw some. I smoked your butt on the chicken wing bet last time. We got to get something going. Now
are we going chicken wings in Texas, or are we going barbecue? What's this going to be?
I don't know. I think we need to go for. Let's go for this fried green tomatoes.
Okay.
All right. So we got a 7, Luke. We got to get something going. So
I'm going 9 pounds 4 ounces. That's my final answer for fried green tomato bet.
Can I?
That right, Patman, Dudley.
Can I call in a lifeline on this one?
No,
Get a little hit.
Because we're fishing so shallow, is the presentation of the bait when it hits the water. Like a diver, you know, when you want that perfect dive, you want no splash, very little noise. Same thing here. Now, if you're throwing past the target, bring it back, no big deal. But when you're trying to get at the base of a tree, you need to try to make as soft as inches as possible because they're fishing shallow, and these fish are there. They can be spooky.
he could not be the phenomenal tip right there. You know, it's just like somebody walking up behind you, clapping their hands. It's going to startle you a little bit, right? You know, it's going to startle you.
And this lake is fishing small. We're hearing that's another big headline of the week. 110 guys. They're all pretty much fishing a lot of the same areas.
I lost count of my bites, but I haven't lost a fish. So that's what? So that's seven, yeah. So that's eight bites. Eight bites, 5 fish,
and
1 broke, and 2 are lost in the stuff. There you go. That's right. Actually, no, 9 because I called one.
I'm going for the fried, just to get this out there. The fried green tomato bet is 8 pounds 6 ounces, and you are at what?
I'm at 9.4. If we don't see a 9-pounder in Texas, I'm just going to go ahead and say I'll be disappointed. So, Lonnie having a pretty good morning, talking about his overall hookup.
Dang. Amazing,
This is not going to help us.
I'm a live addict.
Sorry, guy. Sorry. Here you go. Thank you for playing. Now go tell great grandma that a dirty old fisherman, nasty old fisherman hooked you, and you want some revenge. Because I'd like to have a chat with her.
He's begging for the family to come in.
Show her off.
I mean, parents are protective.
I promise you, we'll put her back.
Big time.
Luke's I'm such a live addict. And again, he has not moved his butt. I don't know how far he's went down the bank, but to me, I would be highlighting all the obvious stuff.
And I turned back and I flipped it backwards in a different angle and caught another fish. So that's going to be key about this thing this weekend. Is a lot of it's going to be about angles. And as the fishing pressure increases even more, these fish are going to suck tighter and tighter to this cover. So, like on one of the podcasts, it's going to be advantage to the angler that's a good flipper, can hit his targets, can get that presentation where it needs to be.
Going over to River Lee. It's our first look at River. I got to meet River down at Eufaula and talked with him a little bit yesterday. Young angler, came up through the high school ranks, then college. He's actually a guide down on Sam Rayburn. Oh, boy.
God dang, it's a big one.
That's awesome. His heart rate is going 1,000 miles.
Oh.
It's a big one.
It's a big one, dude.
Dang. Yeah. 8-4.
Catching them fried green tomatoes.
Looked like it may have been
My
his
drag
first
was
one,
messed
though.
up.
Listen, if this
God,
doesn't get
dog,
you
I like
fired up.
Got her out. 4 more of them. We get that on camera?
Of course, our Way Live app, we keep up all day long with these guys, but it's very, very unofficial until they get them back to the drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. And you saw right there, River, he didn't actually weigh that fish, so he's going to guess it, how big it was, and then throw it on. And knowing most fishermen, he'll probably say it was about a 3-pounder, but I'd say he's wrong.
Mm-hmm. I think it was 8-4.
Gets me fired up right there.
Of course, all of these anglers will be back here in the city of Texarkana to
I gotta turn around.
show their fish off at the drive-through weigh-in, 3:30 p.m. Central Time with Al McCullough. It's going to be a good time. Going to be a lot of big bass coming across the stage if this day continues.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't no telling.
Of course, you can keep up with the Way Live app here on tnpfl.com. It's under the unofficial leaderboard, but it's going to show you every angler's estimated big bass, their total weight, number of fish caught all day long. And as they update their Way Live apps, which they are required to do, some of them don't do it as much as they should, which frustrates Dudley and I. But you can find that on tnpfl.com. And if you'd like to interact with Dudley and I, get on TNPFL, the number 1 on Twitter, and you can tell us exactly what you think about what's going down here at Wright Patman, the NPFL presented by Progressive Insurance.
We do read those comments, and it's fun looking at what comes across.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Dang, amazing.
On that round.
Now, oh my gosh.
Back to Donnie O'Neill, who is going to have bass thumb by the end of the day, Dudley, or by 9 a.m.
And this is the problem on day 3 about catching these fish, because day 3 could be crucial, and you're going to want these fish right here. So I got a 164. That's a 164. Let me double check. No, it's a 172. Well, we got a cold. Number 4 again.
Of course, all of these guys, he's weighing that fish. He's looking to cull. All of our anglers are looking for that fully loaded live well this week so they can take home that $50,000 check at the end of the week. The beautiful MPFL trophy, and, of course, those valuable Progressive Angler of the Year points towards the end of the year.
Ain't
Donnie
much,
off
but you know
to
what?
a solid start this morning.
Every little bit helps.
And,
Every little bit counts.
looking.
This, and more than likely, this tournament is going to be won by ounces. No, I'm not retying that one because of where that one got bit. I wasn't into junk. Like I said, I gave it an opportunity to fool me once. Of course, that's not the word I usually use, but fooled me the first time, but not the second time. I won that battle. We just need some big girls. Gotta have some big girls.
One interesting thing, Luke, right now that I'm looking as we're watching him, he is definitely on a point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's fishing bushes, he hasn't moved the boat hardly any at all. He talked about flipping at different angles. He has figured out a migratory route along those bushes, and that's why he is able to sit there in one general area. It's not a thing of what he's doing. It's not a thing of him just going down the bank fishing. He is very specific. Look at that. He is very specifically fishing that point. You cannot get any better description than that. And that is a spot that's going to continue to reload. And he's just sitting there. It's no different, Luke. You know it. It's no different than fishing a point off the shore, right? All he's doing is doing it up shallow in some bushes, and those fish are going to reload.
Typically, you'll have a shad spawn in the morning and in the evening. And they like to spawn on hard surfaces. But when they don't have anything else, they'll spawn on this wood.
Donnie not wasting a lot of time with his bait, Dudley. Sometimes no, he's not. He's
not
fishing
moving
pretty
much,
quick.
right?
This week, his shallow
Just a
water
few.
anchors, particularly power pole, because you don't know how you're going to be fishing. If you're going to be fishing with the wind or in the wind, and it's good to anchor down, be still, don't have to use your trolling motor, and fish your area really good, really clean. Hit every nook and cranny without him moving out of trusting trolling motor. Because the less you touch that trolling motor, the better. There should be one on this point right here. Hope it's a big one. A big largemouth. I'm going to clarify that. Big largemouth. Because if I say big fish, I'll catch a drum or a catfish or even a grinnell. Fished the championship on Rayburn, and my mom on day 2, she was praying. She said, "Oh dear Lord, let me catch a big fish." Well, she caught a big fish, and it was a drum. It was an 8-pound drum. I said, "Mom, if you're gonna make a prayer, you need to be a little more specific." And it was we had to check in, I think, at 2:15. It was 1:43, and she reclarified if she caught that drum. She goes, "Dear Lord, please let me catch a largemouth bass." And at 1:43, she hooked an 8-3 day 2 of championship for catch couples. And not only was it her personal best, but it propelled us up to win that championship, me and my mom. It was an awesome experience. You know, you don't get an opportunity to fish with your parents like that, your mom and dad. I fished with them, fish tournament with my dad, fish tournament with my mom. My mom loves it. Dad loves it.
Good stuff right there from Donnie. Fishing is a family sport, and winning a tournament with his mom. Now I know, Dudley, you come from a fishing family. I come from a fishing family. You spent more time with your dad fishing. Legendary, Mr. James Dudley. But what about your mom? You ever win a tournament with her?
Nope, never fished a tournament with her, but her support was like me winning a tournament. She supported me from 5 years old to where I'm at now. She's my number one fan.
For a guy with ADD like myself, 'cause it's like shiny objects everywhere.
Now bringing you guys a little 4-on-4 action right here.
There's stuff going on everywhere.
John Policini, Pug Clements, Jake Chauncey, and Donnie O'Neill. Now, I'm going to be honest, I know all 4 of these guys, and there will be a struggle to see who can talk the most out of this 4-box right here.
Yes, I will agree.
And Pug will give them a run for their money. Donnie O'Neill hooked up. That prayer working.
Come on, baby. Come on. That's a big girl. Come on, stay down. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Boom, baby. Yeah. I told you there was one there, didn't I?
Donnie.
Still sitting in the 15-yard stretch.
That's a freaking cool right there. Yes.
Now, I don't know if it's against the rules to call on divine intervention, but we heard Donnie saying he was praying specifically for a big bass, and then we saw it. So these other guys might want to get on the program.
They're missing out. We're missing a good show, boys.
Yes, Donnie, you are live, son, in full effect.
$4.13.
We'll go 5.02. All right. So which one we getting rid of? We can get rid of number 4.
5-pounder for Donnie O'Neill.
172.
It's a big call.
Again, though, amazing how patient he's being in that one set of trees right there. Amazing.
There you go, boys.
I'll be honest. I probably would have passed over.
Right there.
You know.
You can just hear it. You can hear his heart beating through his jersey right there on that microphone. Donnie having himself an awesome first few hours here at Wright Patman.
I don't know which one. Well, we'll do that one.
He's
so
out of breath.
And we go, how do you do this?
See, because I yelled at him about the way live out. Now he feels
he heard you.
He feels obligated.
He's like, "Dadgummit, Luke."
That's what I'm talking about. Right there. All right.
That 15-2 unofficially is going to move him way up that way live leaderboard app.
This is what we're talking about. You're good.
Of course, unofficial
is we are going to be coming up on each other all 3 days, and it's just going to happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's all how you handle it. Now, on day 3, Championship Sunday, I would ask him. I said, "Okay, where you sitting at? If he's sitting in second place, I'm sitting in 50th. I'm gonna give away. I'm gonna let him have it because he's got a chance to win. I'm not going to get in his way. That's just courtesy. I've done that multiple times. He's got opportunity, so I don't want to stand in his way of not being able to win a tournament. You got him, day, bud? I'm calling. It's been a good morning so far. See, I've had what? That's 10. I think it was it 10 bites? No, 11. 11 bites. Lost 2. Broke 1 off. All right, you too, bud. Good luck to you. We'll check you out. Wait, what time you check in? All right, same here. What boat number? Hey, I'm 84. Good luck to you, bud. Which way you headed? All right.
Donnie may be the most honest fisherman in our field. Sharing water with another competitor and like, hey, this is where they're biting.
Right?
Don't see that a lot, Dudley.
No, do not.
I get it.
But I.
All right, boys.
But we are going to see a lot of
I'm gonna sit
guys
down, I'm gonna
fishing close to
retie.
each other.
Regroup after that catch.
There is a lot of
Right back up 'cause
unwritten
I
rules.
wanna make sure I
Yes.
fish the rest of the areas.
That was a very
And,
classy
you know,
move we
kinda
just saw right there, and I'm not sure who the other competitor was. I couldn't tell by the wrap.
I'm kicking up mud everywhere back here.
But yes, for sure, a lot of unwritten rules in fishing. And
it's actually like 4 foot high.
You've been at the game long enough, you're going to come across.
Yeah.
Getting our first look
Yeah,
here
it's
at
like
James
4 foot
Biggs, who
over
is
summer
one
pool.
of the most accomplished anglers in our field. Very successful tournament angler. Texas boy. Cut his teeth in Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Missouri. Just really, really good. Hooked up
Oh,
now.
gosh. That was a big one. Maybe I rushed him. That was my bad. That was a 4-pounder. Okay. I don't really feel, I don't know, he was coming right to me. But once again, did not eat the bait good. Seems to be the name of the game today. They're just not eating it. I mean, I've lost 15 pounds of fish already today. But if I keep casting, keep getting bit, we got a long day, and 5 of those will end up in the boat. But I'd like to have caught that one. But you see, as all this is dropping, I'm not surprised it pulled him out to this outer edge that's just a little deeper.
Looks like he has his percentages right now, Luke, are not
like we opened the show with. It's going to be
Not feel the bite at all
a
either.
factor.
Super soft.
the super. Luke, you know, the super soft bites, they're aggressive bites to me. The one he's already got it, choked it, got it in his mouth. He ain't. I mean, he's
gone.
He gone. The ones that peck at it, they're the ones thinking, I don't know if that's maybe.
Is it a cheeseburger?
Right.
Is it?
But the ones that are like, dunk, yep, I got it, dude. They are
Seems like this
aggressive.
particular creek, every
the ones
fish
that
bit me was a good one. When I got a bite in here, there was no little ones.
Think about it. When we're eating something that we're unfamiliar with, do we just throw it in our mouth and just we peck at it a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Put it
Not
on.
everything's a delicious fried green tomato that you're going to owe me at the end of this week. It's a terrible bet, by the way. A fried green tomato? Really?
Are you conceding to that already?
Well, I just like chicken wings a heck of a lot better.
Well, we could do each day.
Okay. So today's a fried green tomato. Back to our 4 box. We've got Jake Chauncey, Pug Clements, John Policini, and our man of the hour so far, Donnie O'Neill. Donnie interrupted this 4-way party a little earlier with a 5-pounder. Let's see if he can do it again.
So again, guys, if you're just joining, Donnie has come and you see that lay down tree. He's still fishing that one clump of trees, which is a point. It looks to be a point, but amazing, that he's reading it like an offshore, like an offshore point or underwater point or something. It truly is a point of trees, and seeing what I see with Donnie already, there's no surprise he's got 11 bites in one set of trees already.
A lot of talk about falling water, so it's probably pulling those fish to that. In this 4-box right now, we've got Jake Chauncey, who is a local. He told me he's lived in Texarkana here for about 10 years. But we've got some oddballs here with Pug being a Santee Cooper, South Carolina guy, but a big fish specialist. And then John Policini, our lone Mississippi angler in the 4-box right now. They're surrounded, though, by Texas fishermen
but just
on day one here at MPFL Live.
Just saying those two states means shallow water,
That's
shallow
right.
water,
That's
shallow
right.
water expert, shallow water expert.
Guys, it don't take but 2 seconds to pick that bait up, throw it in your boat. Save our resources for future generations to come. It's not difficult. When you go fill up with gas, boat up with gas, take your trash out, throw it in the trash can. It's not difficult.
I'm just going to go ahead and call Donnie's my man.
Yeah,
Donnie's he's my man crush early here on day one at Wright Patman.
I am with
He's
you.
speaking
all
the
way.
truth to other
Yes.
anglers. He's picking up litter, and he's catching them.
Yes. All right, I'm predicting he get ready to stroke one right there. Look at that little nipple right there, that little point.
Just right on the point there.
The point is better.
That's right, just right on the point, Dudley. Now he has moved a little bit down the bank there, away from his little point. Probably just right around the side, I'm guessing.
10 yards away,
Yeah.
probably.
He couldn't have gone far. He's power poling down for several minutes at a time. That was something Donnie said earlier that, and I know you get this question a lot, Dudley. People ask you, what are those things on the back of your boat when you're at a gas station? That's one of the number one things I get. And power pole, the shallow water anchors have just really changed, especially shallow water fishing, but fishing in general, because like Donnie said earlier, you can slow down, pick these areas apart without running the trolling motor and spooking the fish, because a lot of times when you hit that trolling motor, you do spook, a super shallow fish. These fish are in a foot of water or less, so you can put those poles down in the dirt and sit there and just slowly pick that area apart. Crucial equipment.
I think one of the greatest analogies that I've ever thought of is that, think about this. If a bass can feel a crawdad 5 yards away and feel the vibrations of a crawdad, you think he can't feel a 20-foot bass boat and all the technology clicking around him? So, yes, trolling motors are our advantage, but power poles are just as much of an advantage. And there hasn't been many in my career that I could say game changers in fishing. One is a bladed bait, right?
Yes.
Bladed jig. And one is a power pole. Like the power
For
poles,
sure.
like just game changers in the fishing industry.
Gonna see a lot of guys working those those power poles this week at Wright Patman. Dudley, it's been an action-packed first few minutes of live here from Wright Patman, the NPFL, presented by Progressive
What's that noise?
Insurance. And
Say, man, is my
like you
pole-
said, you're a live addict. I'm a live addict. We are fortunate to get to bring you 3 days, 21 hours between the live drive-through weigh-ins, the live fishing coverage here at the NPFL, and we can only do that because we have great partners and sponsors that make this all possible, and we appreciate each and every one of you watching, and we appreciate those sponsors very much. So we are going to take a look at how we pay the bills, and we will see you guys back for more NPFL Live very soon.
My name is Jake Chauncey. I'm from Texarkana, Texas. My history with Wright Patman, I live here, so I fish it pretty regular. Right now they're in all phases. You can catch them pre or post. Well, everybody that's from around here knows you can catch them on a spinnerbait on Wright Patman. Anything flipping, any kind of a bug style bait, and then the topwater buds for sure. I feel like it could take anywhere from 60 to 66. There'll be a couple, if not more, over 9-pounders that are weighed in. The wind here on my home lake would be, everything I could dream of. Once I found out that it was going to be here on my home water, I knew it was a huge advantage for me, just because of the knowledge that I have of the lake. It would mean everything to me to be able to come back home and win. Hey, girl. Oh!
So who do we have here?
This is my daughter, JC Joe, and Mama's going to kill us if she's on the computer or on TV looking like she does.
Is Daddy going to win this tournament? How big is the fish he's going to catch?
10-pounder.
Show me with your hands. How big? That big? All right.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result? A vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
For all intents and purposes, there should be a fish right here.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
are back with more MPFL Live. And I got to say, right there, big thank you to Fully Loaded. In that last commercial, Dudley, getting to see the man, the myth, the legend, Brad Fuller, dropping knowledge about Fully Loaded. Brad, of course, one of the owners of MPFL and our tournament director, who's making, some going to have to make some tough calls this week, potentially, weather-wise. We'll get into that more as the day goes on. Some inclement weather moving into the Texarkana area tomorrow, which could shorten our event. Fingers crossed it doesn't. We heard that in the opening of the show with John's hookup, soak-up, talking about that a little bit. Definitely goes into your plan. But, Dudley, how do you plan for that when you don't actually know what could happen? I mean, we all have 15 weather apps on our phone. If you're a fisherman, we're basically amateur meteorologists, every single one of us. So you know what's coming. We can see it. But it will be up to the tournament staff to make that call on whether or not the guys can get out on the water safely tomorrow with the weather that we have coming our way.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call with Brad, but either whatever he decides to do, it's going to be the safest, route to go for sure. And as anglers, you're always going to be playing the weather. Weather is an hour-by-hour thing, much less a day in advance. Weather is bipolar. We'll agree with that, right? It's
right.
Absolutely bipolar.
Especially in April.
In April, yeah. And you don't know what it's going to bring. You just basically, or whatever cards are dealt you deal with them the best that you can. And, these guys, I'm sure they're going to be looking at that and saying, hey, I've been catching them flipping. If we get that weather tomorrow, Luke, it could be a spinner bait, a bladed jig day. It could turn into a buzz bait, frog day. All these anglers are going to have every weapon available to them in that boat, and just knowing when to use what weapon at what time is what's going to separate the top anglers from the average anglers, and it's going to be interesting. Now, we got a root ball, guys. If you can look over his shoulder.
Lonnie O'Neill hooked up. A familiar sight on MPFL Live this morning.
And I just going to tell you again, there was a point right there, Luke. A point of trees.
Just another point, Dudley.
It's just a point with the root ball on the point.
Right on the very end of the trees there. Yes, indeed. Donnie, another upgrade looks like for Donnie O'Neill. Of course, Donnie's going to do what I told him. He's going to update that Way Live app so we can get accurate information from the guys, which helps us cover the event, obviously, Dudley, and updates that unofficial leaderboard.
I forgot to message my girl because man, shame on me. I always message her to let her know how many fish I've been so caught up. Got 5 and culling.
The girl he's referring to is Luke Duncan.
So much caught up in excitement, I forgot to message
Check
her.
my phone.
A little ritual we got going on.
Donnie's texting me right now.
Kind of lets her kind of be involved, Yeah, because
I'll be honest. I don't know why he's sending me heart eye emojis.
I can keep the update, but hey, she knows where I stand now. Now, fortunately, I won't message her for the rest of the day. Usually I call her at 5, but I'm not sure about the rules if I'm allowed to call someone. So I just leave it at that right there, and I'll check the rules later. Because in the other tournaments, I'll call her, say, hey, hun, I got 5, and I'm ready to call. So we're slowly creeping up. you know where that fish was? Right where I told you, in the root of that tree right there. And I pitched right up there.
He's in that root ball.
3. Nice, close.
Here we go, over to Michael Yoder, the local favorite coming into this event, hands down. Fish number 3 going into that live well.
It's a stud, too. I don't know what his other 2 are.
Michael definitely has more experience on this lake than any other angler in our field. Feeling the pressure a little bit. We're talking to him. You know, that local pressure can definitely come creeping in, sit on your shoulders like an 800-pound gorilla, to say the least, because you want to perform.
But all I do all day is work on everybody else's boats, you know what I mean?
Talked to Mike yesterday, and, you know, he was a little bit concerned, you know, about this tournament. He was excited when he found out it did come to the lake, to his home lake. But truly, when you have a lake, Luke, that floods and it evens the playing field. And, you know,
extreme conditions.
Now, guaranteed, Mike would be your hands-down favorite. Like, Mike's going to win, you know, be top 5, no doubt. But when you even the playing field back out, it
Look right here. Now we've got a spinnerbait fish with John Policini, our first look.
I hear
John.
some jewelry flinging around in the boat there.
Look at the front deck of John's boat. Now he is in.
I barely got that one.
In the cover. First look at John, a Mississippi boy. Here
No, that ain't right.
on day 1 at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance.
I'm going to have to say, Luke, I'm a little shocked we haven't seen as any more fish catches on. That was our first look at
moving bait.
A moving bait.
Yeah.
Typically, and I'm just saying typically, when you have this many flooded conditions, that you can take a moving bait and cover a lot more water and cover, you know, and get a lot more aggressive fish. But we're not seeing that this morning. It's interesting to me. And it seems to have the conditions cloudy, something they're not going to be able to get a good look at it.
Now, something you see with John here, something he was telling me, he actually came to this event with a 17-foot express aluminum boat. So he's not fishing out of his glass boat. He's got this little sneaky, smaller rig with him so he can get up in some of the shallower places up the river, up in the bushes, and you can see the front deck's covered in limbs because he's getting up in the trees.
For sure.
You can tell this is John's wheelhouse right here. Watch him cast, a backhanded cast in here, spinnerbaiting. This is a shallow water angler, a good caster. This is their dream. You know, this kind of tournament, this kind of setup. A lot of times in the offshore game, you don't have to be that accurate, right? Like,
no.
You just don't. And now you come into this close combat, I like to call it, close combat in these trees, these willows, these bushes. You got to put it in the right spot to get bit, or you'll stay hung all day long, which is frustrating as all get out.
One thing, fishing shallow cover like this, Luke, gets a lot more complicated because you always have that fear of getting hung up, right? You just mentioned it. You always have that fear of. So what will happen a lot of times when people get in a lot of cover like this, they will fish a lure faster because they're worried about getting hung up as much. So the art, it's like you're truly finessing your lure all day long. It's like trying to throw curveballs, you know, to the left corner of the plate every cast, you know, or even though they can make some casts, I think a lot of time anglers aren't fishing their lure properly. Even when they make a good cast, there's still that fear factor of, I don't want to get hung up, I'm going to lose my bait deep inside of there, and they bypass a lot of fish. Just people don't understand. A lot of times I've explained that when you have to learn how to fish, your lure. And just casting and winding, Luke, that's not fishing. It's really not. Like casting and winding a lure, that's not fishing. You have to take the mindset that there's a bass following your lure on every cast, and you're about to get bit is what I like to do. But, you know, you could definitely tell he's in his wheelhouse. He's just wedging himself. Look at that. Pulled his trolling motor up, wedged in, and he's getting
pulled in there.
Yeah, but he sees
extra effort.
Yeah, but he's seeing something, and that's the difference. He sees something that is very special and more, and he's taking a lot more effort to get there. Now, looking at the unofficial leaderboard, we have now entered our first 20-pound bag.
We have.
How many 20-pound bags do you think is going to come up there? And
5.
And
I think we're going to see 5 today.
And seeing Keith Carson's name at the top, no surprise.
It's going to be a lot of bigs weighed in at the drive-through weigh-in, 3:30 p.m. here in Texarkana with Al McCullough. We are seeing some amazing stuff come across this morning.
A lot of the big fish that are always caught come during the middle of the day, you know, not necessarily first thing in the morning, but these big fish, I don't know if it's just because they need that sun up so they can see, their eyesight may go a little bit more. Hey, I need to see a little bit. I can't. I need my bifocals to see that spinnerbait.
Because they're so old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs to be a little bit brighter.
Bug-eyed.
My man has wedged it in.
Good
flipped
stuff,
it.
man.
See, I'm learning just watching this guy fish myself. Watching what he does. And Mississippi guy.
Multiple casts.
Mm-hmm.
Different angles to the same piece of cover.
I don't know. Should have been one there.
See, that's amazing. He knew something was very, very special about that setup. Looking at it, looks like a lay down tree. Anytime you have flooded conditions, I'm gonna give some goods out here, Luke. I'm gonna give a little bit of goods.
Okay, the double D.
So if you
a little bass take breakdown in it, baby. Okay, I like it.
If you look over his shoulder right there, you see that lay down tree that's sitting perpendicular in the water. When you have everything vertical, and then all of a sudden you have a tree that sits, perpendicular to the water, that's like a magnet to fish. And if I had to guess, Luke, his eyesight on that log was right there.
All right, so it's been an action-packed morning. We're going to take a look back at all of these Wright Patman anglers we've got in our 10 live cameras today. Some highlights brought to you by Progressive Insurance, of course. Progressive also sponsoring our Angler of the Year race. And these guys are out here trying to catch fish for those valuable points, the trophy, and a $50,000 check at the end of this week. Let's take a look at what has gone on so far this morning on Wright Patman. Beautiful start to the morning. Donnie O'Neill got on it quick this morning.
There you go, boys. Yes. That's what I'm talking about right there. Right there, boys. Need 5 of those. It was a fish, isn't it?
Donnie caught 11 or 12 bass, he said, right there within probably 25 yards of each other.
Come on.
Look at that perpendicular
Boom, baby,
tree
yeah.
that he's got. Big boy alpha.
I told you it was going there, didn't I?
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh. Oh.
Some more bling clanging around this morning.
Perpendicular.
Michael Yoder. back over live to James Biggs right now. We saw lose a big one earlier, which Dudley, we've talked and we'll talk over the next couple of days a lot about the fact that that will decide this tournament. Who can fish the most clean? It's almost impossible flipping these bushes to fish perfectly clean. Like you said, you have to almost settle for the fact that you're only going to get 70% of your fish in.
Mm-hmm. Looking at this, position my man is in here, of course, when you have this much cover, you're going to take every advantage that you're getting. So if you're wondering why he is on his knees, every time I see knees, I'm always thinking of Paul Elias, right?
Yeah.
The kneel and reel, but this is a situation where he is actually on his knees because of the cover that he's around. Now, you're going to hit different areas of the lake where the cover may not have as much overhanging, but just being able to get his lure back where he wants it, my man has chose to get on his knees.
And where other anglers might not reach. It's all about, a lot of these guys are fishing the very crowded areas. We've seen that this morning already. So anything to give you an advantage, maybe a different angle than another MPFL pro.
When you got $50,000 on the line, Luke, would you get on your knees?
Yeah, I'd be praying. I might be crying. I might be begging. I don't know. A lot of things for $50,000.
Absolutely. Interesting, though, is looking at where he's at and, just reading the cover that's around him. It looks to me like he's got to be close to a creek channel right there, just the way the setup is. And despite what everybody thinks, Luke, and when you are in a flooded conditions, fish still use migratory routes. They don't just like to flounder around everywhere. And I can tell already that he is definitely in an area where, say, a creek channel is swinging, coming up on a point, right? We've seen that play a role for sure.
Biggs is very efficient at picking apart this cover. Moving a little quicker, though. You notice that than Donnie O'Neill earlier. Fishing pretty quick, covering water.
Mm-hmm.
Back over to River Lee, who last time we went to him shook a bush.
Oh, he shook that one out of his condo pretty quick.
I didn't know that was key.
Imagine being
We
in
don't
your
want them.
wheelhouse.
I want his mama.
In your kitchen, like David Dudley likes to
hit
say.
the kitchen.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Man, imagine being in your
Good
wheelhouse
sign,
in
though.
the kitchen, and next thing you know, you are in another
Just
atmosphere.
flying through the air.
What the hell? Just like taking off.
I never caught a fish that small in practice.
Like an out-of-body experience for
Yeah.
a bass.
I can hear him going down there talking to his buddies. There was a dude up there.
Do not do that.
He put me on something.
Her mama might be up there, though.
or his
A
girlfriend.
lot of talk this morning about moms and grandmas.
But
of course, the females in fishing are always the biggest, so we're always wanting mama.
My man, he's
didn't
got
want
an
his
A+
brother.
on the hook set. Come on.
I want the
That
girlfriend.
is not mama.
Would you call that a fully loaded hook set? Doesn't it? I
That
think
fully loaded.
Fully loaded hook
I
set.
mean, the whole experience was in that fully loaded hook set. Absolutely.
Gonna go get a look now. Take a look at Jake Chauncey, who's one of our locals here in the Texarkana area. Born and raised in Texas, but he told me yesterday, Dudley, he is just Texarkana local for 10 years here, but does consider Wright Patman his home lake.
He was fairly confident yesterday when I spoke to him on the phone, and it's interesting to hear everybody's outtake, of course, when we were talking to him, and he made mention that he had something a little bit going, and hopefully he's going to be able to pull that through here for us and explain a little bit of that.
Talking to Jake, and he was explaining to me last night that he has 5 kids. He's a blended family, the Brady Bunch, which I do too. So me and Jake, we hit it off. I'm like, hey, man, I know all about that life. So 5 kids that are sitting at home right now or at school watching him going, hey, man, we want you to bring home $50,000 in a trophy. So no pressure, Jake. None whatsoever. Jake had a really good practice from what he was telling us last night, Dudley. And as far as shaking fish off, he was one of the guys. You have a contingency of guys in practice that catch a lot of fish, that actually hook fish. Then you have guys that will fish hookless in hopes of coming back to catch those fish. And Jake said he only landed 3 bass in practice. That's all he actually set the hook on, but he got tons of bites, shook a lot of fish off. So hopefully we'll get to see Jake swing on several big bass today here at Wright Patman, MPFL, presented by Progressive Insurance. So far, he's not doing what he said he was going to do, though, Dudley.
Right.
I would like to point that out.
Yes,
I would like to point that out.
I did not want to expand on it. He kind of put us tight-lipped on some things.
Has a unique pattern.
Yeah,
we're not seeing it yet.
Right. Now, how many was that for him? How many does he have, Jake?
I'm going to be mad at him if he's not updating that Waylive app like he should.
Do we have a?
We've seen him catch a couple on live, but I don't think he has updated his app. Yeah, maybe he has. Hang on. Of course, with the Waylive app, everything is unofficial. We have Jake Chauncey with 1 fish unofficially.
Okay.
58th place right now. Everything is unofficial until 3:30 p.m. when the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough starts. Of course, all the bass will be released healthy back into Wright Patman Lake thanks to some TH Marine G-Juice, the official fish care provider of the National Professional Fishing League. All these anglers do an incredible job taking care of every bass they catch. Chauncey just working this shallow cover. We're so fortunate to get to watch this, Dudley, and we are because we have amazing sponsors. So it's time to pay the bills, take a little break, and we will be back with more NPFL Live.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to MPFL Live and a look at our local favorite, Michael Yoder, headed into this tournament, and nobody in our field, Dudley, we've said it, and we will say it again many times today, knows this body of water like this man right here.
Just
very experienced.
Look how high his trolling motor is jacked up. My man is in some skinny, skinny water. He's everybody has talked about him. I'll say it again. Everybody has talked about him coming to this event. And, flooded conditions, I don't care if it's your home lake or where it's at. It pretty much evens the playing field out. Would you not agree?
Yeah, any kind of extreme condition, I feel like, definitely takes away a little bit of a local advantage. But now we've got the water receding. It's falling a little bit. It is falling slow. But it is falling, and you got to feel like he has seen this lake in a lot of tight situations over the years. When it gets flooded and it starts to fall back out, you know that Mike knows that. He knows where to be when it goes down.
Absolutely. He was telling me about, of course we all have areas of our home lake that we like to fish, and he's got definitely some areas he likes to fish, and he was mentioning how they were just blown out, blown out. And we had 2 weeks ago or something like that, a car. What happened? A car went off of the
dam.
Yeah. And got caught up
Tragic
in the gate.
accident.
Yep.
Yes.
And that's what had caused this flooding conditions to happen. And
they couldn't release water.
They had to get the people out, and just tragedy all the way around. And so he was telling me that a lot of, because of the tragedy, a lot of his areas had gotten blown out, and he'll make some adjustments. Of course, he's going to make the right adjustments, but it could fall out enough to where when he makes an adjustment, it's liable to be lights out.
Could be a big adjustment. Of course, we've seen Michael. He's got 3 for 8.5 pounds right now, unofficially on the Way Live leaderboard. Got him in 26th place unofficially. Over to my man Pug, Clements, South Carolina. Santee Cooper, fisherman, and Dudley, looking at all these bushes and trees, and that's got that Santee Cooper feel to it, doesn't it?
And really, it's got the Santee Cooper watercolor.
Yes.
Look how just, I mean, it looks just like Santee Cooper. You know he's feeling at home. Not sure what he's lures in his hand, but darn if he ain't making that thing break dance and jiggle and jive and
Jurassic
Swim
Park.
jig.
probably doing the Alabama
Alabama
dance.
shake. Yeah, Pug told me last night that he was definitely going to be skipping a swim jig around. Was also going to be flipping, but was going to be covering water. That's what we're seeing here. Covering a lot of water. Back to the man of the morning so far on our NPFL live coverage, Donnie O'Neal, who has had plenty of hook sets this morning.
I'm going to say he's sitting on a point right here, and he's going to get bit. Man, look at that willow.
Donnie unofficially right now on our Way Live leaderboard app in 3rd place for the morning. So we've got a front row seat to that. He has been busy with that flipping stick, to say the very least, this morning.
So if your comm's not working, our audio's working then, right? All right. Yeah, for them to hear. Okay, good. Just them communicating to you questions to ask or whatever.
Hey, Donnie needs to worry about fishing and not about the production. We got the production on our side,
Hey,
Donnie. A little behind the scenes
I
there.
just pretend I'm live all the time.
Thank you, Donnie.
Hope I brought the audience some action.
Because Dudley and I
know we
forget
had
we're
some
live
action early.
sometimes. Yeah.
Before we went live at 8 o'clock.
My man's got bibs on, sweatshirt, long sleeve shirt on, a hat, but he's got flip flops.
The toes are exposed.
The toes are exposed. I don't get that. Let me dress every piece of my body up.
I want to give them their great grandma.
Let me leave my toes the furthest point from your heart. Let me leave that exposed. Eat that for your breakfast, toes.
Yeah. I want to let them all go. With some
Of course,
some
it's in the low 40s this morning in blast off. I don't want any part of that.
No. But let me dress up everything else on my body, but not my toes.
Oh, come on, O'Neal.
Can we say Donnie has the toughest toes on tour?
Make it good.
Can you say that 3 times fast, Dudley?
Donnie? No.
Toughest toes on tour. Can you do that?
No.
Okay.
I'm not even going to
Just making sure.
That'll show my grade level right there.
I went to county school as well, so I'm not going to attempt that.
Little.
Oh. He come up and got it, but guess what?
What?
I didn't stick him, so guess what? He's still there. So I'll fish around for him. I don't know how big he was.
You see,
hard to tell.
See Donnie power pulling down.
But I was just
gives
about
him the
to pop
ability
over
to
that
throw
limb.
back on that fish.
Now see, that guy just came through here with spinnerbait, missed. You know, I just don't think it's spinnerbait. I mean, you'll catch your share of fish, but I just don't think that you're gonna get as many bites. Okay. All right. So here's the deal on that one. I know exactly what that was. That was a buck bass. How do I know? Because when I put over the limb, little bitty fry was jumping out the water. So when that one hit, guess what? he took my bait. So
Dudley, we're getting a bass tank breakdown.
that does tell me that
from
it's
our
a buck
third place
bass.
angler, Donnie O'Neill,
And
right there.
They're hitting it
And-
just to try to get it away from the fry.
I really think that it's good stuff right there from Donnie, talking about an angler went through this area with a moving bait, and we've seen Donnie moving at a snail's pace this morning. He picks up those poles, moves a little bit, drops them back down, and flips. So he was talking about a buck bass there, Dudley. So do you think that a lot of these fish he's actually targeting are spawning, they're on the bed? Kind of give us a bass tank breakdown of what you're seeing Donnie do to get himself in third place this morning.
Yeah, we've seen Donnie do a lot of things. One thing you already mentioned is fishing slow. When you have fish in all three stages, which means you're going to have some pre. I think we're a lot further along in the spawn, so you're still going to have some spawning. Just as Laid mentioned there, you're going to have some fish that are still guarding fry. We've already heard Labe mention to the shad spawn. Anytime you have a shad spawn going on, that's the later side of a spawn. That is a telltale sign that the spawn is on the back side of it. So, yes, hearing him talk about that bass in particular, guarding the fry, yes, without a shadow of a doubt. Now, what you're going to have to do during this time of year is, yes, you could choose to use a spinnerbait. You're going to have different baits that are targeting different fish in different phases. He has chosen to, and he laid mention to a guy coming through there with spinnerbait. Now, Luke, we've already seen the bling bling blades come into play. We've seen a couple nice fish get caught on a spinnerbait. That fish is a fish that was done early. They're already way past the garden, the fry. They're into the latter part of the spawn. That's where the spinnerbait's going to come back into play. Anytime you're at this time of the year, you're going to want to fish a lot slower when the majority of them are doing their spawn activity. But after the spawn activity is typically when your moving baits are going to start playing a lot bigger role. They're going to be chasing a lot more instead of protection. So Bass Tank Breakdown is saying, I think they're about over the hump of the spawn. We're entering the latter part of the spawn, and I think that's what's going to be a big player.
Just a combination of things going on, phases of the spawn here at Wright Patman. Good stuff from Double D. And when Double D speaks, ladies and gentlemen, you better listen. He's won a lot of money with a rod and reel over the years, especially around the spawn. You're a spawn guy.
I like any time of year.
And man, Donnie he does just pick this stuff apart.
He's moving that bait, though,
Pretty quick.
He's
Yeah, pretty
fishing
quick.
slow.
Slow but fast.
Yeah.
Looks like a creature bait.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Dudley, looking at this unofficial leaderboard, we have had some fireworks near the top this morning, and an angler that we were anticipating at the first of the year seeing fireworks from, and at Eufaula he had those on the last day. He ended up in 13th place there, had a rough first day, but unofficially right now we got Keith Carson in the lead unofficially with 27 pounds 10 ounces, an estimated 7-pound big bass. And looking in number 2 spot there, Nick Provanizak, another angler that we had in our top 10. And speaking of Keith Carson, looks like we were doing a little work and moving some cameras around, and we have got to catch up with the man of the hour, Keith Carson, sitting on top by a big margin right now, unofficially. Keith Carson, MPFL Live.
My man is at work.
That's too big.
One of the best shallow water anglers in the country.
Oh, man, hit that stick. That was a bad pitch.
Tell us about your morning, how you been doing?
Well, you know, I first was running across the lake, got to my first spot, and I noticed that the water's probably dropped like a foot just since the last day of practice. So I immediately scratched everything that I thought was going to be good, and just started running what I felt I should be running. And my first flip, I lost one, and my third flip, I caught like a 7. And I probably had like, I don't know, 16, 18 pounds in the first 15, 20 minutes. And I just caught a 5 and a 7 in the last 10 minutes. And I am just hauling, moving as fast as I can. These big ones are, it's setting up perfect, you know, and so I got all day just to catch like 2 8s. I need like two 8 to 10s, and you know, I think I should be able to catch somewhere in the mid 30s. So, you know, oh come on. So you know, just hoping. I know I'm gonna get more big bites. I just hope they're like over 7. My smallest I think right now is like 3.5, and then my second smallest is like 5. So one more 5 would be okay, but I'd prefer it to be giants because I know they live here.
And that's what we call a shot of adrenaline and confidence right there.
Yes. And now all the other anglers are not allowed to watch live as the event's unfolding, but can you imagine if you had to listen to that and you were a guy in about 40th place right now? I'd just go home and cry. It's like, yeah, I'm hoping for a mid-30s bag. Keith Carson, one of the most humble guys in our sport, and an absolute phenomenal angler. Florida fisherman. We're going to see a lot of Keith this year on MPFL Live. But off to an amazing start at day 1 here at Wright Patman. And basically saying he needs a cup, keeping, you know, that big bait in his hand.
This type of fishing is like,
of course, he's
really
got 5 bass right now, unofficially.
You have to make precise pitches.
27-10.
Exactly what you want to, or you're not going to get bit.
Unofficially has a 7-pounder, which would give him that big bite challenge, big bass right now, which I said was going to be 9-4 for the event. Keith said he just needs a couple 8 to 10s.
Yeah, I think if I get a few 8 to 10s, I'll be okay. Dude, you're okay.
Buddy, you're okay right now.
Yeah.
I got
Dudley,
a tree around
you're
the corner.
The veteran.
And in practice, I shook one off that was like 10. And I've already hit it twice and I haven't had a bite this morning. So that fish must have pulled out somewhere else. So I'll be looking for her all
What are you
day
seeing
today.
from Keith right here, though?
We've done seen snail pace, right?
Yes.
This morning to an incredible fast pace. You know, it's almost like he's doing swim jig technique, but with flipping.
Yes.
Right? He's not letting it go to the bottom. He's not letting it. Interesting outlook on what he's doing. You see him pumping his arms. I've never really associated that movement with flipping, but it's basically a swimming. It's a swimming movement.
Very
out.
interesting.
Yes. And he's really just letting it get down to say, "Hey guys, here's a lure. Come get it." You know,
wanting that reaction bite.
Yeah,
And
it's like
clearly it's working this
It's like talking them out of it. Like, here it is. Okay, come get it. All right, here it is. Come get it. Right there it is. One pump. Come get it. Come get it. See? Watch. Here it is. Let it go down. Okay, you see it? All right, now come get it. Come get it. Come get it. You know? That could almost sound like an Instagram reel. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it.
I hope somebody's recording, screen grabbing that right now to make you TikTok famous, though.
There you go. I see it. And come get it. Come get it.
Of course, David Dudley, huge with the TikTok crowd.
I get addicted to those reels, man. That's my decommit.
I had a couple
impression.
this morning that I missed, and they knocked slack in my line. Like they hit it so hard. It's like got my heart racing. There is giants in this lake, and I don't want to catch a couple. Ooh, that was a bad pitch.
Shame on you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You
Shame on
made
you,
one
most
bad
accurate
pitch.
man in the field.
Put your pole down.
Yeah.
2-minute
Yeah.
penalty.
Yeah. Keith is a shallow water magician.
He ain't made too many bad casts this morning.
In his
sitting
life.
With, sitting with 27 pounds in the live well.
There's been some decent casts in there. I'm nervous for him. Like, I'm all amped up right now. He starts talking about 8 and 10s. You already see what he's got in the box. He clearly knows what he's talking about. And Keith is no stranger to big bass. Living in Florida, he weighs a lot of big stringers in. So when he tells you something's an 8 to 10 pounder, you can take it to the bank.
Now he is. You got to understand now. Him and the official John Cox are
Unofficial
John Cox are very good friends and have fished a lot of time spent a lot of time together. And we, I don't know who's taught more to who, but Keith is definitely an incredible fisherman. I got to spend some time with him at the World Championship. He was actually on the USA team this past year in Canada, so I got to have some time around him, and just the way his mind works and the way he thinks is
very unique in how he approaches the sport of bass fishing. And a look at our Big Bite Challenge unofficial top 10 anglers right now. Keith Carson, Nick Pravanizak, Donnie O'Neill, Scotty Valines, Taylor Watkins, David Hoheisel, Hunter Denmark, Ross Rhodes, Jeff Dobson, and Jeff Fitz rounding out that top. A big difference, though, unofficially, Dave, between first place unofficially 27-10 and 10th place unofficially 12 pounds. Big gap there.
And my man's talking like there's going to be even
some more fireworks.
Well, if I get an 8, like I should be get an 8 or a 10 by the end of the day and get rid of the 5 little 5-pounder I got in there. We'll be okay.
But I would like to add, though, with this potential looming weather tomorrow, he's trying to stack up as much weight as he can. That's in the back of Keith's mind hearing him talk. Stack up as much weight on day 1, because when it becomes a 2-day event, if that's the case, becomes a 2-day event, Showdown Saturday becomes that much more important. And if you're on top, obviously you go out boat number 1 on the last day with a chance to win $50,000 in the trophy. So these guys are thinking, hey, we might as well catch as many as we can today and see where the chips fall. Let the tournament staff decide for us tomorrow what's going to happen with this weather, and let the chips fall where they will on Showdown Saturday.
It will definitely weather.
And I'm trying to save it because it's stuff that no one's gonna fish. They're just like little teeny one-fish spots, and so I'm trying to with my game plan, trying to save stuff for the next day, or it's possible we could have a short day tomorrow because of storms, and I'm trying to save that. So like, say we only got 3 hours or something, maybe I'll be able to catch over 15 or 20 or something in a couple hours again. I got such a big head start right now. I'm trying to catch some giants like in places I've never been, so I'm gonna run through this stretch real quick again. I lost a big one here about 30 minutes ago.
Good stuff right there from Keith
I
Carson. But a guy that was going to be my guy coming into today, and still is my man from South Carolina, Pug Clements. And it could be because he has a Tennessee Vol-colored wrap.
I think it's got a little bit to do with it.
sure Pug is not a Tennessee fan, being from South Carolina, but go Vols anyways. Swimming that jig.
Very obvious the sound of braid.
Yes.
There's no denying the sound of braid. And again, you see different things. And one thing I want to point out is look how far off he's respecting that cover,
Wow,
right?
you won't do
We've
that.
seen people tight, right? Keith Carson's tight. We're looking at him. He's staying what I would consider, right, a cast, a decent little cast off of the tree line. And I was humbled in the last few
Well, what
weeks
deal
in
with
the
that one?
tournaments that I was in, watching some live footage of fish being caught, and just my mind wrecked about the respect that I had for fish, and then watching fish get caught in a very tight quarters. I kind of been eating crow the last couple weeks on that, but I just think it's interesting how far we see him versus Keith. Now, here's the thing that's going to hold fish tighter, is that when you are in the spawn, they're not going to leave that area and they're going to hold tight. After the spawn, they're a little bit more apt to spook because they're not in protection mode.
Our first look at Josh McDermott, our lone Indiana angler in the 10 camera cut today. Having some trouble hearing Josh out there, but looks like he's a river rat. Talking to Josh, he loves to fish shallow. So Wright Patman certainly in his wheelhouse. See him adding the TH Marine Conservation coil clip to that fish to make culling easier. Looks like his first fish of the day for Josh McDermott.
The weather just it just has that look to it, like the that you should be able to take a moving bait and just cover a lot of water.
This pressure's changing. The front is coming.
Falling water is always going to congregate them, right? I feel, right? And whether that's down a bank line, we always want to think of falling water is going to push bass to school up in different areas. And
back over to James Biggs. We saw lose a really good fish early this morning. James, one of our many Texas anglers in the field. Seen him this morning really covering a lot of water efficiently, flipping, pitching. Just every shot our amazing MPFL live cameramen are getting are just bass fishing heaven in the background, man. Just any second you feel like these guys are going to catch one.
That's a good one.
Like James Biggs. Not saying I'm a prophet.
I think I got a good hook in that one. He's not that big. But I'll take him. That's how they're supposed to eat it. All right, so all I'm doing is just pitching this little Guggen craw. And what I found is in practice they were a little further out that way. Today it seems like even though the water's dropping, they push back further in these little cuts. So I'm just gonna keep on looking back here in these little pockets and see if I can't find them. This isn't but a 2-pound buck bass. It's nothing to write home about, but until I get 5, I'll be sure glad to have them. number 3. And he sounds angry in the live well. One thing I'm doing too with these plastics is, you hear that? I got a rattle in there for these bedding fish.
Good tip from James.
Okay. How's it going? Wearing them out?
Good stuff
Huh?
from James Biggs right there.
4?
Dirty water, fishing bed
No,
and
I'm not
fish.
doing any good.
You know, a
I've
lot of
lost
spawning
my
fish
fish
around the
yet.
shallow cover, adding that rattle.
And I've lost 15 pounds.
Good
of fish.
stuff. And
Yep.
you hear him say right there, has lost a lot of fish. We were lucky to get to see all of it go down from the fish catches to the losses, thanks to our fine sponsors. And we're going to get a look at those right now. Time to pay the bills. And we will be back with more MPFL Live.
The ones I'm losing are 4s.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I've found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
To thank our sponsors and thank you all for watching MPFL Live. Back live on the water with Donnie O'Neill, who has had more hook sets this morning than he hasn't. Plenty of hook sets from Donnie O'Neill. Out on Wright, Patman, one of the fishiest lakes I've ever seen. It's beautiful.
Seems like every pitch or everywhere you look, it could be a bass.
Talk about the tackle. Other than 25-pound fluorocarbon, power tackle 970, PowerPoint ride.
Only like 3 or so. Dang it. Oh, that one's peeing. That's the buck.
Up. Cut.
So see this?
We cut Donnie O'Neill
See that
short
little bit
to
there?
bring you this Keith
That's the
Carson
buck.
update.
Only the males.
The
do
man
that.
of the day.
So I don't think this fish will call. Let's see here. Look at. Okay, this is my. The other one that's in there is like a 7. Yeah, this one's bigger. That's my smallest. So that's my smallest. Well, how big do you think that one is? Like almost 4, 3.5. Yeah. So he didn't do nothing.
Yeah, Keith, we're going with that.
Look at that one. Yeah. That one's like a. Check these out. Look at all these. I got a cold float on like a 6 there.
Getting a look at what I would call a fully loaded live well, Dudley.
Fully loaded live well for sure. Of the goods.
Okay, they're alive and well. So my smallest is like 3.5 or so. So that's cool. Keep moving. Let's keep moving. That's
One thing just listening to him, he evidently went to some of his first stuff this morning. It didn't pan out. He's like, so I just went down the lake and saw something that looked right, and I caught 15, 16 pounds.
Fishing on instinct.
Yeah, fishing on instinct. And he's got stuff in reserve. He's got the game book written to day 3.
No doubt about it.
He has got the game book written. And I feel that what he's doing right now is just playing.
I really want to stick like a
Really,
10.
truly, he's playing.
I want big bass. That thing pays.
Keith talking about our big bite challenge. Big bass, which at Eufaula paid a little shy of $5,000 to the one and not only John Cox. Take a look now over at another Texas angler from Hemp Hill down at Toledo Bend, Daryl Lyons.
Fish sticks. They don't eat very well.
Met Daryl a time or two, and he's not somebody I'm going to arm wrestle. Just going to throw that out there, Dudley.
Interesting with looking at him. He's been our first look at a bank. You know
Actual bank line,
right?
Yes.
You're not looking 100 yards deep into behind the bushes. He is in an area where you actually have a bank line in behind him, and that of course anytime you have flooded conditions, that's one of the things you're going to look for is somewhere where they can't go back in there as deep, but again, a lot of the myth in fishing is that these fish, when we got flooded conditions, they go way back in there to where we can't reach them. I'm just going to tell you from 27 years, they don't really like to go places they don't feel as comfortable with. They feel like they could get lost back in there themselves. And a lot of these fish will still stay at the old bank line, the old tree line. They'll just suspend and hang out where they're comfortable at, where they know the original line is at. But right now, he has definitely got them to where they're back, where they can't get. My man coming in with the welding glasses right there. He is a welder.
What are those?
I have no idea. I might want me a pair by the end of the day.
Here's the deal, though. I like them. I'm not going to tell Daryl that we didn't, that we had anything negative to say about the glasses because he kind of looks like a pirate.
Yeah. I don't think I would argue with my man about anything. He's probably got paws that would wrap around my neck and crack it.
bear paws, for sure. Anybody from Hemp Hill, Texas, Toledo Bend area, one of the toughest lakes in the country, one of the best lakes in the country, knows a thing or two about bass fishing. And we're saying knows a little bit about fashion, too, today. I'm going to be sure to point Daryl your way at the drive-through weigh-in this afternoon, Dudley. If he gets in and his family says, hey, they were giving you a hard time on live, I'm going to be like, it was all Dudley.
I'm going to say they, meaning Luke Duncan, was talking about his
Fat
glasses.
Cat. Well,
Yeah.
Fat Cat got to run in his mouth. We couldn't stop him.
That'd be correct.
Go take it up with him, Daryl.
Yeah. Looking up ahead of him right now, I mean, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but you can see that tree that's broken off there, and that is like, you always want to look for a pattern within a pattern. I know that sounds weird, right? A pattern within a pattern, but you always want to key in on certain things, look in that much detail to find out truly why fish are doing what they're doing. And anytime you have something different like that, is always going to be a high percentage spot. Now, whether he catches one here in a minute or two, I don't know, but
you get a lot of vertical trees in those areas you're talking about. This is horizontal, comes out, makes a point.
Right.
Just jumps out a little bit at you.
Yep. And
right on that point.
And the fish see that too, right? They do. The fish that are migrating up and down that bank, you know, they're swimming, head looks the same. Dang, look at this. Like, this is something different, right? And they just may stop and hold on it for 30 minutes. You don't know. But
great staging spot, though, because we're in all three phases of the spawn here, from pre all the way to post spawn.
This actually fell towards the bank line, so the root ball is actually.
We had an angler tell us last night, David Gaston, that root balls are the key to life here at Wright, Patman, and we've seen a little bit of that this morning.
Yes.
David putting us on the juice.
But a root ball from California to Virginia.
You pointed that out to him
It's
last
going
night.
to be a good high percentage spot.
They're working hard this morning. Like the other 109 anglers that are trying to track down Keith Carson right now, who is absolutely putting on a clinic on Wright Patman this morning, to say the very least. Unofficially, with 27 pounds, 10 ounces this morning. Got to get a look over at Josh McDermott, our Indiana angler, surrounded by Texans.
When you put it on their head. You know the difference between opening their mouth and closing their mouth.
Little different watercolor here for Josh. Dudley, you noticing that?
Mm-hmm. He's in a flatter part of the lake because it goes deep and you can see through the tree lines what's happening.
It's a lot dirtier in here, but Josh is definitely a shallow water fan, to say the least.
And what I have learned over the years is that dirty water doesn't shy me away like it used to. You know, dirty water, I was pretty much the angler that would be like, okay, where's the cleanest part of the lake? That's where I'm going. Now I've geared myself actually to where dirty water, I'm learning a little bit more about it. It's weird when you say I'm learning when I've been at the game 27 years, but I'm still learning, of course. And yes, for sure, seeing different color waters.
you think sometimes those bass in the dirtier water are easier to catch because they're less, they're less spooky at times?
I do, but I think there are fewer fish that are in dirty water. The population of fish more of a population of bass live in cleaner water. But the problem is that in dirty water, there's lesser population of fish, but typically they're already, like by the time you get to March or April, they've already been caught 3 or 4 times because they do bite a little bit easier. So it's kind of a catch-22. Not as many fish. Do they bite quicker and easier? Yep, they do. But once you get in March and April, they're pretty much educated.
They've been picked off.
Yeah.
Points. Still not real comfortable. I got the going.
Well, Dudley, as we come up on the 10 o'clock hour here at this first day at Wright Patman, it's been an exciting morning so far. Of course, the NPFL Wright Patman presented by Progressive Insurance, and going to take a look back, I believe, here at some of the action we've seen this morning. Lots of hook sets, lots of close combat fishing. Highlights, of course, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We're going to try to get Flo in studio this week. We're working on that. Dudley really wants that to happen.
That would be awesome.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of Donnie O'Neal unofficially in third place.
Come here, baby.
Our highlight reel.
Mentioning he probably shook that bass off.
Daryl Lyons.
Dang, look at that cover.
Great camera work. Our NPFL Live camera pros. Of course, our local favorite.
Local favorite here.
Michael Yoder.
Got him. Stay on, baby. Oh, it's not
Our
that big.
unofficial leader, Keith Carson, sitting with 27 pounds, 10 ounces unofficially.
Only the males do that. So
that fish did not help him. He's looking for 8 to 10 pounders now.
Yeah.
Much to the depression of the rest of the field.
And confident about it, too.
Yes, very confident. Donnie O'Neal, who's had an amazing morning as well. Sitting unofficially with 16 pounds, 6 ounces. As we said earlier, Dudley, Lonnie O'Neal fishing fast but slow at the same time.
And yet you have another angler who's fishing fast and fast.
Very fast.
Yeah.
Burning down the trolling motor batteries.
Rock Knight Steampunk. And they are actually polarized glass.
My man.
I told you how much they were, though. Then everybody just think I was cheap. Because I am.
Back over to Daryl.
No, actually, you can get them on rocknight.com. Cost you $15 a pair. So you can buy like 7 pair. And then you won't have to worry about if you scratch them or lose them. You know, a lot of times on our guide trips, we'll have kids on there. And if they don't have glasses or something, and they just really like it or having a birthday or something, we'll just give them to them. You know, it's just part of what we do, getting kids in the outdoors.
I know, Double D, you've got a birthday coming up.
Make them enjoy
Daryl
themselves.
to maybe hook you up with some of those glasses.
Hey, when he comes to the weigh-in, I'm going to go put $15 in his hand.
Earlier about River Lee, who's fishing this tournament today. I took him and his dad on his first guide trip, so you know, it just goes to show if you treat people right and go out and have a good time, you never know what they might take from it or decide to go do because of it. You go out and act a butt, they won't never want to go back. Motor up back there. There we go.
Daryl talking,
All
he guides on Rayburn and he
I'm
guides
gonna
on
start
Toledo Bend, and he actually took one of our other anglers we're covering today, River Lee, and his dad on a guide trip years ago when River first started bass fishing. Kind of got him fired up about the sport of pro fishing, and now they're both competing against each other.
These fish have got some attitude now.
Very
Almost
cool.
like a falcon type fish. They're just mad at the world. And I like it. Combat fishing. Thick cover, heavy rod, 20-pound Yo-Zuri fluorocarbon. Yes, sir.
Calling Daryl my guy right now, Dudley. He said combat fishing. I didn't pay him to say that. Close combat, battling these mean Wright Patman bass.
He did mention the falcon bass. I don't know if you've ever been there, but those are a different breed. I don't know if the
what's in the water down there
the
at Falcon Lake?
fertilizer that they use to fertilize certain plants down there, get into that lake and just grow them big, but they are like just incredible, like on steroids. He was not kidding.
I just need a couple of those giants that I saw in practice. I will be feeling really good.
Daryl Lyons talking about River Lee. And that's what's so cool about this sport, Dudley, is that, you know, you get an opportunity to pass it on sometimes. And like Daryl was talking there, you never know what will happen. And here we get a look at River Lee, who started his career going on guide trips, learning as much as he could, and he went with Daryl Lyons. Very cool. Now River's a guide himself, passing it on there at Lake Sam Rayburn here in Texas.
Isn't it weird? And I ain't saying weird, but in every sport, Luke, you have coaches, right? Football, basketball, baseball, it doesn't matter. You have in the sport of golf, you have a coach that's going to coach you with your swing. But in the sport of fishing, you know, we're seeing it some now with schools. You're actually having coaches who are coaching high school kids or whatever, but it's really not a sport to where people it's almost like you're secretive about, you know, fishermen can be. I'm speaking majority, not minority, but fishermen can be a little bit tight-lipped on what they learn. But in fishing, I just think it should be a lot more coaches in the world of fishing than there is now. Like people dedicated to coaching people.
And you mean, and at times it gets frowned upon actually getting help,
right?
You know, and it's in a lot of other sports you do have coaches, but in fishing you are kind of expected to do it on your own, figure it out on your own, and it is definitely good at times to have somebody to point you in the right direction, especially when you're younger, learning how to bass fish.
I started probably 4 years ago now. I started not guide trips, but I started offering coaching trips. And it's been, here we go.
River Lee just said, come on in.
And I just want to tell.
Oh, goodness. Fish came off as he boat flipped it. Off the hook.
That was an isolated. What in the world? My man caught that in an isolated point of trees. And when you have falling water, Luke, you know what I'm talking about. They like to pull out to the tips of the points or whatever, and I'm seeing that as the more we watch fish catches, and that's what's awesome about live. The more we watching these fish catches, the more predictable they're getting. Actually, with 10 cameras here,
that's 2.
You heard River mention that fish was actually hooked in the tongue, which is a situation you don't really want to be in. A lot of times bass, they they don't enjoy that very much. But what we're seeing him do here is he's using TH Marine G Juice, which is like Gatorade for fish, Dudley, and it has an anti-coagulant in it. Yes, that is a word that I do know. Hey, listen, I study, but that will actually clot that blood, where that fish is hooked in the tongue, and can actually keep that fish alive, because the goal is to return the resource back to Wright Patman as healthy as we can. So you're going to see a lot of our anglers on camera using that TH Marine G Juice to make sure they bring these bass to the scales alive, the drive-through weigh in. And unofficially,
yes,
River didn't weigh that fish. Head over to John.
She wasn't coming undone either.
Over to John Policini, who has a big one and the coolest steering wheel in the game right now.
And the shirt. Check my shirt.
You want to see, don't
out.
you?
He just won't show us the fish for right now. It's like he's.
That's a fall.
But looks to be about a 5-pounder.
Yeah. What?
John from Mississippi.
Just got to do my thing.
Whoa.
Good one.
That's nice. And tell how skinny it is, but this is the time of year where they lose a lot of weight in what they're doing.
Of course, John's weighing that fish, and every fish, we encourage these guys to update their Weigh Live app. You can keep up with the live leaderboard. See what the guys are catching unofficially on tnpfl.com under the unofficial leaderboard. Looks like we got John's going to be making a call right here.
Well, upgrade.
Nice upgrade.
Poor fish ain't going no way yet.
And a little.
Before that catch there, we had John unofficially in 23rd place. That's going to jump him up several places with a 3.7 unofficially. We're going to see John update that Weigh Live app right now. Make me happy.
It's slower
Brad
than I
Fuller
thought it
happy.
would be. And I think it's probably because, I don't know, the water's a lot lower.
Not the right size.
Back over to Keith Carson, throwing one back that's not going to help him there. Of course, when you have 27 pounds in the live well unofficially, it takes a monster to help that situation out.
I'm going to pitch it right here with you.
I'm going to say
he's
I'm
probably
just gonna make
a
little
here.
light.
Just see if that female's sitting in there. I might have missed the bed.
Oh, gosh.
Something grabbed it.
Oh, gosh.
She might be in there.
Oh, gosh. Uh-oh, Luke.
I'm nervous.
Oh, my heart's pumping. That was John.
Who's
Collins.
calling? I was actually calling him. I apologize, guys. Sorry, I butt dialed Keith right there, guys.
There we go.
I will apologize at our drive-through weigh-in.
Interesting.
3:30 p.m.
How he just went and got that lure loose.
But
as about to say, that was for a hook and a sinker or 50 grand, closer to 50 grand, I think. I was shocked about that.
Oh, man. It's hard to get in there.
So he caught a fish that he thinks is the buck. He threw back in and got a bite, but then he immediately got hung with his lure, had to go in and get it. And you're saying you might not have done that. You might have just cut the line.
No.
Uh-oh.
Dang.
What are you doing?
I'm not saying that
I can
he's
feel
got
it
bad
picking it
luck
up.
right now because of who's with him, but the big cat, Fat Cat Newton, is directly over Keith's shoulders.
That's right.
That might be intimidating, little Keith.
I can
I'm
feel
not
her
sure.
picking it up. I missed her twice. I pitched in there, caught the buck. It was like a 2.5, and pitched back in there, and she hit it, and I missed her. And then I just pitched in there again and missed her again.
Super jealous of
I have
Fat
had
Cat's
some
front row
females
seat
that are
right
just
now.
grabbing it by the tails. I lost a couple big ones already this morning.
I will confess, Luke, that when it is the spawn of the year and I'm in conditions, I typically catch one and keep going, and I've gotten better in the last 2 years of throwing
gotta
back
mark that tree,
and
come back.
fishing for the female afterwards.
Just really slowing down.
Well,
once you acknowledge that maybe you caught a male.
Yes. I
And
don't
so
do
when I
that
come
as
back,
much.
that
I
is-
just
that is
take
an
it like,
exact
okay,
fish
well, that was.
Then I need to
I
make.
got
I'm
that
not
fish.
even gonna really fish the whole, or I will fish the whole tree because it looks awesome. But you know, there's an exact pitch that needs to be made right there to produce that bite. So I just memorize all
Great
that.
stuff from Keith Carson and all of our other MPFL pros so far this morning. And now it's time to pay the bills, Dudley. We're going to take a look at our great sponsors, and we'll see you very soon with more MPFL Live.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
I don't use a bobber stop. I don't like bobber stops. I think they're dumb. They look bad. Down in Florida, you know, you put a bobber stop on it, you get like slime all over it. And it's like, I don't know. I just don't like it. So I just run these pegs, and man, it looks so clean. You know, you don't have to put like a little dot above it or anything. Yep, that one's no good. That's a bad crawl. That one's no good. That's a bad crawl. That one looks good. You only get like 1 or 2 good crawls per pack. And you have to have the perfect crawl to produce that bite. All right, let's see. 212.
Lock it in.
Back over to Pug.
Look, that fish has had a culling ring in its mouth before, if you can see that. See that hole? So, it's cool. I mean, that just tells you catch and release works. I know you've heard that a million times, but, I mean, it does. It absolutely works. So, it's kind of cool. And now we got these new style, you know, they don't even get the slit in their mouth, so, pretty cool. All right.
That's a good point from Pug right there on those TH Marine conservation coals.
Good deal, baby.
Used to
Good
our
deal.
culling buoys
Old
had
magic tree
stringer
pops
clips
again.
on
In a
them.
minute, it's gonna be a 7-pounder right
Would
there.
tear holes in the fish's mouth.
Thanks everybody for the good luck text. I can't answer back right now. All right, so what we got? That other one was 2-4. Save. And then we had a 2-12. Save. All right, man, 9.5 pounds, and it is 10:20. We got till 4:30 this evening, though. It's going okay right
Pug
now.
updating
People
that weigh
going
live
okay.
out because I got on them at the meeting yesterday, Dudley. I had to bring the hammer down.
Got one we
You
got to
are
get
in
rid of.
their
and
head.
I am, and I'm okay with that.
You are in their
Definitely
head.
got one we got to get rid
That
of.
weigh live lap is just
does
so
measure.
important, man, because you got friends and family and the
gotta
people
catch two
watching
big
on
ones.
live like us. We want to know.
And it makes the game so much more interesting, even with us. And I know you informed them with that, but it just helps us understand how the day is transforming.
That's right. What's going down, and I think that it's so far we've seen a lot go down on Wright Patman, and in my opinion, it's living up to the hype. We heard a lot of big bass talk, you know, throughout the field from practice, a lot of bush flipping talk, and so far it's holding true to that, wouldn't you say?
I would agree. We got a 7-pounder, estimated 7-pounder on the unofficial leaderboard, but I'm going to say it's probably north of 7 pounds. You heard Keith talk about, you know, maybe if I can finish it up with an 8 and a 10. We're in Texas, so yes, the chance of a big one coming in is definitely going to be there. Anytime, any lake, anywhere you are in the country, when you factor in a big fish like that, I don't care where you're at, it's always going to shift the leaderboard. You're going to see that there here this week, and you're going to hear the broken record of shoulda, coulda, woulda, butta.
A lot of lost fish already this morning. And something, you're talking about that big fish. You get a guy, we got Nick Provanizak unofficially in second place with 18 pounds. He catches a couple of those 7 to 8 pounders living Wright Patman. It's all of a sudden, it's not just the Keith show. Right now, Keith unofficially has about a 9-pound lead. But Nick drops a couple of those bombs. It changes things. Donnie O'Neill, who we've seen get a lot of bites this morning, his biggest about a 5-pounder. He catches a couple of those. So I think that it's anybody's ball game still on Wright Patman. I mean, Keith Carson is a big bass specialist, and hearing him say how many bass over 8 pounds live in this lake's full of giants, that we could see some fireworks between now and Showdown Saturday, to say the very least, here at Wright Patman.
For sure. You know, Keith Lade mentioned his first fish was a 7, but then he was consistent. And I've said the more times you set the hook, the better chances you're going to have. And then he went, back-to-back, a 5-pounder and 7-pounder within 5 minutes. Took him to the 27-pound mark. We got Nick sitting in second place. And really, I mean, when you're in Florida, I'm not going to count anybody out of the top 10.
No,
right? I mean, think about it. You're there. Yes, by looking at the weight right now, of course it looks like he's blowing it out. But no, sir. That top 10 has anybody has.
I would like to point out, Dudley, that we're also in Texas and not Florida.
Oh, did I say Florida? I meant to say
but our next event is at the Harris Chain in Florida. And a Florida angler who is a local at the Harris Chain is leading. So I'm sure that's what you mean. And in Texas, big bass around every corner. They grow them big in Florida, but they definitely grow them big here. The city of Texarkana, this little hidden gem, there's never been a professional bass fishing event here on Wright Patman. and we are here. So something that I'm finding a little interesting today, going through the Way Live app, our man from down at Eufaula, Hook Up, Soak Up. Yeah, he was our guy. Yeah, I was man crushing.
How did I know that
the entire time we were at Eufaula, and he talking to him yesterday, struggling. This is not his deal. Very rough practice. Was very frustrated, and unofficially right now have him in about 20th place. He comes into this deal as the Progressive Angler of the Year leader after one event, of course. That will all shake up as we go through the year. But having a tough morning. What do you make of that?
Well, what I love about him is that he is as honest as they get. When he says, "Look, this ain't my deal," that's when you're not punting, right? So you're a scrapper, you're a fighter. You're going to do what it takes to keep that pace of Angler of the Year. Him sitting in 25th place somewhere on the unofficial leaderboard, dude, that just shows how much of a fighter he is. He knows he's in a weak spot in his fishing element right now. This is not his game, but to see him sitting in 25th place out of 110 anglers, that's very impressive. And you can see where his goal, everybody's goal typically is to be Angler of the Year, but to see his focus back and seeing him sitting in 25th place is a great place to be in. Maybe not the top 10 right now. It's still early, and it's still early to talk about angling. Let's get on. It's still early to talk about.
Day one of the second event.
Right, but
in a 6 events season.
Yes, but to see where him out admitting, I'm out of my element, this is where I'm at, and to see what he's doing now is good.
And somebody we're watching in their element very clearly, Mr. Donnie O'Neill from Texas. Going to put another one on the scales here. See if it helps him out.
It's just a matter of time when he going to set that
hook.
No
doubt.
You can't keep setting that hook and not landing.
That
He's
gets
already
rid of
he
the
mentioned he lost 2.
That was number 5. 352.
Is that an abacus? You know the thing that you saw?
Kind of looks like
5.
it's like that.
That's very complicated to me.
Yeah.
Number 5. Right
Everybody's got a way of keeping up with how to
cool,
cull, though,
boys.
because it's very important. Ounces mean money.
That's what I'm talking about.
Great cull. That's going to keep Lonnie solid at the top of our unofficial leaderboard. He's up there in that top 3 right now, unofficially.
All right, now time to log her in. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there he goes.
Time to Luke dunk her in. I'm going to dunk that thing in for Luke Duncan.
All right.
Oh, that's funny.
Man, I got so much stuff going on here. Crap, close all that. 350.
Of course, we're going to take a look at our unofficial live.
Time to make a move.
Way Live app leaderboard here. Everything unofficial until they get to Texarkana. The Way Live unofficial leaderboard. And Dudley, something really cool about Texarkana, you can stand in one spot and be in 2 states, Texas and Arkansas. Obviously what gives it its namesake here in Texarkana. Unofficially, Keith Carson absolutely putting a beat down on everybody right now. 27 pounds, 10 ounces. Nick Pravanizak, one of our top 10 anglers from down at Eufaula, who I would say is unofficially our AOY leader at the moment right now, our progressive AOY. Right. Nick Pravanizak, shallow water angler, great angler in 2nd place. Donnie O'Neill unofficially in 3rd. David Woodard, Scotty Valines, Taylor Watkins. And I'm telling you, man, are you shocked right now, Dudley? With 27-10 on top, and look down there unofficially in 10th place, 13 pounds, 13 ounces.
Well,
it's gone up though from the last unofficial update. It is steadily climbing.
It's creeping up there, and again, fishing a lake that I didn't know much about, just going by what I've learned, by talking to the anglers. I mean, Luke, we're only, and I say only, it's only 10:30.
Hey,
and look at the weights. I mean, we're up in the high mid-teens on most of them, and I think that, we're going to see quite a few 20-pound bags, but a lot of people got a solid start. One crack of the stick, bring in an 8-9 pounder, and you're already up above 20.
very, very early in the day. That last call unofficially put Donnie O'Neill at 18-2, so just an ounce unofficially behind Nick Provanizak. You know,
number-wise, I'm still he is cracking that thing it seems like every 15, 20 minutes. I don't know. Whatever he's doing, you can't pumping those numbers up and not land into a big old female sitting in that bush.
Absolutely. And as I'm actually right now looking down the Way Live leaderboard, and you're starting to see those top 30, top 40 anglers putting limits in the boat. Things are starting to heat up, and a lot of the guys I talked to last night, kind of like when we were at Eufaula, that middle of the day time frame is very crucial.
Don't be looking at my secret weapon now, guys. Unfortunately,
of course,
she ain't
there's
gonna help.
Donnie O'Neill.
Oh, it's another fish.
She's a keeper.
Out here laughing,
but not
kissing
for me.
bass, having a big time. Donnie O'Neill.
I probably wish I had her Saturday.
You know, I'm looking all the way down
Remember I was
to
telling you earlier,
33rd
a lot of
place
it's about angles?
is down
I
up to
just
10
fished through
pounds
this on the other
in
direction.
3 hours in it, you know.
And I didn't get bit.
This lake has got them.
Yes,
you know,
it does.
It's got them. It's got some fish in it, and
Needless to say,
just
when I say I got it dialed in,
We
I got
uncovered a
dialed
little
in, boys.
gym here in the city of Texarkana.
Yes, we did.
There's probably some locals that wish the
Oh,
MPFL had not brought the live cameras to Wright Patman Lake.
I ain't got nothing on me.
Here we are bringing you coverage all the way to 2 p.m.
kicker.
today, leading you up to that 3:30 p.m. drive-through weigh-in here in the city of Texarkana. And it's going to be fun.
Yes, for sure. Incredible stage set up, and thing is, you can come down and meet these anglers. The setup they have is very friendly, fan base friendly, and able to see these big uns in person for sure.
Going to have some live music this weekend too. I'm pretty sure, Dudley.
And there will be
Founders Brewery. Yeah. Not sure. There's a rumor that Green Day could be stopping by, Dudley. Not sure. I'm not sure. Could be Green Day, could be George Strait. We're in Texas. It could go either way. Very rich musical history in the state of Texas.
rumor that a musician of Luke Duncan is already here. Might be playing Biloxi blues
It could happen.
and singing
It could happen.
I mean, they're going to have to shut down the streets of Texarkana if that happens. Bring you in a little bit of Biloxi blues by Luke Duncan.
So I think we're getting delirious because we're watching all these guys catch bass, and we want to be out there so bad that you're talking about me singing. No, there are problems.
The better fluorocarbon instead of the braid in this stuff. Because braid tends
Back over
to
Darrell
cut
Lyons.
down into the bark. And once it does that, then it's stuck. You'll hang up a lot more with braid. Now in grass.
Dudley, I know you're big on TikTok. My kids would refer to
because it actually cuts
Darrell
the
as
grass
having
stalks,
that drip. He is he has the drip going on today. He's got the glasses. He's got the jersey now.
Mm-hmm. He could
A
probably.
lot of
make
guys
some
out there may
awesome
go.
reels.
They don't like kicking bass because it's sticky. Gets on their boat, they can't get it off. That was always the big complaint.
Interesting. Flipping the old.
I'd always hear
Kinda old
Windex
school,
takes
yeah.
that stuff right off.
Old monster. Doing
Windex in a rag.
Andy Morgan style. Pulling the old Andy Morgan flipping plastic out. Or I don't know if he's flipping it, but I'm assuming.
A little crazy water. Can't beat it. There again. Another Texas product. I'm not biased or anything, you know.
I'm just going to throw that out there. He's gotten more plugs in than we have today.
He has.
Darrell is out here working it. I actually just got a text. They sold out of those glasses about an hour ago.
Oh, man. I think that.
I hope they use his discount code so he gets credit for that.
When he comes across stage, I'm gonna get that set of glasses from him. I'm gonna be in the studio. Yo, what? Tomorrow I'm gonna be in the studio with them glasses on.
Yes.
Ooh.
I think that if you just let him know it's your birthday.
If I keep my fingers crossed and tell him, hey, today's my birthday, can I have those glasses?
He said that.
He
said it. We have video evidence of him saying, if it's your birthday, you get free glasses. So I think that also, Dudley, here in Texarkana, something I noticed that has nothing to do with fishing is there's a Chuck E. Cheese across the street. So maybe you get the glasses, you go to Chuck E. Cheese.
Dang. We probably, if we get those glasses, we go party like it's your birthday. Right, Luke?
Yes, I think.
We
may have to when we get fired from MPFL Live.
we going to be putting out some crazy pictures tonight on Instagram.
Yes. Instagram stories will be lit, as they say.
Just yesterday. Oh.
I just want Daryl to catch about a 7-pounder.
He's tight now.
Yes, he is definitely. And like you said earlier, on the actual bank line.
Yeah.
We see guys fishing the flooded stuff, but he's actually on the bank line.
That's old Denny Brower style right there.
Yes. And Daryl from Hemp Hill, Texas, one of the most famous bass fishing areas in this entire country, around Toledo Bend area. Unofficially in 16th place, we've seen Daryl make some culls this morning. So, like we're saying, Dudley, just not far away, 1 5 to 7 pounder away from, being right there in the top 10. So unofficially at 13 pounds, 10 ounces, but his big bass right now is unofficially 3.2 from Daryl Lyons. And his drip. From one Texas angler to another. Back over to River Lee. This was the young man Daryl said he took on a guide trip years ago with his father. Got to know River through the last couple events here in the NPFL, and he is a young man that we're going to hear a lot from in the future of the sport of professional bass fishing. Won a state championship here in Texas in the high school bass fishing tournaments, went to college, had success there. Now finds himself on the NPFL here at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance.
He's being a lot more patient with his, we looked at, then he's working his fast. We look at Keith Carson. He's working his stuff fast, but he's soaking his a little bit longer than most people, which is interesting. Again, you're going to have fish in all stages this time of year, right? You're going to have some in spawn. You're going to have some in the fish that when they get in fry guarding stage, the fish are not necessary. They're not going to be on the bottom. There's nothing for them to protect to be on the bottom. So they're going to be in the upper side of the water column. Every time I hear water column, I'm just going to tell you, I think of Andy Morgan. We were talking one day, and Andy Morgan goes, water column? What the hell's a water column? He keeps hearing it. So every time I hear water column or I say water column, I think of Andy Morgan. But yes, when you are in the spawn, and what I'm trying to explain is this: when they first move up to spawn, the protection is on the bottom. They're not moving. When you get past the spawn and the fry start hatching out, they're going to come in the upper top of the water column. So flipping a bait and letting it go to the bottom is not going to be a defensive bite. It's not going to be a protective bite. You're going to want your bait in the upper part of that tree, and that's where your swim jigs come into play. Your wacky worms come into play. We're watching Keith Carson do his magic, swimming his plastics out and getting them to react to his bait. So I'm going to have to say most of his bites have been spawners. See how he lets it sit, just moved it, right? Watch, see if he does it on this one. Pitch it, gave it slack, let it go to the bottom, just move it. Oh, good. Bam, Luke. Could I have called that?
Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
Luke.
When River swings,
yes,
it's a good one every single time. Not getting as many bites as some of the guys we've watched this morning, but every time River Lee swings the flipping stick, it's a good one.
Never moved it. That fish, I'm going to say, is a spawner. Hit that particular fish was a spawner. River, you acted
more.
like I knew what I was talking about. Thank you.
Then we can worry about getting
Get
big
River
ones.
his
Just get our limit.
third fish. Can hear that adrenaline.
Yeah.
These guys have so much on the line.
Are you Todd? Are you Todd? No. Oh, you look like him.
I'll be honest.
Todd
I don't know what
Thomas?
Todd did to River. He better be glad he wasn't Todd.
Well, y'all have a similar color boat.
My
That's why I was
man.
asking.
Yeah. Call him Fod.
Well, he
Fake
said
Todd,
yesterday he was going to be out
imposter.
here. So, that's why I was asking. What's your name? Nice to meet you, Michael. I'm River.
Not Todd?
Yeah.
Yes,
not
sir. That's
Todd.
me. I guess I've been doing good. I don't know.
Todd, if you're watching tomorrow, River'd like to see you here in this area.
Yeah. He's feeling a little lonely
No, sir,
in
it's
that
just
area
a-
without you.
A little Texas rig. Oh. Are we live? Do you know? We are. Okay.
Yes, River, you are live, and Todd
number
is at
3.
home watching, not watching you on the water.
They've been biting real funny today. I feel like I could have already had a limit, but it's weird. Like, you'll get bit, you'll watch them swim out with it, set the hook, nothing's there. Pull your pinchers off or whatever, and then you'll stick one sometimes, but they're just biting weird. So I guess that front and the falling water's got them messed up or something. Water's fallen like 4 inches, I believe.
It's funny
last
how
day of
everybody's got a
practice.
different opinion.
Absolutely.
We've heard the waters fell a foot.
It's 10:45.
He's like,
and
waters fell 4 inches.
we got 3, and we got plenty of time to get 2 more. Hopefully 2 more, 6 or 7.
Back over to local favorite, Michael Yoder. Oof. It's another one of those fully loaded hook sets, Dudley.
Mm-hmm.
Yoder bringing the thunder.
He had no clue what hit him right there.
Something I noticed, though, another fish that wasn't hooked when it came in the boat. Like they're just barely hooked. That's that spawning deal,
That's
right?
the defensive. Yeah, they're really just trying to threaten the predator. You've probably seen footage of where, just to give you a perceptive of what I'm talking about, where it's almost like giving somebody a check, where you just punch them in their shoulder, just like a check punch. That's all they're doing. They're just like, hey, get out of here. This is my turf. This is where I got my eggs at. It's almost like a check punch or checking it. That's why you're going to have fish miss. You're going to miss a lot of fish. You're going to have hooks. Your fish aren't going to be hooked as good. They're not eating because they're hungry. It's a defensive thing. So, yes, we're going to see that a lot.
We're going to see that play out more and more through the week. And right now, we got to pay some bills so we can keep the lights on here at the MPFL studio. We will see you guys back in a couple minutes for more MPFL Live, Wright Patman Lake.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Back live with Michael Yoder, who with his last fish catch, unofficially on our Way Live leaderboard app, is now in 11th place, just barely out of our top 10. So slow and steady this morning for Michael Yoder, making it count, climbing towards that top 10. The overwhelming local favorite coming into this event from several folks I know in Texas. It was the second this event was announced, his name was just everywhere. Yoder, 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 Yoder will win it, Yoder.
He, of course, we talked about it earlier. The conditions are not making it as favorable for him to do everything that he felt like he could do, coming to his home lake. But seeing him climb up that leaderboard, coming in, is no surprise that he's where he's at now.
Absolutely.
Now he's got a story. He told me on the phone that becoming a professional fisherman has always been in his cards, right? Through some life events and things, he's never been able to pursue that chance. But having this league present itself has given him a chance to pursue something that he has always wanted to do. and that which is of course be able to fish for big checks and
all over the country.
All over the country. Yep.
Michael's fished tournaments in Texas for years. He won a Toyota Series down at Falcon Lake a few years ago, and you know, something interesting, Dudley. We're hearing a lot about big bass. We're going to see some giant big bite, you know, big bass challenge fish weighed this week, but Yoder weighed in a 37-pound limit of bass one time at Falcon Lake to win a Toyota Series, and that's what Keith Carson is trying to do today on Yoder's home lake.
Absolutely.
An insane stringer of fish, though, 37 pounds. So Yoder definitely knows what he needs to be doing to catch bigs.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to ask you a question, Luke. How much, when you do come to a lake, and it doesn't even have to, me and you both have traveled enough to repeat ourselves back on lake. How much do you think confidence plays a role in performance on certain lakes? You know, there's certain lakes that, not many at all, but there's one lake I just can't stand. I can't.
I think we've all got those for sure.
But how much do you think confidence-wise, just being able to have confidence and say, hey, I know I can do something. Do you think that's a big factor?
It's huge, man. It's huge. And at the same time, coming to your local lake like we're seeing with Yoder today, it can also hurt you. You know, people talk about that local jinx because you know too many things about a body of water. It can actually hurt you. Back over to Donnie O'Neill.
It's
unofficially in third place. Just a matter of time before we see him swing on one of those 6 to 8 pounders. I feel like as many bites as we've seen Donnie get. Dudley, you talk about the numbers are key.
Yeah.
Donnie has put on a show for us this morning so far here at Wright Patman. Back over to James Biggs. You know something, Dudley, he's been in the really thick bushes today. We've seen overhangs. We saw him down on his knees skipping.
Yep.
But this right here is a little different look, right? I mean, you're coming in. There's not as much cover in this area.
Yeah, you know that always plays a strategy in flooded conditions. It's just eliminating the targets that they could be at, and these are typically 1 or 2 fish areas. You know, like if you can get in an area where there's not as much cover, of course, that's going to narrow your search down quite a bit. But,
James Biggs hooked up.
He may keep. Maybe. Well,
of course, the bass have to be
we'll
14 inches minimum length here.
See if it measures or not. This would be number 4. I'm going to retie. He'll go. Not a big one, but number 4. It was on just a little bit deeper piece of wood, and by deeper it was a foot deep instead of 8 inches deep on this bank. The water's dropping off of this stuff. These fish were here, and the water is just dropping off their backs. So it has just a teeny bit more water on it. You know, they're liking that stuff right now. These bigger fish
Biggs
have
unofficially in 58th
so
place
today, but
with 3 for 512. Of course, we just saw him at his 4th there, so that's going to move him
keep
up.
Getting bites, I think good things will come.
something that I feel like is critical, and I think, Dudley, you'll definitely agree. You're seeing James do here, retying, fishing this cover, man. You got to make sure everything's status quo.
That's probably one of my biggest weaknesses is not tying. The only time not the only,
Number
but
5, and then
once
when
I
you go to the
break
plate,
off,
start
then I'm
doing
like,
some color.
okay, yeah, I need to retie. But to do it just through thought and process, that's probably one of my weak spots. So seeing him do that there, that's, of course, doing what you're supposed to do. Retie constantly.
Especially in this thick cover like that.
No, the unofficial Alita board, we're still really only have one right now that's 7 pounds. And we're about halfway through the day coming on. That's still.
First flight due in at 2:30, but the last flight due in at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. So lots can happen between now and then. Of course, we're going to be here with you live until 2 p.m. Then you'll have to join us for the 3:30 p.m. drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough to find out what officially goes down here on Wright Patman. A new name to our top 10, Dudley, unofficially, Mr. Derek Blake, East Tennessee angler, former FLW Tour angler, loves to fish shallow water, and unofficially 16.5 pounds for Mr. Blake right now.
How's it going?
Got to check down at Eufaula, so he's gonna, it's really gonna help him in his progressive AOY point standings.
Let me ask you this, Luke. Of course, we're seeing flooded bushes, and I've experienced this a lot. And just because they're bushes, doesn't mean that's where they go, right? Like you got all the bushes. Don't you find it fairly interesting that we haven't seen anybody offshore? We look at Beaver Lake when we've been there in the past, or Kentucky Lake, that, extremely high conditions, but yet still always one offshore. Do you feel it's kind of, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I don't think we have seen a cast today that this is the least amount of bushes we've seen, but he's still flipping. Do you feel that? Do you think that's kind of odd?
Well, I think that, just is a testament to this lake and maybe how it sets up, right? It's a shallow brush-filled lake. The fish, clearly it's dingy water. It seems like that's where they spend a lot of their time. Now, if we were here a month from now, might be totally different. We've had all these cold fronts come through, and I think it's probably keeping these bass shallow. But I would not doubt, though, that a guy like John Hookup Soakup or the Crappie King, Kevin Rogers, some of these offshore guys, that by Showdown Saturday we're going to see something like that. Something that we haven't seen enough of today, you can never get enough of this in your life, is our man Fat Cat Newton, who's out on the water. But before he got out on the water, he ran around the city of Texarkana checking a lot of things out, like Mio Mayo's Cajun food. And the big cat is going to let us know about some of the little spots you can get into here. Texarkana.
Hey there, Fishing World, what's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Texarkana, Texas, here for stop number 2 of the National Professional Fishing League, fishing Wright Patman Lake. If you guys come here to fish, make sure you stop by Mio Mayo's Cajun Cuisine. We just rolled out of there with our guts tight. Had that blackened catfish, some collard greens, them boudin balls, all that good Cajun cooking, baby. Y'all in town, make sure you stop by Mio Mayo's. and tell them Fat Cat sent you, okay? What is the favorite here? What does everybody come here for?
A lot of guys like their catfish and bacon.
Oh yeah?
It's dirty rice with the filet on top and with the etouffee on top of that.
Okay, so that's one of y'all's number ones.
That's a big favorite.
All right, let's try that the catfish.
Do you want a lunch special or the dinner side portion?
I mean, probably dinner.
Do you want to? All right, thank y'all.
Thank you. Have mercy. We gonna dig in or what, Bobby? Look at this boy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, son. I don't know what a lot of this stuff is, but this right here is corn with bacon in it. I'm all about that life. Collard greens, hush puppies, catfish, and looks like real chunky gravy. Ah, that's music to my nose. Blackened catfish. Golly. It's hard to chew it because I'm smiling so much because it tastes so good. Flavor too, boy. Got a little kick on the back end. Mio Mayos, Texarkana. Cold Straight legit. You feel like you're in Louisiana. You feel like you're down there in the bayou. All right, folks, on the water update number 2 here at Wright Patman Lake, Texarkana, Texas, for the National Professional Fishing League stop number 2, presented to you by Progressive. Folks, this has been a crazy morning, man. We were running, gunning, bebopping, and flip-flopping and got the phone call. Hey, Keith Carson is on him. He's cold straight jacking him. So we put the hammer down, southbound, busting the gate, doing 98, looking cool on the stool, trying to find Keith. We find Keith. We put our main man, Wombat, the cameraman, in the boat with him. And Keith puts on a clinic. Keith is killing it. He's 27-10. And so we talked to him a little bit, and he said, Fat Cat, practice out the window. He said, today I'm doing nothing I did in practice. From here on out, it's going to be by the seat of the pants. The water's dropping. I think that's messing with him a little bit, but he's in that thick, nasty stuff. Flipping heavy, braid, and just cold straight chonk, just jamming them. I mean, cold straight jamming them. He said, he thinks he can get 30 pounds. So here's the deal. A lot of times, we all know this guy that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He said 30 pounds all week. It looks like he's on the right track to catch 30 pounds. And to piggyback off of that about what guys talk about, guys say, how many times at a tournament or after the tournament has a guy said, man, I had the one that would have won, but it got off right at the boat, or I lost the 8-pounder, I lost the 9-pounder. We all hear that. Well, today we're seeing it with our own eyes. These guys are fishing this nasty, just mangled up buck brush, and they're trying to get in there deep as they can because that's where the big belly kellies are. And some of these guys are getting their feelings hurt because they can jam the steel. They just can't turn the reel to get them out of there because they're getting hung up in that thick stuff, and the lures are coming out the mouth, right? I got a guy with me right now, Shane Smith. He's our captain today. He's running and gunning all around the lake. He knows this lake like the back of his hand, which is keeping us safe because he's pointing some things out to me today. The water level keeps dropping, and he pointed something out earlier, little nubs about that far coming up out of the water, because one of the things we heard coming to Wright Patman is like, hey, man, you guys got to be real careful about navigating. Not a lot of information on Wright Patman. Channels aren't marked and things of that nature, so if you don't know, you go get your feelings hurt. So he was pointing out with that level dropping, it's getting a little sketchier and sketchier. These guys really have to pay attention because where they were running Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, they might get their feelings hurt today. But Shane, elaborate a little bit on how these guys have to be careful navigating, and then I want to touch on what you were watching Keith do earlier.
Yeah, a lot of these boat lanes aren't clearly marked, and the ones that are marked, when the lake got high, some of the buoys kind of got off the trail. Some of these guys don't have the trails on the lake to really know what's going to be safe and what's not going to be safe. When they were here pre-practicing, the water was 2 to 3 foot higher, so they were running everywhere, and now you're seeing more and more stumps emerge. You know, at the end of the day, we don't want anybody to lose a tournament or break their engine or get hurt because of, you know, running into an obstruction in the water.
Now, we saw some with our own eyes back. I I guess I can get the juice up because Keith's on camera. We had the camera guy in there with him. He was fishing around one of the islands at Rochelle. So it was funny because as he was working it, he flipped over, thought he had a bite, flipped, and then boom, set the hook and got one. Called. It wasn't a keeper, I don't think, or it was, and he called out. Wasn't a good one. So he actually walks to the back of the boat where the camera guy is and flips back over there. He said, I just want to make one more cast back in that bush. Kind of think, because when he held that fish up, he pointed something out on the fish that told him that was a buck bass. So he went to the back of the boat and flipped back over in that bush, and I'm like, okay, he's put on a show. Hey, boom! Hey, spits it out and misses. So we're like, okay, that's all she wrote. Flips over there again and jams steel again. And you just see the rod bow up. You're like, oh, that's Big Belly Kelly. Spit it out again. So he said, okay, I know that fish is definitely on a bed.
All right, guys,
so what
looks
he
like
did,
we're live.
Boop, boop, beep, boop. Hit the waypoint. He said,
Right
I'm
now,
going to let that marinate.
I think
I'll come back in a little while, and I'm going to stick her. So all he's doing is running a gun and bebopping and flip-flopping. And we're seeing guys, it's not just a brush thing. We have guys that are keying in on things in that brush. We have some guys that are running a root ball pattern. We got some guys that are just targeting the trees in the buckbrush. We have guys that are doing different things. And I think that the fish really, in my opinion, aren't as tight to cover as what guys might think because of the overcast, the clarity of the water. So, me personally, I think the fish are all over the place, Shane. Like, give me your input because the guy knows what he's talking about.
Well, the water's falling, okay? A lot of the stuff that looks really sexy, the water way up in the woods, as good as it looks, the water's falling 2 to 4 inches a day. Typically, that's going to bring fish out. That's going to bring them out a little bit deeper. And we're seeing two different real patterns emerge, guys that are pitching and flipping, that are power pole down, that are dissecting every bush, and other guys are just hitting the juice. They're popping, they're sticking, they're moving, they're keeping their bait in the water. And so far, the more aggressive approach seems to be the more productive approach. Would you agree?
Definitely would agree. And I would agree with it. So Shane knows this body of water. It's funny when we're navigating around and Shane's like, I got 2 brush piles over there. Or he's like, see the guy fishing that point over there? He's like, if he would turn around and throw a Carolina rig that way. Like, these little things he knows. And one thing he did say about watching all these guys fishing, he's like, man, I'm surprised we haven't seen more guys throw top water. Can you elaborate on why you would be throwing top water?
The shad spawn normally would be going on, but right now with the cool weather, we're not really going to see much of a shad spawn. But on Wright Patman, most of the year, you can catch fish in less than 3 foot of water. And as dingy as the water is, like he said, as active as the fish are, a frog, a topwater, a buzzbait, a small swim bait are normally really, really big players in these events. We've seen one guy throw a frog for just a few casts. We're seeing a lot of herons on the bank, which tells you there's bait fish present. There's stuff for them to eat. When the water got high, it killed a lot of the green grass and a lot of the leaves that normally the shad are going to spawn on. But these fish ain't going to starve to death. There's plenty of shad in the lake. A lot of the guys thought they would be running more of a topwater pattern in pre-practice, but we had a 36-degree morning, 2 nights ago. So I really thought we would see a few more topwater baits being thrown. But the bottom line is, just like our leader, he's doing what he's good at. He's fishing his strengths. We're seeing other guys throw chatterbaits. We're seeing some guys throw some square bills. But at the end of the day, I still feel like the best bite is ahead of us. What do you think?
Absolutely. Especially if something happens tomorrow and we're not able to fish Friday, which I hope that doesn't happen, I think Saturday really might show out. It's going to give those fish another night to take a break. So Saturday could be big too. Do you think with Keith right now having 27.10, is he going to be able to bump that up before weigh-in today?
He might possibly bump it up 6 to 8 ounces. Right now, in my opinion, Keith really needs to look at fish management. Cullen, we watched him catch 2 fish that weighed over 3 pounds, and he wasn't able to put in the box because he needs a 4-pounder to cull up. Tomorrow or the next day, he may be searching for that 3.5-pounder. In this lake, he's went to 3 or 4 other spots, and there's boats been in his spot, so he's had to leave. Fish management and trying to locate those small areas that are going to contain those larger than average bass. He said he caught his biggest fish in
Luckily,
third
that was
cast.
just a 14-incher.
Said his first cast, he lost a good one. Third cast, he caught a 7-pounder. Tomorrow, there may be a boat sitting on that hole. Tomorrow, there may be 2 boats ahead of him and 2 boats behind him. So, in my opinion, in a one-day tournament, we're going to go and beat on him. We're going to beat the brakes off of him. We're going to pour the coal to him and catch as many as we can. In a 3-day event, he's got to be thinking 27's pretty solid. if I can catch 20 tomorrow and 20 the next day, I'm probably going to win this thing. Don't you? I mean, I don't.
I would, but I'm going to be honest. Keith Carson is a swing for the fences kind of guy. I don't see him letting up on him. That dude is fishing heavy. He's just look good. All he's looking for is hammerheads, it seems like. I do have a question. Luke, what do you think? Would David Dudley be out here skipping that wacky worm all around that spinning rod? What would you be doing, Dudley, right now? Tell us what you would be doing. Folks, appreciate you guys tuning in. Like I said, here we are, Wright, Patman Lake, Texarkana, Texas, at the stop number 2 of the National Professional Fishing League, presented to you by Progressive. We'll catch y'all in a little while.
Put him on the small side with all 5 of them, unfortunately. They're all on the small side right now. Well, feeling a little dangerous.
Microphone.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I used to wear visors, Luke, but when the back of my head got a little thin, I think my man still looked like he's got a full head of hair, but mine got a little thin
Like the
back here, and
NPFL
I said,
visor?
nope, no more visors.
This is a custom-made
Visors
one.
are out.
You should try it sometime.
very custom.
Funny thing
visor
about
there,
that, I got a
guys.
bad habit of cutting the top off of my hats and making visors out of them. And I was fishing, I think it was a BFL All-American. Maybe it was Forrest Wood Cup, I don't remember which one. But Forrest Wood himself walked up to me and asked me why I cut the top off his hat. Why didn't I just go on his website and buy a visor? And I told him I went to the website and they didn't have any visors available. Well, the next thing you know, if you know Forrest Wood, you know, older man, cowboy hat, cowboy boots, he comes bebopping on up to me next day weighing and hands me about 3 visors. And apparently he didn't like this look as much as I do, but that's okay. He's a good man.
Good stuff right there.
All right, so that's 5. We don't have anything really exciting in the
James
box
is pulling
yet.
that off. You know,
We got probably 9
Yeah.
pounds. Nothing. I mean, I've dumped
has some amazing
a 4-pounder
flipping
and a
skills
couple
and
other good
scissor
ones.
skills, Dudley.
But if
Could
nothing
say.
else, what this
Yes,
really
for
does
sure.
for me is it's going to allow me to settle in and go back to some of my big fish areas and really slow down and not be concerned about if I got a limit or not, or if I'm going to catch my limit. The other thing it's going to allow me to do is I'm going to go back further in this creek and make one pass on all this stuff. I got a bunch of bites in here. And then from that point, I'm going to probably start back where I started this morning, where I started losing them, and make a lap on all those big fish areas again. And I'll be way more confident this next go around.
Sounds like he's going to be.
So I just, when I flip,
actually repeating.
unless I'm punching, I just use a typical Palomar knot. I'm throwing 22-pound fluoro, Sunline fluoro, 5/16 ounce weight, and this little Guggen Kraken craw. And if you look at the bottom of my boat, I consolidated like 3 bags of these this morning, and I'm down to 2 in this pack. Luckily, old Robert, if I can get back in my box here, Robert Turkla, the owner, hooked me up. So I still got a lot more catching to do.
Big's giving a shout out right there to Mr. Lunkers TV himself, one of our competitors in PFL and one of the owners of Guggen Baits. Who apparently hooked him up with a pile
There's another one.
of those Kraken crawls.
Going to be more. That's going to play a bigger factor in the whole game. getting that bait in there.
Froze up
Those fish
there
are
with
at.
James Biggs. Some of the cell phone reception is a little tricky out there on Wright Patman, but we are back over on third place angler Donnie O'Neill, unofficially with a little over 18 pounds.
All right, guys. Just put one in the boat. It was a keeper. Didn't help me any. So I was just telling John, I'm fishing behind someone, and just like they said on the round table, accuracy is crucial. So getting in those tight spots where you can make effective pitches, get in there where a lot of anglers can't do. If you're not a flipper, you're gonna have a hard time. Because that's where some of these bites come from, and little nooks and crannies. You got to make the perfect pitch under a bush, over a limb. So there's a lot goes into when you make your flip. As I said earlier, a gentleman by the name of Ray Hanselman, he won 4 FLW events in a row, and one thing he said when fishing Rayburn, when Rayburn was high, he didn't go in there with the mentality to just pitch in there, get the bite, and hope to get the fish out. He would be patient, wait for his shots, wait for his opportunities, wait for that window, pitch back down there. That way he has a better chance, increased chance of getting that fish out. That's exactly what I've been doing today. I've only lost 3 fish today, really. 2 got caught up, and then 1 I broke off. So, but again, we're just looking for that quality bite. And I can't win it the first day, but you sure can lose it. I just want to make sure I'm in contention.
Donnie has done that today. He's put himself in contention.
These trees
unofficially.
Up here like this, these are prime
We've got to see it all go down, and we are thankful for that. And we are thankful for great sponsors, and it's time to pay the bills. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be back with more MPFL Live and big Wright Patman bass.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive, and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Back with MPFL Live and Donnie O'Neill, our unofficial third place angler. And Brad Fuller looking good. Telling you all about Fully Loaded. We want to thank Fully Loaded for being a part of the MPFL. all of our sponsors, like the presenting sponsor Progressive Insurance this week, who are also going to be the title sponsor for our AOY series, the Progressive Angler of the Year, which you know, that race will start heating up going into that third event at Harris Chain. Going to be halfway through the year at that point. That's really when that Angler of the Year points race will start shaping up.
I would like to know a mileage count or how much he has covered today. You know, like Keith was going 679,979 miles an hour. He's probably covered 4 miles of shoreline. We look at him. I feel like he's went 300 yards the whole day. That would be a cool stat to see, because we all hear about that. Oh, I'm just covering turf, but I wonder if there's a way to actually say, hey, no, he truly did fish this much stuff or this far.
And Donnie is definitely fishing slow, taking his time. So some different approaches to the Wright Patman buck brush. Unofficially, we have Donnie at a little over 18 pounds. Of course, we won't know officially until they bring him to the drive-through weigh-in at 3:30 p.m. here in Texarkana. If you're in the area, come see us.
And Luke will sing for you. He will
There's
give
a chance
you the
I might
chorus.
sing. There's a chance that Fat Cat might juggle. We're not sure what Dudley's going to do, but it is always a circus, the three of us. We're going to be set up here, though, at the Hilton Garden Inn and Convention Center, Texarkana. So if you're close, come by and say hello. The weigh-in will start at 3:30 p.m. and run until about 5:30 p.m. See all these big
Couldn't go get that
Wright Patman bass come across the state. Of course, before we get to that drive-through weigh-in, all these anglers are logging in their estimated weights on our Weigh Live app, and you can find the unofficial leaderboard at tnpfl.com under the unofficial leaderboard. Right now, of course, Keith Carson sitting on top of that with 27 pounds, 10 ounces with a 7-pound big bass. Our big bass at the end of this week, the Big Bite Challenge big bass, will pay a hefty bunch of cash to somebody. John Cox down at Eufaula won a little under $5,000 with that.
Cranny. We still live? All right, there you go. So, not a keeper, but he was in there tight to the cover on the backside. Again, got to make that perfect flip. That's crucial in this game. Accuracy
Fishing
counts
is such a
big
game
time.
of precise casting, and he's just emphasizing how detailed fishing is. You can either get it close or you could get it precise, and the reward is precise will always pay big dividends, and he has been very precise today.
Yes, he's very accurate. You can tell this is what Donnie loves to do, this type of fishing. Very confident.
And again, look at all the trees. It just goes to show you how many fish we're probably around that of course, I've had the opportunity. Have you ever been in a boat where they're shocking with the game fisheries?
It's incredible.
Amazing.
Makes you feel like a dummy.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even fish with hooks when you see that,
You get humbled very quick. And he is definitely taking an approach of, I'm going to find out where he's at, and I'm going to catch him.
Yeah, he's definitely milking the area for all it's worth. Because as we've said, we have a 90% chance of thunderstorms and inclement weather tomorrow. Of course, we are in Texas. It is April. Sometimes those thunderstorms can turn into those spinny clouds, as they say. We don't want to put anybody in harm's way tomorrow. So we will make a decision based on the weather forecast. Could be a shortened day. Brad Fuller, our tournament director, laying that all out for the anglers yesterday at the pre-tournament briefing. Could be a shortened day. Could be a canceled day. Could go just to a 2-day event. Anglers fishing today and everyone fishing again on Saturday. Not sure yet. We will obviously monitor that situation, and a decision will be made as close to the time as we can, because, as you know, Dudley, it's a lot like Tennessee weather. Being for Tennessee in April, if you don't like it, wait an hour, and it'll be something different. So, got to, and you can never trust a weatherman, So we're gonna play it by ear, but there's definitely looming out there that there's gonna be some weather moving through the Texarkana area tomorrow. So it's playing into all of our 104 anglers into their strategies, no doubt.
And we're going to have
the
winds
action now
tomorrow,
hasn't really
but
been fast and furious.
the winds are not going to be
Been slow
as
and
strong
go
as
steady.
predicted, which is a good thing. But it will
It
definitely.
was fast and
I
furious this
feel
morning.
if the winds are where they're going to be at tomorrow,
But
we're
now
going to
we're
see
just-
a lot of
we're
more of
just
the
hunting for
bling
big
bling
deal now.
blades coming in. The spinnerbait will
We'll take
be
every
a
little
definite factor.
little one we can have that can get us out of get rid of those smaller fish. But looking for that big girl right now.
Donnie's still looking for Grandma. Been looking for her since about 8 o'clock this
I
morning.
would- he says now, but I'm pretty much, Donnie, you've been looking for her since the first pitch. this
That's
morning.
right. That's right.
You're just wanting her now more.
Oh,
amazing. Dang. And on a perpendicular log.
don't know how she came off.
Oh, boy. So we talked about, Dudley,
Just
these
came
near
off.
misses, the
Looks
woulda,
like she
coulda,
got pinned
shouldas
up
could be
against
the
that log,
story.
and when she got pinned up against that log, she was able to turn the other way and boop, pop that hook right out. Because I was trying to get her off that log, over it.
I know when flipping bushes,
Again,
one thing you gotta
going behind people. I know 2 boats. I just saw 2 boats fish this.
one thing, Luke, that is very critical when fishing heavy cover. So it means you got a lot of limbs, a lot of
How many
not
bites do you
necessarily
think I
a
had
naked
today, John?
log.
20 now? At least 20.
But you have
So I know I've lost 4 fish. I know I've lost 4. That's
bushes
number 4.
that have a lot
'Cause
of
I broke
limbs.
one off and lost 2 earlier
You
that I
don't
couldn't get out.
always want to.
So-
You try to go under, of course, under a lot of limbs. When he says when he says precise, that means you got to strategize
Yeah.
every flip in that bush.
Couple
One of
small
the
ones,
worst things you can
and
do is
hard
go
thing is,
over
you
a
know,
limb. Now, a lot of times
like
you
I said,
can't
come Saturday,
help
you're
it,
gonna
but
want-
go
you're gonna
over a
want those
limb. You might
keepers,
make a
and I
bad
thrown some
cast,
keepers
didn't want to
back.
pitch it again.
And I
But
know
when
me
you're
today.
over a limb like he was,
There we
and
go.
even
There we
though
go.
you
There
set
we
the
go.
hook-
Big one. Big one. Big fish. Big fish. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Stay
Donnie's
hooked up.
got
Come
it.
on.
Could be a big bite challenge, big bass.
Come on, girl. Come on.
Golly, she's fighting.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Boom, baby. Whoa. That's what I'm talking about right there, guys. Woo. Here you go, gentlemen. That's going to help big time right
Just got
there.
through
See how pretty she is? Nice. That's what we're talking about. Stocky, broad shoulders, short and chunky. Mwah. Let's see what she weighs.
Do you think he was calling us gentlemen right there, Dudley? I don't feel like that was the case.
Getting rid of a 206.
Donnie O'Neill.
We're definitely going to do that, boys.
Another big coal.
Here we go.
3-4.
366. There you go. So number 1 is gone. That's a 366. There we go. So number 1 is out of here. There's your good call right there, gentlemen. Whew.
Again with the gentleman stuff.
Now
I appreciate that, Donnie.
Score tracker.
I think he's talking
Since
to
it's
me,
366 on my
He's
scale,
definitely talking
I'll
to
be
me.
conservative, and I'll put in 350, 3.5. So it's 3 pounds, 8 ounces. So get rid of 2
we are
6.
getting to watch him live to the weigh-in out.
So
to the weigh live out. He said
3
he's going to
pounds.
guess it a little small, even though he just weighed it.
8 ounces.
That's a
That's a
classic
fisherman right
Brian
there.
Thrift.
Feeling like pushing me
Classic
about
Brian
19
Thrift.
pounds, 4 ounces.
Weighs every fish and still
Well,
comes
I'm on
in
my-
and swears
I'm on
he
my
only
goal
has
today.
12 pounds.
And it's
19
only
pounds,
11:30,
7
but
ounces.
We got 4.5 more hours to fish. Whoo! I'm liking it.
And that's why we want to remind you guys
so
that those
now-
unofficial weigh live
So what I
weights
said
are
earlier,
unofficial for a reason because
caught a
these guys are
goldfish,
sandbagging. Some of them are
pumping,
not telling us the full truth. So you
everything's
want to watch
beaten.
that
So what do we
drive-through
do?
weigh-in
We take a timeout.
this afternoon.
We go ahead and tie back up or gain our composure.
And that move
Get
that
my
moves
backup
Donnie
rod. I'm
O'Neill
fishing
into
with 2
second
rods,
place
guys.
unofficially.
flip back
Leapfrog
and
Nick
forth between each
Provanizak,
one.
who's been holding down that
Just
second
spinning.
place spot all day.
And of course, you know, I can't
Nick
show
is
you
not.
my
He
secret
hasn't
weapon.
moved much.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
do have
not
a
that
secret
that
weapon.
doesn't mean he's not catching them, of
I
course.
can't show it to you.
But
So,
once you get up in the upper
gives an
part of
opportunity
the
to
high
de-rig up.
teens, you got a good quality mix of bass.
and
But he really hasn't moved
get us settled back
much.
down, get our
Well,
composure.
really none.
and get
Actually,
ready to
he's
get back
been up
after
in
it, make
second
those
place for a
accurate
while
pitches.
now.
Again, I told you, fishing behind
But
2
when
boats.
you catch a coal like that, throw a two
One was
something
going this
back
way,
and
one's going the other way.
replace it with a 3 something.
And if I'm getting bit behind boats, I don't mind fishing behind them because I go with the mentality they don't know what they're doing, but I know they do. But God, this kind of attitude you got to have when fishing behind these guys. Because there's some hammers in this league. Everybody's going to have their time. Again, using a Power Tackle Power Point 970, 25-pound Sunline Sniper. Tungsten, Swagger Tungsten, 3/8 ounce with the owner 4/0 hook, a jungle flipping hook. All right, guys, so this rod is ready to go, but unfortunately, I cannot give away the secret, so got to turn my back to you. Sorry, gentlemen. That's just the way it goes. And now that rod is ready to go. And now I rig up rod number 2. And let's see, I've only hit 3 spots today, and one was a quick stop, so. And I caught a cool fish off that one too. So, check your line. Too much money on the line right now. So, got the bait out. Get the weights. Here's the weight. Gotta get the stopper.
That looked like a bank bag right there.
Besides
That,
that,
a
with
money
me
bag
making
that
my time
Donnie
right
just
here.
pulled his weights out of. Is that what he keeps his cash in too?
Dang.
So many questions for Johnny. Go over to John Policini. We saw him early this morning with a spinnerbait, catching some fish. Saw him coaling early, but he's been kind of quiet for the last little bit. Got him unofficially in 13th place. Excuse me, 19th place.
19th place.
19th place. One of the coolest jerseys on tour.
Let's see.
Still spinnerbaiting. You know, John pulled kind of a sneaky trick. Brought a 17-foot express aluminum boat with him. He's been up in the woods. You can see the debris all over the carpet. Every time we go to him, he is in thick in the cover.
Okay.
Back to Keith Carson.
Gosh, he's not going to call it.
Unofficial leader. Just heard him say there that fish might not help him, might not cull.
Gosh,
and when that size fish doesn't help you, it might be time to go to the dock and eat pizza.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
Check him again.
I don't think that's what it is.
Sorry, buddy. I
And it's a good fish, man.
Oh,
he may want
which
that
one?
tomorrow.
Oh, I might have to balance beam him, huh?
He's out here balance beaming 3.5, 4 pounders. No big deal. Keith Carson. With the only fully loaded live well we've seen. I'm just going to say that it is fully loaded at capacity right now. Unofficially a little shy, 28 pounds with 27.10. He's calling his big fish a 7.
Oh, yeah. No.
And Dudley, you think that he's going to be he's underestimating that big fish a little bit?
The one I had was bigger.
Sure. Yeah.
He's still bigger. Okay. Quite a bit
yeah,
bigger.
he for sure he's got more weight than I feel he's
back on the small
in
fish
right
side.
now. You know, projected in.
I think he's more in that 28.
Oh, he's
range.
he's north of 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's north.
Unofficially. You have to tune into that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough to find out how it all shakes out here, starting at 3:30 p.m.
Well, still can't make a call.
You know one thing, Luke,
Hooked up right here, John Paulsini.
Bling, bling.
We just need to go to him more. I said he'd been quiet, and then boom.
There's a bunch of them right
Big
there,
one,
too.
That's going to call for John. John.
Where's he at?
19th
This
place
one's cool.
unofficially before this fish is logged in.
There's
Yes,
a
sir.
pile of them right there.
Fired up now.
Uh-oh. I wonder what's making him think there's a pile.
3
5
came
pounder
up
here,
with it.
Dudley? You think that's
No.
close, right? 4?
No, that's 4.11.
He's always got a Price is Right me, man.
4.11. This is for wings tonight too, brother.
Fried green tomatoes and wings.
He's hearing us battle it out while he's waiting. 4.11. What did you say, Luke?
He didn't say anything yet.
What did you say that one way?
I asked you if it was a 5-pounder. I didn't give my guess, and then you said 4.11. So now I'm going to say 4.10.
He's about to lose.
Finna whack them. They there.
I like that.
Dude, I am curious of what he has seen.
That makes him think that.
Yes. Yeah. Like, to me, that's just like, yeah.
4-1. I thought it was bigger than
4-1.
that.
So unofficially, got the fried green tomatoes. So
But
thank
they're
you. Dudley.
stacked right there. There's a pile of fish right there.
You said 4.11. I said 4.10, so I won. I'm
meant
clearly the better
4
angler here.
That's that ditch we came in, you know.
Is what I'm. 4.1.
There's water drawing down. I wanted to fish it before we got in it, but I didn't want anybody to see me come in.
Sneaky.
That's kind of why I've been janking around in there.
That unofficially rocketed
Gotta give it time to
John
unload.
into our 10th place spot
Dang.
on the
Spinner
Way
baits.
Live leaderboard.
Trash.
Got him unofficially with a little over 15 pounds right now. Yeah, I'm with you, Dudley. I'd like to maybe ask John why he thinks there are a lot of fish on that point. Did he see him schooling? What happened right there?
My man just caught one on a spinnerbait, and they ain't going to make another cast with it.
That's right.
I just caught a 4-pounder. Let me put this down and pick up something else.
So you're questioning this decision right now,
I don't know what's happened. I'm totally confused. But he knows what he's doing. What do I know?
You see it?
No, sir, but we about to.
And as usual, the pros are proving Dudley and I wrong. Mainly Dudley. I don't believe that one's going to help John.
All right, I caught one on that pole. Let me pick up. Look at that. All right, let's go for another lure. All right.
He's just rubbing it in their face at this point that he's smarter than they are.
It just goes to show you how we overthink lures. Are they more of an opportunist fish?
Yes.
Or are they more focused on, I want a medium well steak with black pepper and salt on it?
Gotta pull my pants up more often, huh? Hell yeah.
Yeah, pants would be best.
Hey, I don't know what we just came in the middle of there, but Daryl putting on a show like he has all day.
Let's see if he'll work for this guy or not.
Daryl Lyons looking to Cole, unofficially in 13th place right now with the drip.
Yeah.
I'm glad he got his pants up before.
Ounces and 8 pounds.
Good call.
I'll take it, though. I will take it.
And for those of you that are just live, if you show up at Texarkana to the MPFL drive-through weigh-in and you let Daryl know it's your birthday, you too can have some of the glasses that he's wearing. He hands those out for birthdays. We found out earlier.
Oh, yeah, I'd say he calls him. Let's try it again.
Good call.
Oh, yeah. All right, my friend. Get in there.
I did a little experiment with the balance beams. You know how we always, like, you see how it pegged it out? You know, like, donk.
Maybe you'll buy it.
So I caught 2 fish, or I had 2 fish that were balanced out, like, really close. You know, like, really close. So I took a 1 ounce tungsten weight, put it in the fish's mouth to just be like, okay, you know, because we're like, oh, that's an ounce. Dude, I put 1 ounce in his mouth, and it went 1 ounce.
It made that big of a difference in the beam, just 1 ounce.
But then I put like a 3/8 ounce, and it was like
back over to James Biggs.
But just a 3/8 ounce weight, but you know, what we think is ounces, plural, really.
Biggs having some service issues out on Wright Patman there, but just caught another one. Probably going to coil for him, looks like.
Does he have a light on in his boat? Is that lights on in his boat?
And you got to think, most of these bass fisheries that we go to, these amazing lakes like Wright Patman, they're not really built around cell phone reception, Dudley. Most places we go, you can barely get a call out. It's crazy that we can stream 10 live cameras all day long for you and get the quality video that we get. Of course, our MPFL camera guys out there just working hard for all of you viewers. And this week, Dudley, some of the practice pictures I saw, these bushes full of snakes.
Yes.
So the MPFL camera guys, you know, hope they're getting that risk pay this week.
Yes.
Hazard pay.
I know if this has, if any of this water connects to the Red River in some shape, form, or fashion, she loaded full of snakes. I've never been to an area that have seen more snakes in the Red River. So,
Uh-oh, Dudley, Man Crush in the background.
There's my Man Crush, Hunter.
Hunter Bogman in the background.
It kind of looks like he's sitting down Luke, but me and you know better.
That's right. Hunter unofficially 47th place. He's got 5 in the boat. Talking with Hunter yesterday, he's confident about his day, but had a little bit of an offshore deal going, but mostly was going to spend his time up in the bushes like the majority of our field.
Mm-hmm. He is such an inspiration to me in just how he operates and what he does. Hunter does not have a full set of legs, right?
Nope.
So just to be able to run the trolling motor around shallow water, we have anchor lock, of course, spot lock and systems that we use. But when you're dealing with shallow water, going in and out, boat position, and go a little bit more to the left, a little bit more to the right, makes him even more of a hero of mine. Just not a negative thing that he has ever spoke of to me. I don't think he knows what the word negative is, and just watching him work here just makes me appreciate it.
He told me yesterday he won 3 tournaments last week at home.
Dang.
3 tournaments in Arkansas. Hunter has been on a roll in 2021, and of course Hunter got one of our $9,000 checks down there at Eufaula. We got to watch Hunter the majority of the event on MPFL Live. So one of the unique opportunities our anglers had here, and our buddy Fat Cat Newton, was to go check out the running WJ Ranch here outside of Texarkana. We're going to take a look at that right now. They got to meet some special folks in the Texarkana area. We'll be back with more MPFL Live very soon.
Hey there, folks. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Texarkana here at the Running WJ Ranch with my girl Brittany. Brittany's going to give you the down low and tell you how special this place is and why it's so special.
So we are so thankful that y'all are here this morning. This morning the guys from the NPFL are walking with our kids, and what we do here is we offer therapeutic horseback riding for special needs kids and adults in our community. We have 40 to 50 kids this year because of COVID, but we're so thankful for the ones that we have. We actually did a fishing game this morning, so we've been fishing this morning just to kind of tag along with y'all, and they've had a blast so far. So.
Oh, the smiles, the giggles, yes. Oh, it's been awesome.
So, and we're, like I said, we're so thankful y'all are here.
Appreciate what you guys do for everybody.
Thank
and you guys also help with veterans as well here,
yes.
too, right?
We just started that. The house up the road houses a couple veterans, and they're working their way back into society and the community, and then they're grooming our horses and working their way up to volunteer in the class. So it's exciting. It's fun.
A very special place. Like when I came in, you just feel the energy. Like I got chills now. It's a very special place full of special people. So if you guys are in the area, or if you're looking for an organization to support that really means something, this is the place.
Yes.
So guys, appreciate you guys tuning in. Fat Cat, Brittany, NPFL stop number 2, Wright Patman Lake, here in Texarkana, Texas.
Do red one.
Try another one. Here we go.
Do red one.
Here we go.
The red fish. Okay. Your bucket. Right.
Oh, there you go.
Nice. Oh, it's still down. Right. Do blue. Oh my goodness. Spin around. Spin. What?
Colt, keep Joey's nose out of the buckets. All right, Colt, you're gonna fish. See what you can find. Oh, you got one.
Right. The green ones are hard to catch.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Wright from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
And welcome back to Texarkana, Texas, and the second stop on the National Professional Fishing League here at Wright Patman Lake. And man, it has been an absolute action-packed morning with some big bass coming in. Dudley taking a look at our unofficial leaderboard right now. Keith Carson sitting on top of that with a massive 27-pound, 10-ounce stringer. Donnie O'Neill, who we've got to see a lot of this morning, getting a lot of bites, in second with 19.4. Nick Provanizak, who finished in the top 10 down at Eufaula, 18.10. David Hoheisel, 17.12. Derek Blake, Tennessee Angler, 17.5 pounds. Taylor Watkins, Chris Heath, Scotty Valines, Eddie Carper, and John Policini rounding out our top 10. And it has been a fun morning so far here in East Texas.
Anytime you got shallow water fishing, it's always a fun thing to watch because there's always so many factors. You're going to have, of course, like we've seen this morning, you're going to lose fish. You're going to have situations where the structure is going to get in your way. But looking at the top 10, really, Keith went back-to-back with a 5 and a 7, right? We've seen Nick hold the second position with a 5-pounder, and he's sitting at 18 pounds. But what have we said the whole time? What have we said? Donnie, my man who has kept track of his bites, we said he can't quit. He can't keep setting the hook and not continue to get that big one. We saw it just a little while ago, knocks in a 5-pounder. He's sitting in second place. And if you if you look at the rest of the leaderboard, let's just say they get a Texas big 7-pounder. You call a 2-pounder.
8, 9, 10-pounder.
Yeah.
We're in the land of giants.
Exactly.
Man. Anything could happen.
It could bust wide open on anywhere in the top 10. And really, we're just a little over the halfway mark. Plenty of time. Those big girls could be sitting in that situation, got their belly grumbling like mine has been, and eat anything that comes in sight like I've been doing. And, yes, it could change in a heartbeat with what we got.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of shaking, of the leaderboard by the time they get them to the drive-through weigh-in this afternoon, 3:30 p.m. here in Texarkana. Of course, everything is unofficial. We have to say that. The guys are required to log in their catches on our Weigh Live app. You can find that at tnpfl.com under the unofficial leaderboard. That's going to give you the number of bass that they've got in the live well, their estimated big bass for the Big Bite Challenge Big Bass Award, and, of course, their biggest 5 fish. And right now, I mean, it's looking – I heard yesterday from a lot of guys at the meeting, going to be a lot of 15-pound stringers. And that's strong. That's strong anywhere in the country. And I know you would agree with that. If you get 15 pounds down to 25th, 30th, 40th place, and right now what we're looking 15th is dipping down into 15th place, they're really catching them. Are you surprised, though, that out of this top 10 – estimated weights, of course, that we don't have another 20-pound bag?
I am, but again, I'm going with the afternoon delight, is like I like to call it. The afternoon delight is about to happen, and anybody. But one interesting thing, if you look at the stats, I think this is really cool. When you see a lake, you can basically see what average, the normal average is there. Our 13-pound pound mark is like 15 or 16 places. That is the biggest pound mark that we have going right now, and it just shows how good of a quality there is. Any lake you go to, you can kind of see, what pound, and what I mean by that, whether it's the 12-pound.
That average.
The average, yeah. So right now, our biggest pound that we see is in the 13-pound. So looking at that, yes, even the people down below, like when you got 9,000, a big check on the line, you can kind of see, hey, there's hope for a lot of shifting that's going around. There's going to be people fighting for that check. They already know it's day one. There could be a possible day 2 delay. There could be a possible 2 cancellation. We don't know what weather is going to come into play, but yet they have to. This game is such a game of chess, and if you're not looking 5 moves ahead, 10 moves ahead, if you're not looking 5 casts ahead, if you're not looking at where you're going next, you're going to fall behind in this game of fishing, and yet they're going to have their cards dealt to them within a matter of hours, Luke. I mean, really, within a matter of hours, the tournament director is going to be calling, and what you thought was your game plan, your strategy of attack of the chess game, the chess board, you're going to be like, well, dang, I didn't see that coming. So
Dudley, do you think, as an angler, is that in a lot of these guys' heads today that potentially they might not fish tomorrow? Do you think that's right here while they're out there trying to catch bass for day one?
Mm-hmm. Just like, for example, listening to Keith, he is so far into day 3 right now. It's just amazing. Like,
that's right.
He went practicing today and caught 27 pounds. And we heard him mention, he's like, dude, I got some single fish. I think I can go in there in a couple hours and get 30. I got some secret places. Dude, he's playing his card. He's just shifting. He just taking his pawn and just shifting it around the board and daring you. Like, go ahead. Let me see what move. Here's my move. What you gonna do?
He's calling everybody's bluff in the entire NPFL field. Of course, a lot of the guys in the field have been catching, though, not just Keith. And we're going to take a look right now, I believe, at some of the action we've got to see from day 1 here. Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance, and maybe Flo will show up on this. I know you're hoping. I know you're hoping.
That's right.
But it's been an action-packed morning. Highlights brought to you by Progressive. River Lee, one of our young anglers in this field, who has a very, very promising outlook to a career in professional bass fishing. Texas angler. Getting it done with a flipping stick. John Policini, Mr. Express Boats in the little 17-footer today. I think normally runs a bullet fiberglass boat. He brought his Express aluminum, and he has been doing work this morning in some little sneaky places. We've seen him cull, and unofficially right now have him in 11th place on the Way Live leaderboard. Been throwing that bling bling, as you say.
The bling.
Dudley, he's a lot more spinnerbaiting than anything else out of John this morning.
I'm going to predict that tomorrow, with the weather coming, we're liable to see a lot more blinging.
Get some wind, get some rain, it could change things.
And another bling bling.
Another James Biggs bling bling. Biggs been getting some bites, but the quality hasn't been there for James. We've seen him dump a couple good fish, which we've said is going to be the story. The woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's definitely going to be the story when it comes to this Wright Patman, close combat cover.
Are you a little surprised we haven't seen any frog or topwater
I am,
action?
because Biggs actually told me on the phone last night he was planning on really frogging a lot. And, of course, our leader unofficially, Keith Carson, shallow water magician, making it happen on Wright Patman this morning. And the winner of the David Dudley Drip Award,
my man,
our man Daryl Lyons, who has steady been catching them today. Of course, you can't forget about Donnie O'Neill.
Donnie throwing the numbers down today.
And again, Dudley, you've said it a lot. I just got to think before the day's up, he's going to get one of those 6, 7, 8 pound bites. You can't get as many bites as he's getting bites behind people. Donnie's got a deal figured out.
Yes, he does.
Back to Daryl Lyons.
Daryl, he doesn't know it, but those sunglasses is coming to me this afternoon. We might have
I want
to
to see you arm wrestling for it, though. I'm going to be there for it to live stream that on my Instagram. So tune in, folks. Donnie O'Neill, this was his last. He missed this fish before he caught it. Power pole down, made several accurate pitches back in there, got the fish to bite again. It was a good call for him. Made him lay down and work for it.
Consistency is always the key in 3-day multi-day tournaments. And the question is Donnie's fish, does he have other areas? Are his fish going to replenish? And, of course, with Keith, oh, my gosh, he's fishing.
Can anybody catch Keith Carson?
I'm going to say, yeah. There's no doubt right now looking at Keith and what he's done. I still say Keith better not look at his lead as a safe lead.
That's right.
That's
right.
He's confident right now, but if Keith thinks for a second that we're in the state of Texas and he's like, oh, I got a 6-pound lead, Keith, I'm going to tell you different. Uh-oh, is that
Policini?
Bling, bling.
Got that bling, bling steering wheel.
I wish I could get a close-up on that color he's throwing. Typically, you have it's almost like a bluegill with a chartreuse. See how it's like
interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting
Typically,
color combo.
White or chartreuse and white, but we need to get word to his cameraman if he would let in on that spinnerbait.
He has definitely got a dark skirt with a chartreuse underside to or inside.
Interesting spinnerbait combo.
A lighter underside is what I should have said. And I mean, we know around the spawn what is one of the most irritating. I'm just shocked. I don't
hook set.
Again.
John hooked up. Small fish, not going to help
What
him.
are you doing, little buddy?
I just think with the spawn going on right now, fry garters, why would you throw a bluegill color spinnerbait? I think
Do you ever do that, though? You seem
Nope.
like you're learning something.
I
You're a
am.
live addict. John Policini showing the legend, David Dudley, what it's all about right now.
Now, of course.
Because we're talking skirts.
Exactly.
And
I am.
you're getting a little more dialed into the skirt game, I feel like,
Yeah.
right now.
Blades, whatever. Everybody can jewelry up their spinnerbait the way they want it, but when you're dealing with skirts and what you're going to dress it up with, that's a little bit different.
That's details.
That's details.
That's the dirt right there.
Uh-huh.
That live gives us right here.
And hopefully we're going to get word to his cameraman.
If I was John, I wouldn't tell us anything on day one because we're blabbermouths.
Yeah.
Because I know you'll make a YouTube video about it tonight. David Dudley Outdoors will be talking about bluegill spinnerbaits. Swipe up. Do an entire podcast.
I just
over
realized
bluegill
he's
spinnerbaits.
got like a shirt of like the poison symbol on the back. I better not mess with him. I don't want to know his color of his skirt now.
So getting a text from one of our on the water correspondents that says that spinnerbait color, it is an Omega spinnerbait, one of our sponsors here, and it is a color called Shell Cracker. So there you go, bluegill.
Shell Cracker.
Going over a little boat to boat action with Jeff Fitz, throwing a fit, slinging that fish in. And I believe, Dudley, this bonus coverage coming from the big cat himself, Fat Cat, who's out there on the water chasing down these NPFL pros, breaking down the stories for us out there.
My man's grip palming two of them at the same time.
It's to be Cullen.
Put a couple. I got a finger left. You can get third one in there. Now he's Luke Duncan in it right here. He's like,
Yep.
Dang it, I got to weigh this and report to Luke Duncan.
I got some strange looks when they gave me the mic at the meeting yesterday, and I kind of broke bad on them about the weigh live out, but it's important.
It is.
Important business. Dudley, while we're watching this bonus coverage, I've got to say, I'm not trying to jump around here, but I'm looking at the unofficial leaderboard constantly, and it just updated, and in fourth place, we got a familiar name that has jumped up there that we talked a lot about at Lake Eufaula. Our man, Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior.
Lewis has come up in there.
18 pounds, 14 ounces. Over to Jake Chauncey. Local boys, lived in Texarkana area for 10 years. Texan born and raised, though, and fishes this a lot, but having a tough day so far. Only 3 fish in the boat for Jake. Unofficially have him down in 60th place. Of course, 2 tournaments going on here, Dudley. One, the chase for the NPFL trophy, the second ever to be given away and then you're in the $50,000 that goes with that. But then you're looking down in the 35th place range. You got that $9,000 check that these guys are chasing. So we're going to pay several folks. So 2 tournaments going on. Even though Jake's in 60th, catches a couple fish, jumps him way up there, keeps him in check contention. Of course, the top 25 at the end of the year in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings are going to go to our entry fee free championship event. 25 boats only, 3 days of live coverage. It's going to be a great time. Location to be announced very soon. So every bass matters out here to all these anglers. And of course, I want to remind everyone also, we do not have a cut in the NPFL. So everyone fishes all 3 days. All 104 anglers that are fishing this week with us will fish all 3 days, and I think that is it's crucial because you can make that day 3 comeback instead of driving home like you would in some tournament trails. Salvage points, get a check. Dudley, do you like that? You like that no cut?
I think it is genius. I really do. There in fishing, you're a lot of times you can have one big fish put you near the top of the leaderboard. But the chances of people getting that big fish or that quote-unquote luckier bite 3 days in a row is – so I've said it time and time again, the cream of the crop will always rise to the top. And giving these guys 3 days to make that move will eliminate a lot of the call it luck factor or just, chance factor that's happening out on the lake. So, yes, I think – NPFL is the first league for as long as I can.
In a long time.
Yes,
yeah,
as long as I can remember saying, all right, guys, we're going to give you a chance. Now, a lot of guys are going to get scared off about it. They're going to be like, if it was a 2-day event, I would have got a chance. Then you're going to have guys going, thank goodness it was a 3-day event because I went from no check to getting a check. I love it. I am a huge fan of the 3-day, no elimination round. Let everybody battle it out.
And the showdown Saturday?
Yep.
I like it.
And the cream of the crop will come to the top.
I would like to point out, Dudley, that the only other person I've ever heard say that other than you is the late great Macho Man Randy Savage of the WWF. So, just a little sidebar there, guys.
Yeah, great. Hey,
if you start saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to be worried about
You're breaking out your age there.
Spent a lot of time with the WWF in my childhood.
There you go. Oh. Got Hulk Hogan. Luke, we've been watching 10 cameras, right, today. And we're not, of course, the viewers don't get to see.
Back over to Keith Carson.
Uh-oh.
Hooked up. Oh, no.
Oh, jeez. That's still fun. Oh, I'm going to get another one like that. Oh, man. Yeah,
that is Keith right there all the time.
Yep.
That was a
Never
giant.
gets down.
I saw it down there. Its head, his mouth was like this big. That was bigger than anything I've caught so far. Man.
That's a statement.
Oh.
When you have that fully loaded live well, that
Keep
he's
going.
got.
What can I do? Coming into this tournament, this stuff that we're fishing, it's nasty. Like this is some gnarly looking stuff here, and I made up my mind that I wasn't gonna let lost fish get to me because when you're giants like this, how can you not lose some? I mean, sometimes you lose them when they're out in open water. So, I expect that to happen. Hopefully that's the only time it happens today. But, hey, it's fishing. What can you do? Dang, that was a big one. Gosh.
Now, Keith is a very positive person. I know he's like, yeah, what can you do? But somewhere, Dudley, somewhere deep inside of him is there's a fire burning to probably say things that we can't air.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, you know it. I'm known for typically, if something
that's
happens
what
bad,
happens when you
I
lose
let
big
it
fish.
out immediately.
Your mechanics
But
go,
to me, everybody handles it different. Once it's out of my system, it's out of my system. But yeah, for sure, it's stinging him. Shocked at seeing the size weight he was using. Shocked. It just using
Keith, a
that
guy that we're going to see in our Progressive Angler of the Year standings a lot this year. And we're going to take a look right now at the current Progressive Insurance AOY standings. Of course, just one event in so far, John. Hookup, Soak Up going to be sitting at the top of that. David Gaston, Landon Tucker, Nick Pravanizak, Luis Fernandez, Joe DeCerny, Chance Woodard, Mark Schilling, Brandon Perkins, and Jesse Millsaps rounding out the top 10. Of course, that was our top 10 for our first event there at Eufaula. And this will definitely change after this event. Interesting things for me right now. You look, Mark Schilling unofficially just saw this is in second place. Donnie O'Neill has been bumped to third, but Mark Schilling's in the top 10. We're going to take a quick break right now, Dudley, and pay some bills, and we'll be back very quick with some more MPFL Live.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
All right, and we're back from Fully Loaded to my man Pug Clements from down in South Carolina.
Looking at the leaderboard unofficially,
things are changing.
We have the second 20-pound bag that is being logged in. But I'm going to ask you, Luke, we've been watching 10 cameras today. I haven't really seen a hour period or a, you know what I mean, like a 2-hour window where they're like, whoop, 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 whoop. It's been fairly steady, like
slow and
just,
steady. Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
There's been, you know, of course, times of years you'll see peaks and lows, but really all day long we have seen a steady flow of fish coming in. We're seeing, you know, the weights tick up.
Uh-oh. Going over to some of our Texarkana locals right here, just kicking back, having himself a time, looks like.
That's what. That's what we're going to be doing in probably 10 years, Luke, just sitting on the
10
bank.
years? 2 o'clock I'm going to be doing that. I've been seeing what these guys are doing. I don't have my boat with me. I will be that guy.
Now, I've heard
I may miss the drive-through weigh-in to go find that guy.
I've heard a lot of stories also about crappie in this lake.
Yes, I have too.
Some giants.
It's awesome. Everybody getting in on the action. And, of course, he's with Donnie, just hanging out. Probably been watching MPFL Live all morning, decided to go get some in-person, action.
As slow as he moves, they've probably been talking to
They
each other
probably
for 45 minutes. They probably know each other's, family by now.
And Donnie is Donnie, of course, has been in our top 3 all day long. He had moved up to second place and has been bumped, though, by Mark Schilling, who unofficially has 21 pounds, 7 ounces right now. And Mark finished Eufaula, made a charge on the last day, and ended up in 8th place down at Eufaula. So Luis Fernandez made our top 10 at Eufaula. Nick Provanizak made our top 10 at Eufaula. Like this Angler of the Year, these progressive standings coming out of this event, if this holds up officially, it's going to be really interesting.
I think they're small
going into Florida.
Buck bass or crappie. I'm over here, where I caught that 6.5 on Sunday. But with them dropping the lake like they are, I don't think they're going to be over here. But I thought I might throw a Hail Mary and see if I could come up with something, but evidently she's not here, so I'm sure it's been fished before. These are just some one-offs. Pretty shallow up here. Not like nothing what I have been fishing, which is, solid buckbrush and willows and what they call ironwood. This is onesie twosies where the targets are specific. So was it 12:22? We got, 3.5 hours? So we're going to have to do something else. Go back to I've got secondary, I got some other areas that I'm debating whether or not to save or to go ahead and hit them and get all I can today, because tomorrow is unknown. But Saturday looks good, so as far as the weather goes.
Dudley, I'm just going to throw this out there publicly. I think if Donnie ever decides to stop fishing the MPFL, he's going to give us a run for our money here at the desk.
We're going to have to make a move.
I think
he breaks it down, man.
Oh, yeah. He's been echoing a lot of what we've been saying all morning.
I feel like the Bass Tank should sponsor Donnie because he's just the constant Bass Tank breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
Over to River Lee, who we've seen this morning, one of our great young anglers out here, Texas angler.
You see how long it was sitting, Luke? He had a backlash and
never moved the bait.
Never moved the bait. His bites are definitely spawn bites, not pre or post spawn.
Now, I'm not sure what kind of rods River uses, but they're very durable.
Yeah. Yes, that'd be correct. His reaction there is carbon copy of me.
That's a double D reaction, huh?
Get it out. Okay. All right, I lost him. All right.
Guys, we need a replay of that with a double D reaction of the day highlight graphic, please.
I think he was a lot more gentle than me on that.
That's one of those, it's like if you get mad and you go to punch a wall, you don't really want to punch it all the way because you don't want to hurt your fist, but you want trying to show your anger. He kind of half-hearted slapped the rod on the side of the boat. Double D reaction of the day. River
Let's see.
That happens again. Brad Fuller might tell him to stand down. Dudley.
Stand down.
That's a little one.
Goodness.
Another miss for River.
One thing about the spawn too, that watching how close he is, pre-spawn fish will not hold that tight. Spawning fish have to hold that tight. Even though they hear the boat, they know your presence, they have to hold tight because of nature and what they do, protecting what they have. And
of course, River right now unofficially has 3 bass for a little over 10 pounds. Got him in the 56th, 57th place range unofficially. And of course, we want to remind everybody these are unofficial weights because, like in River's case, every time he swings the rod, it's a good fish, and he doesn't weigh them. He just throws them in the box and gives a guesstimate, so to speak. So could have a lot more than what he's got. We've seen him catch 3 really good fish. It was around, appears to be around the good quality. Dudley, are all professional bass fishermen? Are they just all sandbagging, just liars?
I'm gonna say not all of them, but
Are you?
no,
Dudley.
no.
Okay.
If
you're anything,
if
you're
I
too
come
honest. I feel
if
like.
I come in and I say, they're like, how'd you do? I'm gonna be like, I got 12, 12 pounds. I'm gonna be probably close, to that, a half a pound on either side of it. But the people that know they got 16 and they're like, I just don't want to over judge them. Well, you're under judging them by 4 pounds, which makes you a bigger liar.
To quote Fat Cat, get your life right.
Are we on live?
No. Was.
Back over to Pug. And we're not supposed to play favorites, Dudley, but I really, when you bring the name Pug to me on live, I want to talk about you for 3 days. I want him to catch him.
I can tell.
Talked to him last night. He is an absolute just trip. Always having fun. Always joking.
Good deal, brother. Biggie?
A little bonus coverage there. Sounds like over his shoulder somebody called a big one.
Mic's off again.
Or either he was hollering through the woods.
There you go. Game on. Sorry about that.
I don't know. You're good. God, dog.
Interrupted mojo.
No mojo here. Man, come on, bro.
Listening to this braid is very
Let's go do
obvious.
that again. Hit that thing square
Do you
on.
think braid versus
Did it twice
fluorocarbon
in a
makes
row,
a
huh?
difference in flipping?
Yes, I do. Especially in bushes.
I got you.
Especially in bushes.
I got you.
Personal preference, though, Dudley. Everybody's got their personal
There we
preference.
go.
I do like to flip fluorocarbon, but I've not won $5 million in bass tournaments like you have. So what's your go-to?
I think with grass, I'm more apt to do braid than I am with wood. I'm more apt to do fluorocarbon. Braid cuts into wood pretty easily and can get wedged up and lessen your hook set, where braid will slice through grass and increase your hook set and the power of your hook set. But
Look at there. Hot damn.
everybody, like you said, fishing is so cool. Everybody's got their own opinion, and everybody's got the same hole.
Yes, sir. Hashtag
Just some are
pro.
different than others.
I probably need to put it up anyway if you want to know the truth.
Getting a look here at Michael Yoder, who we haven't seen in a while. He's unofficially in 26th place now. He had snuck up on the top 10, but unofficially 14 pounds 2 ounces right now.
Whittle.
He's got his fully loaded live well, Dudley, but he needs to cull, because if they're going to chase down any of these guys, they're going to chase down Keith Carson. That's just not going to cut it.
I think we've seen Keith throw back 15 pounds.
No, for sure.
What little bit we followed him.
And is it fair to say, Dudley, at the end of the day today, you're going to have to be in that 20 to 22 pound range to even have a chance at catching Keith? Because if it were to end right now, day one, he's got 27.10 unofficially. We think it's more. Mark Schilling unofficially 21.7. That's probably more, I'm sure. But you're still talking a 6 pound lead. He's just got to pad that with a couple decent stringers day 2 and day 3 to win this thing. Ultimately, that's a big stringer of fish.
Yeah, but we're in Texas.
I know.
Where they grow 'em big, and we got some crazy weather coming tomorrow, which could trigger the big girls to stomp in there.
Yeah, I just don't
you know,
fall. It'll come up.
we
Get
could,
on the edge.
you know, bad weather will bring out some, you know.
Will we fish?
Yes.
That's the question, though. Will we fish in the bad weather?
Yeah. You see how slick it is right now? This is definitely the calm before the storm.
No doubt about it. One thing's for sure, I don't want to be in Tournament Director Brad Fuller's shoes tomorrow.
No.
But the angler safety is at the utmost importance. So, as we've said, they're going to take a look at it, break it down, see where they need to go with it. Do we need a short day? Do we need to cancel the entire day? Looking at Jake Chauncey now. From the city of Texarkana.
I'm still shocked, Luke, that within these 10 camp. Now, it's this the 10 anglers we're on today. We have not seen any topwater action, and we're seeing it for the first time today. Or it was.
Wasn't as little as I thought.
John Policini
with the jig.
Another lure.
Now, if this calls for John.
And John is unofficially in 18th place.
Now look at who's done snuck into the top 10, sitting in 7th. Hook up himself.
Little shaky service for us there on John Policini, who unofficially 15.9, had him in 18th place. Judging by what we've seen him catch, that's going to be a good upgrade for him. That's going to put him closer to the top 10 again. But like Dudley just said on the Way Live app, the man from Eufaula, Hook Up Soak Up, has jumped up to 7th place unofficially with 18 pounds. Color me shocked, Dudley.
Yeah. Color me shocked. Right about now.
Yeah, this is the first look we're getting at anybody throwing topwater so far on our 10 MPFL live cameras.
I don't even want to talk right now, Luke, when you're hearing the sound of a buzzbait.
You just want to.
Little boat-to-boat action on the big cat, fat cat cam right here, Eddie Carper.
It's live right now.
Just standing on the trolling motor, covering water. And something we've seen a lot today as he makes his way around this very tip of this point, Dudley. Another competitor right around the corner. The guys are getting to know each other this week at Wright Patman.
For sure.
Let me ask you this. As the tournament wears on, get some bad weather, everybody's stressed out. On day 3, do we see some MMA fireworks out here? I mean, is that possible? Like, we have some rub rail bumping?
I would say the rub rail bumping on a shallow water fishery, maybe not. But if this was an offshore tournament, an offshore lake, ew, there would be some boxing gloves put on, that's for sure.
Still live.
I just texted him. Drew 6 is the answer.
Eddie looks like he's going to leave this area, which is like what you said earlier, Dudley, one of those unwritten rules. I'm not sure who the other angler in the background is here, but he clearly fishing that area. Eddie's like, hey, man,
There you go.
going to leave you with it. And Eddie gives us a pro tip, always keep zip ties in your boat. Apparently has a little issue. Drew 6 in the background. Boat to boat. Well, as Eddie gets ready to make a move, we're going to go check out our buddy from South Carolina, Mr. Pug Clements.
Oh, cool. Unfortunately, that will call one. Oh. Yeah, but Rat Nation.
Dudley, did he pull that out of his hoodie pocket? I mean, I saw him set the hook.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, I would.
All right.
Oh, wow. He was like, oh, yeah, giant.
That's my 6th keeper. I got a cold one. Oh, good deal, man. I ain't got nothing close to that. I ain't nowhere near that. I don't have any big ones.
It amazes me that these guys are fishing so close and being so honest about what they have weight-wise.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like poker. You got to keep a few things close to your vest. You don't want to be fishing next to somebody and be like, dude, I'm blasting them right here.
Exactly.
MPFL.
All right.
I mean,
One team.
Dudley, would you tell somebody? I mean, you're known for kind of being a honest guy, not a sandbagging liar like most of these guys are. But what do you think? Would you tell somebody that you just caught 16 pounds on a bait?
Well,
that you're sharing with them?
I think that lended a lot of other questions. Him saying how much weight he has, and if he just saw him, I mean, he could have caught 15 pounds, you know. But if he had seen him in there all day, had moved, and he said, hey, how much you got? But just running into somebody at 1:30 in the afternoon, and he says, hey, I got 15 pounds. They could have, you know, that lends idea he could have been anywhere else. But it's what I call boat language. And boat language was him turning back around and going back down the same stretch he just came up from. That's what you call boat language. Same thing with graphing offshore. Even though you're not in the same boat with them, you could be fishing, flipping docks, and watch somebody out offshore, and when they do a U-turn out offshore, you may as well raise the flag.
Absolutely.
And you may as well raise the flag and say, hey, I just graphed a brush pile, or I just saw a bunch of big fish. You know, people are like, oh, I'm just out here graphing. Yeah, but when you do figure eights over a spot out there, you know, you don't have to have rocket science to say sign language just said he found a school of fish out there off a bank, you know. So a lot of language.
Tell for sure what people got going on.
A lot of language. I heard Jacob Wheeler say one time he was graphing out at Chickamauga, and he knows about boat language too, because I'm very conscious of
They got to get a lot bigger.
And Wheeler said, he goes, Dudley, I started 1 mile above where I knew a school was. 1 mile. And he said I went straight
I run into
for
one
1 mile
67-pounder.
just to graph one spot, so it wouldn't look like I pulled up on a spot to graph it. So he started 1 mile away, idled for 1 mile, went over the school, and kept idling past it 1 mile, just so boat language wouldn't be seen in his demeanor out there on the lake.
Got to be another one on that tree.
It's funny, you've seen people
too quick
try to hide a fish that they're shaking off, or you catch one in practice. There's a boat around. There's so much fish language, or fisherman language. You know, the old look over your left shoulder, look over your right shoulder. You're like, yeah, he's shaking one off or has one.
A little bonus coverage, boat to boat from the Fat Cat cam. Drew 6.
A little shocked seeing David Gaston right now. You know, not up a little bit higher than he is right now.
Great shallow water angler. Drew 6 hooked up. Boat to boat Fat Cat cam. Drew unofficially only has 2 bass logged into the Way Live app. This would be his third and a nice one.
Bling bling.
Good job, Drew.
Look at that. You bring me good luck, man. That fish came 3 times after that.
Fat Cat getting the love.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
4-pounder. Wouldn't you say?
Back over to River Lee.
Wouldn't you say it's 4? Oh crap, that broke.
River with a estimated 4-pounder there.
He's in the Cullen mood, right?
Is he? No, I think it's fish number 4. So that's going to rocket him up our unofficial leaderboard, which can be found at tnpfl.com under the unofficial
I
leaderboard.
finally freaking cooked one. Been struggling there for a while. I haven't updated my score tracker, but it's probably 4 for around 15 pounds, I'd say. Right around it.
So there we go, 4 for 15 pounds unofficially.
One more 4 or 5 pounder and we're going to be okay.
I mean, the obvious is, just like you said, when you're sitting on 4.
That's fishing. Just got to overcome them and just keep catching them.
That 15-pound unofficial stringer that he's got right now, 1 shy of a limit's going to put him in that, you know, in the 20th to 30th range right now, which, like we said, man, at the end of the day, 15 pounds is a great stringer of bass anywhere in the country, and it really shows the health of a fishery when you have this many 13 to 15-pound bags this deep in the field. Right, Patman? It's not going to be a secret anymore after the NPFL.
It's got him. It absolutely got him.
Oh, hey, we live?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, well,
hey,
David Dudley, there's Todd. He found me.
Hi, Todd. Hey,
God.
hey, River. Quick question for River. Who am I? Chopped liver. What, Dudley's the only one that gets a shout out. River, come on.
Yeah, that's the real Todd.
I think shout outs today, Luke.
That one ate it.
I get to
it was
order.
Two tournaments in a row.
Hooked in there, picked up.
It's 1-0 today.
Yeah, but 2 tournaments in a row. You've been getting the shout outs. That's what you get for being the living legend.
I think that lens, I get a double order of green
Dude,
tomatoes.
my quality's
does.
been there today.
Yes.
I just gotta put 'em in the
Todd.
boat.
Is Todd? I gotta here's
Who's Todd?
Is Todd the Karen of the fishing world? I mean, Todd could be the Karen, like the general census of Karen of the world.
We want to go ahead and right now issue an apology to all Todds
Yeah.
that may be watching.
No.
We're going to take a quick break to pay the bills. Hopefully all you Todds come back to the NPFL live from Wright Patman.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I've found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Really close.
Welcome back to NPFL Live. Taking another look at River Lee, who has 4 that he estimates to be in the 15-pound range. Of course, the anglers can bring in a 5-fish limit, so River has a really good
chance
start. You know, he catches
Right.
one 5-pounder, he's in that 20-pound range, which is going to be what it's going to take to be in the mix going into Showdown Saturday for sure.
Yes, Bud in here.
Yes!
Dang if Pug ain't just throwing some numbers down.
Here we go.
And now
back to Pug.
He is throwing some numbers down. Just, you know what I'm saying. Just he's
A lot of
got quite
bites.
a few bites, and like I've always said,
That's more like the ones we're looking for.
Pug unofficially before this, he
Yes,
had
sir.
4
It ain't
fish.
slown shit, but they getting
Had him in
closer,
62nd
boys. Give me
place.
some of that right there. Yes, sir. Oh.
Dudley, that's going to put him in that 12 to 13 pound range. Where we see a lot of guys where the log jam seems to be starting to take place.
but his numbers
black
in the
spots
last
on it.
hour, you know,
All right, that's
are
gonna
ticking
pull
up there.
110.
Oh, actually, you know what? Pug is on my list because he has not updated his Way Live app. We only have him with 4 fish. He's culling right now. Going to have a little Pug talk at the weigh-in.
Gonna get a butt chewing from the old Luke Duncan.
Pug, if you will see Brad Fuller and I behind the trailer to talk about the Way Live app.
I think my skills are light because that fish is 4 pounds.
We'll see you guys there. Hilton Garden Inn, Texarkana. If you want to see me talk to Pug, sternly.
Tell you what, can I get on your feet right here?
We'll go live on Instagram with that.
Just gonna ease her in
Let's
there.
see. He's putting that in on the big girl
One.
side.
That's the cool fish.
It's a good call, man. I think Pug's got a little bit more weight than we have on the Way Live app. Yeah.
We've been seeing.
Yeah,
I've been
we-
seeing
we-
him catch too many fish.
Yes.
Good gracious.
Of course, unofficially unofficial
There's 3
until
in
they
there
get to Big Al. And they'll drive through weigh in at 3:30 p.m.
2,
Where I will be
3.
confronting
Okay.
Pug about the Way Live app.
I'm gonna that one over
And
there.
Dudley's going to get free sunglasses.
That's the
That's
cool
right.
fish. Number 2.
What is his boat number is what I want to know.
He said he had a long day, like
Ah.
4:30, so he's going to be
Call?
in the later flight.
He gone.
46. Boat number 46, Pug Clements.
All right, I got a mess here in my cooling area, so
Let's go take a quick look at
you keep throwing the
Pug setting the
ring.
hook, a fully loaded hook set replay right here, NPFL Live.
That's a big one.
That was patience. in
Yes,
him
there
setting the
was.
hook.
Easy girl. Easy girl. Oh, don't
It
you
was
do
almost
that.
like he
Please stay out there.
strategized it
Come here.
before he even
Get out of
says-
there.
And in all this
Golly,
close combat
boom.
cover that we keep talking about, Dudley, you've got to do
Just hold
that.
pressure to it, bud. There you go.
I'll probably do.
Get your big ass butt in here.
I think
Sorry,
he
Todd.
Todd, what are you talking about, Todd?
Todd's going to be upset about that, but it's okay. We're back live with Pug. Of course, all these anglers, when you catch a 6 fish, you have to make a cull before you can cast. Can't
Yep,
have
cool
6
fish
fish in
over
the
there right
boat,
by
so that's
itself.
what we
Fish
see
cast.
Pug doing here. And every ounce matters towards that $50,000 check. First place
got a number
towards
2
the
for the ball.
$9,000 checks and towards the Progressive
They went and lost their clips,
Angler
I had
of
this
the
thing
Year
under
standings
control.
at the end of the year.
And they lost their clips. I didn't know what number they were. Something's up here. Dang, muddy water. I can't see. That's 3. All right, agreed. 4. That's my 2 good ones. And 5. All right, perfect. And I guess I'll wait. He's got David Dudley's number now. He should probably text him and see what's up.
Dang.
Immediately we go to the quad box and a Dudley. You know, another Dudley reference.
2
Imagine
shout-outs to 0. Dang.
Like to say I have unfollowed River Lee on Instagram. And Todd.
Yeah, I think we all unfollowed Todd.
We all unfollowed Todd. One more David Dudley shout out and I'm unfollowing everybody.
Is Yoder still stuck on 14?
Ego can't handle it.
Dang it. Come on, Yoder. You're famous, man. I told you. We're going to make you famous. Does he got a limit? So him and I are right there next to each other.
Todd is enjoying his 15 minutes of fame.
That's right.
Big shout out to Todd.
And Todd could be pulling.
What if Todd's his like
pulling
his
his
alias?
legs.
You know, what if it's his alias? What if he's hiding out from? What if he's supposed to be at work right now instead of following River Lee around and he's using Todd as an alias and we've given Todd's a bad name?
Todd is the Happy Gilmore caddy that goes around taunting everybody.
Yeah. You will not flip in this bush.
I wonder if somebody hired Todd to go around and intimidate people.
All I'm seeing right now is snakes. River Lee's close to that bush with the boat. I saw way too many pictures on the
after I get this
NPFL
out?
Instagram of giant snakes.
I gotta pee. Just let me know when you're off. I gotta retie.
I think
Look at
it's safe
James
to say,
Biggs.
Luke, it's getting late in the day.
It is
for
getting
us.
late in the day. We're entering the last hour of live coverage from Wright Patman. And we'll be taking you right up until 2 p.m. to get you ready for the drive-through weigh-in where everything becomes official. And by the looks of this unofficial leaderboard, we are going to see some big bass this afternoon in the beautiful city of Texarkana. You can come out to the weigh-in, meet the anglers, see Big Al McCullough call it like it is. You can meet David Dudley, Fat Cat Newton, and possibly Todd at the weigh-in this afternoon.
I wonder if Todd is going to be giving autographs. So here's a cool stat, Luke. Looking at
something that we haven't seen a lot of today. He's been running around busy, jumping boat to boat, giving us a lot of bonus coverage. We're going to kick it out to my man, Fat Cat Newton on the water, for a little Big Cat update right here.
You ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
All right, folks, here we are back on the water here at Wright Patman Lake, Texarkana, Texas, at stop number 2 of the National Professional Fishing League presented by Progressive. Right over my shoulder is Michael Yoder, local favorite to win this tournament. He has talked it up. He's talking about he's wall-to-wall, treetop tall, got it on lockdown. He didn't go that far, but he's been a favorite today. A little bit of the struggle bus. And we talked to him earlier and asked him a few questions, and he said, Fat Cat, it's just not set up for me. He's a fan of Wright Patman when the water level is higher. He said the stuff he's been pre-fishing and finding pre-fishing just isn't there because that water level is really affecting his pattern. We saw him earlier. He's like, yeah, I got one that was on a bid right around this little corner. Get over there, and you could pretty much see the ground. You could see, and the water's chocolate milk almost. So that water level's dropping 2 to 3 inches every night has really caused Yoder to pull an audible, Bobby. So we talked to Yoder about that, and then we ran to Drew 6. And Drew 6, one of the only guys I've seen today throwing a spinnerbait. Just working that shoreline, roll casting that spinnerbait, and only had 2 in the box. And hey, Fat Cat brought that good luck to him. Boom, set the hook on him. Boat flipped it, good keeper on a spinnerbait. And he said one thing, though. He said this pattern fell apart also because the things he was keying on were those trees, looking for trees and bigger wood and that raised water. But like I said, with that water level dropping, his pattern went away as well. Who else we run into? Jeff Fitz, old Big Jeff. Saw him working some frog, didn't get any blow-ups on the frog, but he did stick one on that striking rage structure bug. We sat there watching. Hey, that man's got a hook set. I got some competition out there because Big Jeff, boom, goes the dynamite rip lips. So Jeff's having a great day out there, just sitting there flipping. That's a lot of what we're seeing today. I'm sure you guys watching the live coverage, we're seeing a lot of that flipping. So we saw those guys, and I said, let's go run around. I want to find the guys that were talking to me and practicing, but I'm offshore. I'm doing something nobody else is doing. I'm fishing offshore. Well, Bobby, I've been all over the lake, and I ain't seen you fishing offshore, so I don't think that offshore bite is going to be quite what they were thinking it's going to be. So we're going to ease up in here. We're right here at Rochelle. Rochelle is Rochelle is where the giants live, apparently, because you're seeing those boys climb up that leaderboard. A lot of them are in here, from what I understand. The Bass Warrior, Luis Rodriguez, Mark Schilling, they're in here. Keith Carson's been over here. Landon Tucker just rolled out of here. Landon Tucker said he just lost a giant. He was just lost a giant. He wasn't that bad. I'm getting choked up. Luckily, he does have his keys. But anyways, this is where they're at. We're here. We're going to try to get some fish catches for y'all. Luke and Don, what are y'all's name? I forget who I'm working with sometimes because there's just Luke Duncan, David Dudley, back to y'all. Fat Cat Newton, on the water, Wright Patman. We gone.
Good stuff from the Fat Cat out on the water right there. Good to see him working hard. And talking about this Rochelle area, that area comes up a lot. Talking to the anglers yesterday after our pre-tournament briefing, that area was going to be where a lot of big ones were caught and a lot of our anglers were, and it sounds like Fat Cat's right in the mix in there hanging out. And I'm super jealous he's out there riding around getting to do that. Might not be so jealous tomorrow if the wind blows and there's, thunderstorms. But, Dudley, this unofficial leaderboard keeps changing. The weights keep getting bigger, kind of like you call it that afternoon delight. It's happening. We are almost to 18 pounds being in our top 10. Derek Blake clinging to the top 10 with 17.5 pounds right now unofficially. John Hookup Soakup in 9th place right now with 18 pounds. So those weights are getting bigger. The first flight due in just an hour and a half, 2:30 p.m. So still a lot of fishing time left. A lot of things are going to change before that drive-through weigh-in.
A lot will change. We know that's going to happen. And, one of the factors is this. Even as big as this lake is, we're talking about the flat being the community flat that where a lot of these big fish are coming at. Do you really think that flat is going to be able to hold up for 3 days? Do you see the winter coming in that one particular area? Because with as many anglers that are in that area, I'm going to have to lend credit to the guy who is in a different area of the lake that can manage his water for 3 days is probably going to come out on top. Of course, we can't know that until the end of the 3 days is there. But do you feel like that flat will hold a 3-day winning area?
I'm telling you, it's very, very interesting to see.
I bet the big bass eat them.
That's right. This is crazy. Some look back at some of the highlights from the morning today, leading up to this last hour of live coverage. Daryl Lyons.
Hell yeah.
The man from Hemp Hill, Texas. He's swinging a lot today. A lot of bites for Daryl. Unofficially in 23rd place right now.
Comfortable with the flipping stick. You come from Toledo, you know a little bit about flipping. And with those special glasses on, he can see them below the water.
Absolutely.
Dude.
Seen a lot of swing and a miss and then a follow-up catch today. Typical.
Golly, boom. Just hold pressure to it, bud. There you go. Get your big ass butt in here. Yes! Done been up here. Y'all go.
Some of the Fat Cat boat-to-boat action earlier today. Hard to be incognito with the green boat and the green jersey. Drew 6, some more Fat Cat bonus cam coverage.
We've seen quite a few bling bling blades today. Spinnerbait.
Highlights brought to you by Progressive, the presenting sponsor for the MPFL here at Wright Patman in the city of Texarkana. Back live with our leader, Keith Carson.
Luke, looking at the top 50 in the unofficial leaderboard,
Nothing.
only 11 of the top 50 have a
their biggest fish is under 4 pounds. That's impressive. Like the top 50, 40 of the top 50 have a 4-pounder or bigger. That's a pretty good number. You've traveled around enough in the United States to know that 3-pounders, okay, there's some lakes that's got quite a few threes, but a lake that has that many 4-pounders in it,
it's crazy.
That's a pretty cool stat I'm looking at, and
a lot of things can happen with that too.
Exactly.
You think about it, if a guy catches 5 of those 4-pounders and then throws in a 7 or 8, which we know are swimming in Wright Patman, things are going to get interesting. I still think we're 3.5 hours away from our last flight checking in, 4:30 p.m. We're going to leave you guys in an hour. There will be fireworks at that drive-through weigh-in. Somebody, as I glance down through here, unofficially at the big bass, like you're saying, lots of 4s, lots of 4s, some 5s. But Keith Carson, the only angler that has registered a 7-pound fish, probably a little bigger than that.
So
I
right now,
gotta
I'm just,
think we're going to see
waters,
my
flipping
fried green tomato fish a 9-4. I gotta think at Wright Patman before this tournament's out, we're going to see an 8 or 9-pounder or bigger. We just got to. It's Texas in April. It's got to happen.
But there is a pretty strong headline right here.
Yeah. I don't think anybody though. Luke, I don't think anybody's sandbagging on a big fish.
No, that's a fact.
I just need one more big one that I can actually get in the boat, and I might break 30. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Man, this looks good. Check this out. Look how deep this is. Oh my gosh, it's like.
Listening to Keith there, anglers are never satisfied.
No,
never satisfied.
So
he doesn't know he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but he knows he's got them. And he's like, if I catch one more big one, I might make 30 pounds.
Like how muddy it is.
Never satisfied.
He's definitely slowing down on when you got an isolated piece of cover right there like that.
And that's rare to see on a lot of these banks we've been seeing today. They're just covered with trees, a lot of brush, but this bank that Keith's on has got more isolated cover on it. Bare bank, just a few targets to flip at.
He is in practice mode.
Definitely.
I mean, he ain't even thinking about going to something that
one more big one
may need the next 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Still utilizing that same bait, same technique. We're happy to have Keith on the National Professional Fishing League this year. Keith fished the Bassmaster Opens last year, won the last event of the year at Lay Lake in Alabama, and punched his ticket to the Bassmaster Classic. So here in a month or so, Keith is going to get to come back to Texas to fish the Bassmaster Classic. He's been on quite the run. Had a rough first day at Eufaula. In the MPFL, only weighed 2 fish, but fought his way back and finished that event in 13th place. So Keith's going to be a guy that in the Progressive AOY at the end of the year, he's going to be in that battle for that Angler of the Year trophy. And Dudley, a 13th at Eufaula, leading here today unofficially, and I've got bad news for a lot of the MPFL anglers. The next lake down in Leesburg, Florida, the Harris Chain of lakes, happens to be where Keith lives.
Yes.
So it doesn't get better for him from there, I feel like, if Keith gets on a roll.
Yes, it is. If you follow the fishing world, of course, with Keith Carson, John Cox, knowing where they come from,
when you speak their name, just like you speak any, hunt. Dadgummit. Anyways, when you speak their name in that area, you know they're a huge threat to win the tournament.
And just like Yoder here. Just like he
yes,
had all the hype coming. Mike Yoder, right?
That's the one I'm looking for, Mike Yoder. And but yeah, he will, as long as no crazy weather, something doesn't come in. But even I think if it does, he's still going to be fine. But I think he's going to,
So you think that we're going to cover Keith Carson a lot at the Harris Chain?
By the end of the 6 events, you will know Keith Carson.
I absolutely agree with that. And I say if you keep up with professional bass fishing at all and you don't know who he is right now, shame on you.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Yeah. John Cox says Keith has taught John more about fishing than John has taught him. Interesting. Keith is.
Get a quad box right here. Donnie O'Neill, Jake Chauncey, Pug, and John Policini, who has put on a spinnerbait clinic for us today. Really our lone, successful spinnerbait angler.
Activate these fish to bite now.
And the word that we got about the spinnerbait was an Omega spinnerbait, and it is the shell cracker, and I actually have it in hand, was brought to me by the man, the myth, the legend.
Oh yeah, I might take these pants off too, man.
Hey, it's a kid show. It's a kid show.
At this point and see what happens.
Yeah, somebody said they were taking their pants off there. Not sure in the quad box who's fixing to strip down, but wanted to remind them you are live. We don't care what you do after the 3:30 weigh-in, boys, but they're taking your pants off on MPFL Live. And we don't know where Todd's at right now, so
we need to keep Todd away.
Chris, he lives probably about 20 minutes from me. Old Lake Wiley native.
For most of our guys, Dudley, that we're covering today, been a bit slower this afternoon. But looking at the unofficial leaderboard, lots of things are happening. New names popping in the top 10 constantly, it seems. Some shuffling going on.
Don't be scared.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this next couple hours after we go off live, before that drive-through weigh-in starts.
Man,
Come on, bud. Come on.
Really, there's only 2 fish over 5 pounds. No, 3 fish. Josh Ray has come in with a 6'10".
They hold
for the day.
Unofficially in the top 10.
That's what we're talking about.
The last couple of decent ones we caught's come off a little tree.
Michael Yoder told me at Eufaula on the final day, he said, I can promise you one thing, the biggest bass of the year will be weighed in at Wright Patman, and the biggest 5-fish stringer we'll see all year will be at Wright Patman. And I don't know about the biggest bass, but that 2710 will be,
it's early,
unofficially our biggest bass. Biggest 5-fish stringer of the year will be a 2710 unofficially. Dudley, as these guys sandbag, what does that Keith Carson stringer actually weigh when it gets to Al McCullough this afternoon?
29 pounds, 11 ounces.
29.11.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going 28. 28.6. I'm going to write that down.
Okay. Write down 29.11.
The notebook.
Man, you don't know what that one did. If it calmed me right down, like it put me in my mind, it put me where I needed to be for check range, and it just slowed me down. Got that panic button off.
Pug talking there about, that last coal, puts him inside a check range, he feels like, and just helps him calm down a little bit. And that is very important in a multi-day event.
I just need to land in on old Biggin's head, bro.
From the quad back over to just solo Pug.
Whoosh. I'm just waiting for that crack.
How's your day so far, Pug?
Man, it's been going good. Can't ask for much more, you know. We got, you know, caught several fish. A lot of them been small, but on this place, you know, any flip can turn into a giant. So, I've had a lot of small bites. We got a couple good bites, and we're just gonna keep grinding away. If we get 2 more good ones, man, we're gonna be all right. I mean, need 2 more of those 3.5 to 4 pound bites, or you know, one of those giants. And I still feel confident that dinosaurs live in this stuff right here. So any flip could be that one. So.
Looking for that Jurassic Park moment right now. Said those dinosaurs living there. And while we're waiting on Pug to find a dinosaur, we're going to pay the bills here for this last hour of NPFL Live. We'll be back very soon to Wright Patman Lake.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to NPFL Live. Back on the water with Mr. Pug, Santee Cooper, South Carolina boy. And Pug has fished his way to 14 pounds today. It's going to have him unofficially in 32nd, 33rd place right now. Looks like he got bumped a spot. That's going to be in that crucial check range to win that $9,000 these guys are fighting for. In the check cut, of course, $50,000 going to the first place angler. The National Professional Fishing League here at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance. So we're going to get a look at one of our Texas anglers we're covering today, Mr. River Lee, and maybe Todd. We might get another look at Todd here. Rivers kind of had a good and bad day.
Yep.
Losing some fish.
He's sitting one away from a limit. I know that.
Sitting on 4 for around 15 pounds for what he's told us. Ooh.
That one might keep. That'll keep.
For sure. Dang. She a mite?
Oh, God. I think. We're going to measure. I'm pretty sure.
All bass have to measure 14 inches.
We got
Right,
5.
Patman? Of course, the anglers bringing their 5 biggest bass out of their fully live wells. Fully loaded live wells.
Do what?
And he has not updated his Weigh Live app because
we got
he's
5.
But I'm going to say
We'll weigh 'em real
officially in
quick so I can
63rd with only
make it
3
easier on me
fish.
when I call.
So he said he had 15
with 4.
That one with 4. That's 2.5. So let's before he finishes, 17.5 would put him where?
Almost unofficially in the top 10. That's where Derek Blake's at, 17.5. So he's going to weigh him right here for us.
2-pounder.
We're going to ask it. Is it 2-pounder?
Remember back in the day, Luke, when
3.5.
we had the spring-loaded scales.
Yeah.
we're showing our
Now
age.
these scales cold for you.
Yeah. We had the rusted spring scales, and we never used those.
River doing this as quick as he can, but he wants to get these fish weighed so he understands exactly how much he has. It gives you some peace of mind sometimes, doesn't it, Dudley? Like you're out there. I know you're not a big fan of weighing them. You actually don't weigh your fish.
I am a balance beam guy all the way.
You worry about it when you get to the scales, what they weigh, right?
I want that balance beam telling me, not my scale. But it does make, to a ballpark estimate, yeah, scales work, of course. But to...
I think Rivers definitely got in that 17 plus range.
Yeah, that's his definitely.
Of course, these scales will total out. See if we can get him to tell us actually what those scales read.
I got right at 17. It says 1690 on my scale, and it always usually weighs a little light.
So I'm going to say he's got 17. So even call it 16.
We just finished.
That's
we just
got
got
him
our 5th
in
one.
the top 15 now.
We got around 17.
So
for sure.
And I got 2.
So
I got
unofficially
one right
from
at 2 pounds, I got
62nd
another one like 2 1/4
top
to get
15.
rid of. So I got
River
3
League.
good ones. If I can get rid of those and have close to 20, we'll have a good bag.
Got another one of these guys that's just 1 5 to 6 pound bite away from having a really
After
good bag
losing
and being in that
2
top
good
5.
ones.
There's just a lot of good
We
stringers.
finally got our limit.
But these, you know, big Texas bass, these 6 7 pounders will be the difference makers down the stretch. Like Keith Carson was fortunate enough to find a couple of so far today.
Yeah. 3. A couple?
I mean, I was trying not to hurt anybody's feelings.
I think my man's got
He had a
more.
fully loaded live well.
I think so. Hell yeah.
My man has asked
yeah.
that 600 times today.
You're doing great, man.
Yeah, but River, I'm going to be honest. You only mentioned Dudley, so you're not going to be on live tomorrow. I hope you enjoy it.
Well, I can breathe
Enjoy
a
day
little
one,
bit.
big guy. This fat cat and I have a bone to pick with you at the weigh-in.
That might
mic, I think, is attached to your sweatshirt.
Right here, okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No problem. Save you a little time for having to do it.
All right.
Let's
rid
get
of those little guys.
Let's get the 20. We got a good bag, but let's get the 20.
River obviously fired up. $50,000 on the line. You know he's going to have a lot of family and friends at the weigh-in. Dudley lives within a couple hours of here in East Texas. Fishes down at Sam Rayburn a lot. I still say fishing some of the dirtier water we've seen anybody fish all day. Him, John Policini are kind of in that same color water, a little dirtier than the rest of the field.
Yes, for sure.
And don't seem to be getting as many bites, but the quality's there when they do swing.
Mm-hmm. It seems like there's 2 states that we travel
made
to that are their
Bam?
own identity. Like, meaning nothing really can replicate these 2 states. One, very obvious. You know I'm going to say Florida because, you know, everywhere we've traveled, nothing looks or is like Florida. And 2 is Texas. There's a look about Texas and the way the terrain lays out in Texas that you're not going to necessarily find anywhere you go.
Over to Michael Yoder. Oh no.
That was a cool fish.
Our local favorite coming into this event. Looked like a nice fish. Lost right there with Michael Yoder, who's unofficially right now in 32nd place with 14 pounds, 2 ounces.
That stings. It looked like he, you know, can't tell for real, but looked like he had him out in open turf. And to lose him out in open turf, it's a world of difference losing him in a bush or losing him once he gets into open turf. That's what stings a little even harder.
I should have let it keep going right on
losing
around. I tried to turn it back the other way. Shouldn't have done that.
Back over to James Biggs.
Can't.
He's been rocking that custom NPFL visor all day that he made last night. Dudley, have you ever cut the top out of a hat?
Yes, I have. And
Can you tell us why you would ruin a perfectly good hat? Because I need to know this from James.
Just so we could blonde the tips of our hair when we had
Wait
them.
a second. Hang on a second. I know we're in the last hour, but what just happened?
But when you don't have as much hair back there anymore, the
So,
visors
wait a
are not.
My co-host David Frosted Tips Dudley. What happened?
Oh, is it 2 o'clock?
I'll be honest with you. I've known you for a lot of years. I've looked up to you for very many years, but I missed your NSYNC face that you went through there, Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake look right there.
As we get into the final 30 minutes of live here from Wright Patman, we're going to take a look at this unofficial top 10 leaderboard, day 1. And unofficially right now, of course, the man who got on it early, Keith Carson, 27 pounds, 10 ounces. Mark Schilling, 21 pounds, 7 ounces. Nick Provanizak, third with 20 pounds, 14 ounces. Donnie O'Neill, who we've seen catch so many fish today, Double D, with 19.4. Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior from our Cali, flat billing buddy from Eufaula, catching them again. Fifth place, 18.14. David Hoheisel, 18.9. Josh Ray, 18.9. Bob Burley, 18 pounds even. John Hookup Soakup, our winner from Event 1 at Lake Eufaula with 18 pounds even in ninth place. And Derek Blake from East Tennessee rounding out the unofficial top 10 right now, 17 pounds, 8 ounces. And we say it all the time, has to be said, this is unofficial until we get to the weigh-in here in beautiful Texarkana. You can take a look there at the mural in downtown where you can walk on one side of the street and be in Arkansas and the other in the beautiful state of Texas where these big bass live at Wright Patman. James Biggs now looks like he's getting out a pillow. Pulling a little sneaky trick, though, Dudley. He's not going to lay down and take a nap.
No.
Talk about what he's doing there.
So a lot of times you can jack your trolling motor up as high as it will go, but it's still not high enough to where your motor is your trolling motor is still digging in the dirt. So this is a way that you can lift your trolling motor up further and still be able to fish extremely shallow water. When you see an angler doing that, there's a world of difference between somebody saying, yeah, I'm fishing shallow water, or no, I'm in shallow water, like dirt shallow. Dirt shallow.
Yeah, when you got to prop that thing up at an angle, you are way, way up there. Just testament to how shallow these bass live on Wright Patman.
And I have got my butt spanked in the last two events that I have fished because what I thought was shallow, I should have been putting a pillow underneath mine.
Wasn't shallow enough, huh?
No, was not.
I think James may be skipping a frog now.
Yes.
She told me last night on the phone was something he really wanted to utilize. He actually said that some of these fish are so back in these trees that when you hook them on the frog, they get pinned against a piece of cover. He was going to pull his trolling motor up, put his life jacket on, crank the big engine, and drive into the trees to get the bat. This is actually a plan. He said he had to do it a couple times in practice and was prepared to do that today. And I'll be honest, on MPFL Live Action here, I was hoping we were going to get to see him crash that boat through the trees to get a bass or two, but has not happened so far. Maybe in the last 30 minutes of live, we can get that going, Mr. Biggs. But did provide us homemade visor tips for all you at home that want to cut perfectly good hats.
There's the water snake. Right there. First one of the day. Means it's warming up a little bit back here. Finally.
You can see James is really, really effective skipping that frog way back into the cover.
First one we've seen all day. First time it's warmed up all day. Maybe this last couple hours these fish will start eating a little bit better. Instead of just swiping at a bait, actually eat the bait.
Dudley, I think it's time for one of our favorite segments that we do is a bass take breakdown. And James is skipping this frog around. Very, very shallow, but for me, the most important thing that we need to break down, in case someone's just joining us, is the most important thing we've learned from James today, hat presentation. Dudley, would you take that over there in the bass tank breakdown? What do you think?
Just the way he cut his hat when I watched him do it yesterday, the skill that he had.
Took it right into a visor.
Took it.
Started as a hat.
It was
ended
incredible.
up a visor.
I just can't say enough. But his option of the frog today in this afternoon is one of two things.
we all know frogs like to catch, typically will get you a big bite.
Absolutely.
What you see him doing right now is him just saying, hey, I'm looking for a big bite. This is the time of year when your topwater action is going to get better. As the year progresses, they're going to get more aggressive on coming to the surface to get something. I would say right now this is just him keeping things honest. And the other thing is this time of year is the females that are moving up, the late spawners that are moving up, the water's warmer, their metabolism's going, and this is a great way to catch that female that's sitting 2 foot off the bed, 3 foot off the bed. The male may not be active into biting, but you come across a female right above her head, yeah, she liable to go slurp that thing in. So more bluegill up there, bigger fish would be able to engulf that frog.
Going to move him up the leaderboard. That is a bass tank breakdown from David Dudley right there. And, you know, people think frogs, they think grass mats, lily pads, that kind of thing, Double D. That's not always the case. Sometimes it's fish that are looking up that are, and I'm going to say this is a weird statement, I guess, but suspended fish. These fish they're not on the bottom, even in this really shallow water. They're up there just kind of floating around sometimes when they're staging, so that frog's going to get those bites. Good stuff on visors and frogs from David Frosted Tips Dudley. Say one thing as we wind down in this final hour of MPFL Live, Dudley. We've not watched anybody today, not one person that didn't look like they were on the greatest bass lake in the world. You're just foaming at the mouth watching this stuff. If you're an avid bass angler, this cover in this lake is absolutely pristine.
It truly does keep you on your toes because you feel like they're going to get a bite every single
anywhere
cast. When you're fishing offshore and just the scenery gets old and the casting would, kind of wears on you, but this you're like
the water is still dropping, which I'm 99.9% sure it has.
Well, I'll let you get your own telemetry, but I did just look it up and it said they are definitely releasing, and that was at the 8,000 CFM level. But I want you.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do that because. And we're going to try to get back there where the fish hadn't been beat up so bad. Because
right there, I feel like you were saying this earlier, that's going to be a key. Who can get away from, maybe find a little protected area that maybe guys haven't been into? As this water's falling, maybe it's going to pull fish that have been way up further back out. Who's going to run into that fresh group of fish? Who's going to be able to capitalize on it and take home the trophy on Showdown Saturday?
I agree. I still say before we get to day 3, somebody's going to catch an offshore school of fish. Now, offshore could mean still in only 3 foot of water, but I just feel that something can lend, with this much water being pulled somewhere along the line, that somebody's got to be able to find a school of fish that are grouped up. They've already spawned. It's far enough into the spawn to where they're feeding on these shad. We've heard mention of the shad spawn already happening. There was Keith caught quite a few big fish this morning. If somebody pulls in on the shad spawn, they could rack them in quick. I mean, it could happen overnight. The shad can move up there tonight, and you pull on the right bank, and all the big mamas are up there eating on them.
We're taking a look now over here at Keith Carson, our unofficial leader, pretty much all day. He got the lead early this morning and hasn't turned loose of it. I would say he wants that to be the case going all the way through about 3 p.m. on Showdown Saturday. If you're just joining us here in the last few minutes of our coverage, I want to point out we do have, some interesting storylines developing out here. Obviously, big bass being one of them, but the weather here in Texas for April is always volatile. Tomorrow we have a system coming through that could definitely affect these anglers. Not sure what's going to happen. Brad Fuller, our tournament director here at MPFL, addressed all the anglers in a pre-tournament meeting. He's going to be making a decision on whether we fish a shortened day, whether it's potential we cancel the day, or whether we fish a full day. That announcement will be made as soon as they have the most accurate weather that they can get forecast to decide, what's best for the safety of the anglers. Not a lot of boat docks on this lake, not a lot of places to hide. And as we said earlier today, in pro fishing, there are no weather delays most of the time. If you're out there and a storm happens, and we need to, exercise our own caution. Most tournament trails just kind of leave it up to the anglers, unless it's a super windy day on a rough body of water. Days do get canceled, or a crazy weather day, and that's what we could see tomorrow. Being here in Texas, inclement weather, nothing to play around with.
The intensity is going to be more along the lines of thunderstorm, lightning strikes. The wind doesn't look that bad, but we're dealing with water temperatures now.
I don't think he would have kept.
I've heard anywhere from mid-60s to low 70s, which is not cold and it's not really hot yet, but it's in the perfect temperature zone, and with probably the average around 69 degrees. Luke, or 69.8? What do you think?
Probably 69.8. We're looking right there at River Lee. Looks like it's 61 where he's at.
See?
So a little cooler,
maybe
a little below your average.
Maybe the voice inside my head was way off, and I was thinking it was more like
your average was off for sure.
Yes, the little voice was wrong. But
you probably dyed your hair too much with frosted tips, and it affected your ability to do averages. Maybe, I don't know, but looking like area River's in.
Well.
Obviously, I think the fish are spawning.
Yeah, for sure.
But lots of things. So if this comes down to a 2-day event, it's definitely going to be. Back over to Donnie O'Neill and a pile of used baits in the floor.
That is not going to help him.
Donnie is unofficially sitting at 19 pounds, 4 ounces, and his biggest bass of the day is a 5-pounder. And Dudley, you and I, still a lot of fishing time left, obviously, but you got to think he's a guy that would catch one over 6 pounds at some point today. He's getting so many bites, but we haven't seen that yet. But unofficially in 4th place, and I know Donnie's going to be just fine with that if that's where he's at after the official drive-through weigh-in.
Mm-hmm.
188. Oh, man. Well, this is knew what was going to happen. I've caught 3 or 4 keepers between 2 and 3 pounds. That last one was 186, and that's what concerns me is burning through these fish when I know darn well I'm gonna need them tomorrow, or let alone Saturday. So I mean, I've easily caught 3 limits of fish and what I got right now, and then plus I've tossed back 12 or 15 pounds of fish. So what do? You're still fishing. You just got to fish that kicker. It's 144. So I'm gonna fish this one little point right here, and then after that, I'm gonna go deep. I got a point out there with some stumps on it. I'm gonna drag Carolina rig, throw a 6XD, and throw a football jig, and I'm looking for one bite. I can't continue to burn through these fish when I know that they're gonna need me. I'm gonna need them tomorrow and Saturday. So, It's always a tough call, tough decision to make, but good thing is I'm getting bites and no telling how many people's fished it, so sunshine helps, but we ain't gonna have no sunshine tomorrow, so that's for sure. I'm still looking for that I'm looking for that 6-pound kicker right now. I know they're here. I caught one Sunday. I need to catch one today. But just steadily grind it out. I talked to a couple people. They just only got a couple of fish. Says he lost a few. Should have had a limit. I think I've got 23, 24 bites today. So, but we'll keep after it, see what happens.
Good stuff from Donnie right there, who we've seen set the hook more than anybody today, Dudley. It's been crazy. You heard him say he got 23, 24 bites, just waiting on any minute to catch a 6 or 7 pounder, I feel like.
Yeah, and again, no surprise. By the end of these 3 days, the consistency of a shallow water numbers deal is going to play huge dividends. It's hard to play the game of big fish when you're just fishing lot of structure, shallow water structure. There's really no way to pinpoint it, but when you can figure out that key ingredients, that key bait, that key whatever it is to get those numbers of bites up there, yeah, I'm going to say by the end of the week, that is going to be a big player in the end of the week.
Absolutely. And another player coming in, we've talked about it a lot, but I want to make sure as we end our live coverage today that everybody understands we might not fish tomorrow. We got inclement weather coming in. We could have a delay, weather shortened day. We could have a complete cancellation. Brad Fuller and the tournament staff, they're going to make that call, but right now we're not sure. So it could be a 2-day event. It could be a 2.5-day event almost, Dudley. We're not sure. They want to give the anglers, obviously, the most time they can on the water, but you cannot risk that safety whenever that inclement weather is coming in East Texas, Northeast Texas here in April. You never know. So tomorrow could be some lightning, could be some thunder, some big winds. So we're going to play it by ear, and of course we're going to let all of you know what happens with that. And it's just another twist in this amazing event at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah, the fishing is again, we're talking about weather changes or tournament changes. You always got to be 5 steps ahead. This is a game of chess. I always relate fishing to chess. You got to be able to see the moves coming, the attacks coming, whether it's weather or whatever it is. So, yes, but still the factor to me is this lake going to be able to pump out consistent weights like it has today? Because I'm impressed. We've traveled all over the country, and to see these weights come up, looking at really the top 30 in the 15-pound range, that's incredible.
That's great. Anywhere you go, that's catching them.
Yes, I don't care where you go. And to see in the top 50, everybody has at least 1 4-pounder or better. Luke, that is going to sit there and tell me, yes, there can be that many 20-pound bags. If there's that many 4-pounders, Keith Carson lead? No, sir.
Might not be safe. Huh?
Right. It's not safe. Keith better not throttle back much anymore, because we're in Texas and they grow big in Texas, and I think it could be a curveball to Keith Carson sitting there trying to maneuver his way to the championship day.
Definitely going to take over a 20-pound average, I believe, to win this event based on what we're seeing. But right now we've got this unofficial top 10, completely unofficial, Dudley, until we get to that 3:30 drive-through weigh-in here in Texarkana with Big Al McCullough. And right now, Keith Carson, the man of the day, unofficially 27 pounds, 10 ounces. Mark Schilling in second, who had a top 10 down at Eufaula, 21 pounds, 7 ounces. Nick Provanizak, 20 pounds, 14 ounces, who also had a top 10 down at Eufaula. Donnie O'Neill, who we've been watching most of the day today, 19.4. Luis Fernandez, 18.14. David Hoheisel, 18.9. Josh Ray, 18.9. Robert Burley, 18 even. Douglas Chapin, a new name that's jumped up into the top 10 recently, with 18 even as well. John Hookup Soakup, our winner of Event 1, just hanging around that top 10 like he always does. So it's going to be a wild weigh-in. And keep in mind, we go off the air here in the next little bit. You have an hour and a half until the weigh-in, but the first flight is due in at 2:30 p.m. The last flight, 4:30 p.m., Dudley. So we're talking by the time we cut this off, 2.5 more hours of fishing time for a lot of guys. So I still think you're going to see a lot of 20-pound stringers in the last, few hours of the day. So it's really going to be interesting to see what happens at the drive-through weigh-in here in Texarkana. If you are in this area, we want to see you. Come out, talk to me, talk to Dudley, talk to Fat Cat, and talk to all the MPFL pros. These guys want to tell you how they're catching them on Wright Patman Lake because, man, this place, a hidden gem. I said that when this schedule came out, I said this was the one I was the most interested in.
Mm-hmm.
We know a lot about, you've been to Harris Chain, I've been to Harris Chain, we've been to Pickwick, we've been to Eufaula. Winnebago's another question mark for us. We haven't been there, but Grand Lake, kind of a, familiar tournament venue. But this place, for me, Texas is known for big bass. It's known for a lot of big professional tournaments. There has never been a professional tournament here at Wright Patman, and
I don't think it'll be.
I don't think it's a secret anymore.
No, I don't think this will be the last national tournament that hits this lake. It's an exciting lake, very obvious. It offers us a lot of different ways to fish. You can fish your strength. Right now, we're at the lake of shallow water fishing, but you can find any color water you want. It's big. You can spread out. A lot of river systems in this lake, but river systems right now are blown out. But by Saturday, I talked to a bunch of anglers that live around this lake, and they said if this lake stabilizes and that river system becomes a player, you're liable to see that 30-plus pound bags by multiple people if the river system comes into play.
And that's coming from some really good local guys like Michael Yoder, some of these things that have been, kind of prophesized to us. If things keep happening, this water is falling, things are changing, the weather's getting interesting, and I think Wright Patman, by the time we get to Showdown Saturday, it is going to be just that, a showdown. And I still think you and I always like to bet food for whatever reason, Dudley. We like to bet food, which says a lot about us, but we've got a bet on the biggest bass, and I still say we're going to see a 9+ in this event. I said 9.4, but I think that we're going to see that. It's just Texas in April, and if we don't, I'm going to be severely disappointed. And I still feel like today we're going to see one. That front's getting closer, pressure's changing. Will one bite over 8 pounds between 2 p.m. when we kill the live and 4:30 p.m.?
I can't bet against that. I can't. You're going to win that bet for right now. My fried green tomatoes is being bought tonight somewhere in this city, in this town.
Mio Mayo's, most likely, I think, here in Texarkana. We want to thank the folks at Texarkana for having us here. This has been awesome. They rolled out the red carpet for the National Professional Fishing League and our 104 pros. They even make Dudley and I feel at home, and that's amazing. That's really, really cool. Can't wait to take you guys through hours and hours of coverage in the next 2 days to see who takes home the second ever NPFL trophy. Eufaula could not have ended in a better way, but, man, this one is shaping up to be an absolute grudge match against some big bass before Saturday rolls around.
Absolutely. Look at the trophy. Me and you have fit. I don't even know if there's another trophy that comes close to it. I've got a lot of trophies. You've got a lot of trophies, but this trophy right here is bling-blinging on the top end right there, buddy. I'm going to tell you right now, I want one of those trophies.
I don't think they're going to let you fish and commentate. I think that would be a hard gig to pull off from you, David. But I do appreciate you being here with me. I enjoy it as always. And today you shared with everybody that you used to wear visors and that you did have frosted tips. I want to make sure as we're, in studio here that the folks watching at home, MPFL Live, do know that Double D, the legendary tournament bass angler, did rock frosted tips at one point. I need everybody to know that. I
did not rock frosted tips. I said I wanted to frost them with the sun.
We're going to take a look back here at some of the highlights from today. It has been an awesome day one at Wright Patman. It is showing why it is a hidden gem. And here are some highlights brought to you by Progressive Insurance. started out a beautiful first day.
Man, he's got a hook.
And Donnie got on it quick. It's a familiar scene for Mr. O'Neill. Texan born and raised, utilizing the flipping stick all day long to unofficially be in 4th place here at Wright Patman.
That's a big one right there. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Boom, baby. Yeah.
That one even got him down on the deck to grab it.
Even got him.
Of course, the MPFL angler's not allowed to use a landing net. So you got to figure out how to get those big ones in the boat.
The best fisherman of all right there.
Is still here. Come here, baby.
Mentioning that fish was still there. He had shook it off.
It's really the Donnie O'Neill show on MPFL Live today, all day long. Of course, didn't have a camera on Keith Carson to start the day when he did the bulk of his damage, but I can promise you this, he'll have a camera the rest of this tournament.
Yes.
Daryl Lyons, Hemp Hill, Texas.
There you go, gentlemen. That's going to help.
Look at Keith Carson here, unofficial leader, who was not satisfied with the unofficial 27 pounds and has been hunting that dirty 30, as they call it, the 30-pound stringer all day long.
Never rushed the fish. It's pretty impressive.
Daryl Lyons with the drip from Hemp Hill, Texas.
More often, huh? Hell yeah.
Hey. Look at the boil that looked like he came in behind it.
God damn it.
Hey, it's a kid show, Jake. Big Chauncey,
See how far
local angler.
back he was in with the spinnerbait?
Michael Yoder, the local favorite, coming in the MPFL.
Man, just go fishing.
At Wright Patman.
There's so many people out here, man. Done been up there. Y'all go.
He's in that 14-pound range.
No. I done been up there. Yeah, for sure. Y'all go fishing, Georgia.
Got him. Stay on, baby. Oh, it's not that big.
Keith
It's
Carson,
not that big.
who rallied at Eufaula to come back and finish 13th after a rough day one, will be
only the males
in the mix in our Progressive Insurance Angler of the Year race later in the year. I can assure you of that.
Whoa.
James Biggs lost some big fish today and explained his headwear choice to us. Dudley broke that down from a fundamental standpoint a couple of times.
Look at that. That's a big one. That's a big one.
And our boy, Pug, South Carolina,
Carolina,
got himself in check range. Unofficially in 37th place right now. Swim jigging and flipping today. River Lee and Todd.
Relatively slow day for River, you know. Got some good, has some good weight, but relatively slow. I still, you know, he's going to be a player towards the end. You know, took him all most of the day to knock out that 5, but
there's a big one.
John Policini.
This one will come home.
Thanks to Progressive for those highlights, and thanks to all of you for watching the NPFL here at Wright, Patman, Texarkana, Texas. We will be kicking off NPFL Live again in the morning at 8 a.m. Central Time to bring you more big bass catches from this hidden gem in Northeast Texas, Wright, Patman Lake. We appreciate each and every one of y'all, and we will see y'all next time.